If you're a fan of cartoonish, choose-your-own-adventure series created by a solo developer, which if you clicked on a video this length I assume you are, then I ask that you please check out Repella Fella coming to Steam next year. The gameplay is more point-and-click oriented than something like Henry Stickmin, but the story is insanely over the top, the humor is absolutely ridiculous, and the branching narrative actually adds great replayability to the game. If you're at least interested, we have made a free prologue of the game available on Steam. It allows you to play the first 30 minutes of the game to experience it for yourself. We think you're absolutely going to love it. Please do leave a review if you check it out, and wishlist the full Repella Fella so you can be notified when that releases. And with that out of the way, welcome everyone to all the references, Easter eggs, secrets, and additional details in the Henry Stickmin Collection. We got a lot to dig into, let's not dilly-dally too long. The fully compiled definitive edition director's cut of Finding the References. Starting with Breaking the Bank. Whereas the other 4 Flash games have been remastered for this collection with updated art and animations, this one was remade from scratch. Puff felt that everything felt too stiff and there was simply not much room for improvement. I mean, look at this. Henry doesn't even have shoes or fingers. Unplayable. Just an interesting tidbit, this one is now considered a prologue, making Escaping the Prison the actual first episode. It makes sense, it's pretty linear. The original game used Zelda menu sound effects as well as a Zelda fanfare for selecting tunnel. This has been switched to the way options are presented in the rest of the series, with each one popping on screen sequentially with their own accompanying sound effects. And whereas the original game then cycled back through the original options in that current screen, the remaster switched it over to the now iconic fail screens. And you'll notice that Tunnel has been renamed to Shovel. In the remake, we get a copyright-friendly fanfare, but still the same general concept of Henry holding the item overhead, Zelda style. This was completely changed from digging into an underground tunnel in the middle of the desert to instead hitting a gas main. There is a simple achievement at this point for clicking the car whose alarm then goes off. The fail text, "Never dig straight down," is a reference to a common piece of advice given in Minecraft. The explosion has changed from being from faulty wiring to dropping a bomb and triggering an explosion. In retrospect, it does make me wonder where the heck Henry's little safety wall came from. Laser drill, it's essentially the same, but with Henry wielding it instead of being automated. And Open Sesame is a pretty generic saying that I wouldn't attribute to anything specifically. Wrecking Ball might be one of the most heavily changed. It really is hard to use a Wrecking Ball that incorrectly, but Henry's usually quite good at botching technology, but I kinda like that Puff went for this sort of non-joke instead. Teleporter is the least changed fail, with Henry still ending up in the wall, but it has the nice tongue-in-cheek, "It's emergent technology. I'm sure it'll get better." A joke he could have never made in the original Breaking the Bank, because surely he wouldn't know how massive this series would become. The Pentafail achievement name is potentially a reference to the MOBA term Pentakill, earned by getting 5 kills in quick succession. These 2 guards' first and only interaction added in the remake largely parrots how the Rooster Tooth series Red vs. Blue begins.
Hey, yeah? You ever wonder why we're here?
You ever wonder why there's a bank out here?
I don't plan to cover every character bio unless there are references within. I already did that in great detail in my own 100% Let's Play of the Henry Stickmin Collection, so finding and reading through all those already exists from myself. I don't really like to repeat content, even though right now I'm remaking a video, so that's rather repetitious. Try not to read too closely into that. There's a quick but effective jab here about players commonly mistaking it as the Henry Stickmin series all these years. That's one of several instances where Puff makes fun of that. Philly Collin appears to just be a riff on Phil Collins, but it's nothing more specific than that. There are several real-life people called Phil Collins. I like to believe that it's Philadelphia Collins from Trailer Park Boys. And yet, despite several new jokes and addressing some weird inconsistencies, we still never know how Henry ties the bag from the inside. I also thought it was neat that these guards actually do exist in the original, they just never had anything to do before. That's everything to be said there, escaping the prison. Let's move on to that. An interesting thing I noticed going back through this game, and maybe it's something that applies to other installments in the series, but I tend to think not quite, there is actually at least an attempted explanation for every decision that Henry makes. There's always a source for his items. The first set comes from the cake, others are in the room with him, maybe a box full of random supplies on a roof. It was just really interesting once I noticed it and thought I'd share, and I'm going to be looking for that in the next installments. Not every fail has a reference, so we'll zip to the ones that do. You can use file, cell door, end up in the room with the belt of grenades. I actually wrongly attributed this one as a WTF boom meme in the previous video.
What the fuck?
It has been pointed out to me that it's much more likely a Worms reference. Puff is a huge fan of the series, referencing it frequently and using sound effects from it in the original Flash games, so this is much more believable. When grenades land next to the worms, they sometimes yell out, "What the?" In my own Let's Play of the series, I had this big moment in the 5th game where I was like, oh, it's the first time Henry Stickmin spoke.
Seems like Henry's got a plan.
So, yeah.
Is he not gonna get a chat? That was just like the first thing he's ever said. No, not really. He usually says like 1 or 2 words per game. It's kept to a minimum.
What the?
So yeah, that was totally my bad. I overreacted. It was still a fun moment though. Instead, you could choose the chair, move to the left. All 3 donuts on this plate can then be clicked. There is an achievement throughout this game for collecting all the donuts. And you'll notice that this female in the bottom left had her hair changed from red to brown. There are a few redheaded female characters before we ever meet Ellie, and with her own uncertain history and the lack of character bios in those Flash games, people had a lot of running theories that every redhead was Ellie, so I think Puff just wanted to be extra certain to squash those theories here. Less of a reference, but still a great joke, everyone other than the captain in this room is named some variation of John. John Farn, John Grits, John Saskatchewan, Jen Brune, and Jom Barley. Moving right through the vent and choosing the rope, you initially live, but then are run over by a truck with the fail text, "This seems awfully familiar." The truck that runs you over is clearly one from the desert bank/vault. We used to see undeniably in the Flash version that this was still being driven by Ted McAdams, but he then becomes a security guard working at the museum where the Tunisian diamond is stolen. It even says in his bio in that game that he quit working after a certain incident. So presumably Puff blacked out the windows here, so it's unclear who's driving. Ted is likely no longer working with the bank since then. It all leads to some interesting theorizing that vault and penitentiary all exist in the same area. Next, choosing the plungers earns you Sneaky Escapist. You'll notice looking at, for instance, the Newgrounds medals, these were all originally titled things like Sneaky Ending. Now it's all been reworked with a rank system. This is now Sneaky Escapist, entirely reserving the use of ending titles for completing the mission. So if anyone was skeptical about the finality of that installment, yeah, it's the end of the Stickmin series. And as you're running off into the sunset, you can click the sun for a secret medal, which is probably my personal favorite and most unexpected shoop-de-whoop there is. I've always found that meme weird. It's pretty funny here. The parachute, there's like a Coke bottle in the backpack, nothing else. With the jetpack, you first get this fake-out fail, with a very lengthy fail text on screen for only a fraction of a second that you need to pause to read. Wow, that was the lamest thing I've ever seen. The animator must have gotten really lazy or something. I mean, honestly, that was probably the dumbest fail I've seen in this entire game. So anyway, what do you think about the game so far? Enjoying it? It's been quite a while, and as I'm typing it, this is yet to be completed. I doubt you'll be able to read this far down unless you figure out a way to pause or do some other sneaky thing. Lame. A funny thing is, back in the original Flash version, this instead said movie instead of game, reflecting the fact that Puffballs hadn't yet moved these over to the game section of his profile, hesitating to consider them as such due to their relative simplicity. After which the full scene plays out and we get the second fail instead. I also just want to admire the way this animation has been redone. It's much more detailed and really sells that aerial incompetence. Going all the way back to the prison cell, rooting around in the cake, there is the NRG drink. Energy drink. It's been reworked to look much more like an actual beverage container rather than a chemical test beaker of sorts. This fail includes one of the clickable donuts. While I'm sure this wasn't the case back when Escaping the Prison came out, Googling around, NRG drink has become a real thing. In hindsight, it's a pretty great name for a product. The bulletin board has more or less the same references we had seen before: wanted for $1,000, agony face, last seen, NG, he's danger, so don't approach or nothing cause he'll kill you and flip you off. This is a common emoticon used on Newgrounds, the anger face. NG referring to Newgrounds. Someone found a lost dollar. Notice toilet on the 7th floor is all messed up. Please do not use it until further notice. Thanks, janitorial staff. A birthday card. Wanted for $100, Steve Tankman. Wanted for indecent exposure. He's crude and stuff, but that's about it. Likes Titanic. All of that being references to Johnny Utah's Tankman series based on the logo for Newgrounds. Wanted for $100,000, name unknown, dangerous mass murderer, keep away at all costs, known to wield a chain. This is one of the characters from Dad and Me, a game by Tom Fulp and Dan Paladin way before the days of the Behemoth. And attention, just some bull about how we need to be catching more criminals. I don't even need to use proper spelling because nobody will read this, and yet I still correct my spelling. We also have the totally new mission statement on the wall from the West Mesa Penitentiary. We vow to stop criminals and put them in jail, and keep them in jail, and if they escape, we'll catch them and put them back again. We are the top-rated penitentiary in the area, and also the only one, but it's irrelevant. Core values. Be vigilant. It's a good trait to have and one we pride ourselves on. Shoot to kill. We try not to waste ammo, it's what makes us so efficient. And be creative. I wrote up this entire thing filled with BS that I don't think anyone can even read, so yeah. Some text to look like it says stuff. Be vigilant, be creative, and shoot to kill may be an abstract version of one of TF2's sniper quotes.
Be polite. Be efficient. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
I'd almost assume it's a coincidence if it wasn't for the 300 other TF2 references throughout this series. And this little logo in the corner of that same mission statement looks like Puff turned the Black Mesa logo into a little smiley face. There's an Employee of the Month picture in the background that is for Ryan Goldman, a character we never actually meet in the game. Again, on the outside of the building, we see West Mesa Penitentiary. The West Mesa is actually a real landmass located in New Mexico, so that gives us a real-world desert approximation and setting for this Stickmin game. Back inside the prison cell, you can choose the teleporter, which itself is just a running gag through the entire series, going all the way back to crossing the pit, pre-breaking the bank. It's really become a Henry staple. The fail text, you just can't seem to get the hang of this thing, can you? Just a little in-joke about the fact that it fails every time. The rocket launcher. I like how in the remaster there's a little more attention paid to the actual spatial layout here, with the rocket curving outside the cell. Without that, it would simply go straight into the wall outside his cell. And the cell phone. The first screen with babysitters, morticians, and banks is already pretty funny. Definitely raises some questions about Henry's life. But this attorney list is packed with references. The Flash game had real-world lawyer Johnny Cochran, which has been removed. You're just not allowed to have real-world likenesses in games without permission. And also to avoid copyright issues with the fictional characters, they've all been switched to a shorthand with the first initial only. And Phoenix Wright, our ace attorney's name, has been changed even further to Felix White. Since he has a more prominent role throughout the rest of the game, they wanted to be extra careful with that one. We have Jack Kelly, Charlie's creepy uncle in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, who's always worried about his hand size. Apollo Justice, A Justice, another Phoenix Wright character. M Hyper Chicken. Hyper Chicken is the lawyer from Futurama. He was never given a first name though. Jay Pianta, referring to the Pianta prosecutor from Super Mario Sunshine. Fletcher Reed, Jim Carrey's character from Liar Liar. And Saul Goodman, an obvious choice, Bob Odenkirk's much-loved character who originated in Breaking Bad. The date set for the trial, September 9th, is actually the series creator Puffballs United's birthday. This entire sequence is obviously one big Phoenix Wright reference, including the attorney, the judge, the dialogue, and even background music throughout. I've heard several pitches for who this guy might be referring to, but it's nothing super obvious, which is pretty ironic. He's kind of a mismatch in between of several prosecutors and characters. The disguising bag, shovel, teleporter are all items used in the previous game. This time around we have the attorney's badge, which mocks the way Phoenix Wright will commonly flaunt his own status with his badge. Doesn't really have any bearing on any case ever. Every piece of evidence other than the correct one will play out the same sequence, ending in a guilty verdict and a fail. When selecting the correct option, the disguising bag, the arresting officer Winston Davis is instead found guilty, with the argument being made that Henry couldn't have tied the bag himself, and therefore must have been stuffed in there. This is definitely Puffballs poking fun at themselves and the audience for how little sense that bag tying moment is and how obsessed everyone was with it. During his lawyered up rank, Henry then immediately pursues an armored money truck again. He's just really committed to that one avenue of get rich quick, eh? Interestingly, the security footage shows 2008, which makes sense from the perspective that canonically this takes place shortly after breaking the bank, which originally was released in 2008. This gets confused now later in the series as we see Gadget Gabe reviews all with many different dates, I believe going as high as 2018, and at the very end of the entire series we have this quick 1 year earlier moment, suggesting that everything from here to completing the mission took place in a 1 year span, which means completing the mission takes place in 2009, and those Gadget Gabe items are coming from the future? With other time manipulations in this series, that's not even out of the question. It's just something to think on. Going back to a new branch, starting with the drill. The appearance of the drill and how it's held and used by Henry are both thought to be Mr. Driller references. Once we end up down in the bathroom, which I also presume to be the faulty bathroom listed on the bulletin board, or else why else would it be boarded up, you'll notice a few silly things on the outside of the bathroom stall. We have the much more typical version of Newground's Angra face. For a good time, call 8675309. And then we just have butts, even though it seems to be a singular butt. Great joke. The best joke of the whole stall, if you ask me. Big LOL. And then just some scribbles. One of the words looks kind of like dumb, ... but it's a little too chunky to read properly. Here we can use the opacitator, the first appearance of the previously mentioned Gadget Gabe, who has a recurring sci-fi gadget review series throughout these games. The name is itself likely a small nod to Gabe Newell. Looking more closely at the opacitator, the original Flash version includes a song from the soundtrack of Neverhood. That didn't really seem worth mentioning, since there's a lot of copyrighted tracks that had to be taken out for the remastered release. Turns out there's more to this reference than I realized. It's a bit of an homage to the same first-person perspective that the character in Neverhood has with this note, and that would be why that soundtrack was also used during that scene. So even though the musical tie-in is lost, we still have that small visual reference. If we were to look at the remastered version in a vacuum, I'd say there's no way that's obvious enough to count as a reference, but when looking at the whole, yeah, I totally buy into that. On the shelf you may see another donut to collect. Wrong. It is a bagel, which itself is pretty funny because back when this game came out, that wouldn't have been a reference, but now it kind of is thanks to Spider-Verse. I guess we know who's referencing who then, don't we? But as you start falling down through the penitentiary, you can actually grab a donut. Within the written instructions of the opacitator, you can click the line about opaque meaning see-through for an achievement. That is factually incorrect, and it's meant to be a joke about this poorly made gadget and equally sloppy instructions. We get to see a few silly things as we fall through these prison floors. There is a motivational style poster on the wall. Teamwork, share victory, share defeat. I was really hopeful that there would be some funny donut brand name. We just kind of see D something O's donut. There is a murder weapon on the ground that seemingly slipped from this guy's evidence bag. Another originally red-headed woman that now has a new hair color. This is Sally Q, and her bio even makes a joke about people commonly confusing her with Ellie. The shorter hairstyle of this character was just that little bit closer. Well, it's a bit of a stretch. There's a chance that Sally Q is the first JoJo reference in the series, being a spin on the character Susie Q, who herself would be named after the old rockabilly song by Dale Hawkins. It's clear that Puff got into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure sometime after fleeing the complex but before completing the mission, as that's where the references become really prominent outside of the bios. And right at the end, there is a fossil of a dinosaur eating the fossil of a stick person's leg. That raises a lot of questions about stick anatomy that I think we're better just kind of blowing right past. Plus we get the amazing bio there of Ungus Bungus. That's right, even the caveman skeleton got a bio. Which itself is potentially a play on the confused Unga Bunga meme. And next to them, we have a drill from Inner Sloth's first game together, Dig to China, a free online Flash game. if instead we had chosen the crowbar after falling down to the bottom while we're dashing around doing our QuickTime events, which thankfully in the remaster you reset to the most recently failed QuickTime rather than going back to the beginning of this entire sequence. You can run up the wall and flip over, Matrix style. I'm sure this is present in loads of kung fu movies. The Matrix is just what comes to mind for myself. We then get a good old-fashioned Western style standoff. The soundtrack and framing is very reminiscent of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It used to have the original song, but instead now uses a more copyright-friendly musical cue that simply references that. We have one more Matrix reference as we get the 360 rotation of the camera and the bullet time dodging, this time with proper effects being added in, and a full-on bullet catch to really clarify the badassness of it all, now known as the Badass Bust Out rank. If we attempt to go left at the wall, you get the fail, lol, brawl reference. Super Smash Bros. Brawl has a random chance to trip players when attempting to turn left or right. Having Henry trip when turning left is a pretty simple reference to that janky, unloved mechanic. The original game did not have this map feature to navigate fails. That was something added later on in the series, but now every installment has it, and I love that it was made to look like a sketchy prison map, the way it actually unfolds onto screen. It actually follows along your different fails and attempts spatially. You can see it starting in your own cell, fighting through the first floor, or escaping via the roof. That's just some really cool attention to detail. There are a surprising number of character bios considering this is just episode 1, so like I had said before, I'm only including those with references within them. In Henry's own bio, it claims that he is in the Red Mesa Penitentiary. We see in several places that it's the West Mesa Penitentiary throughout the game. It felt like an odd mistake, but then it comes up in several other bios in this episode, always as Red Mesa. And maybe like a roundabout reference to the Black Mesa from Half-Life, which itself would also be located in New Mexico. It's a fun play on that, it's just weirdly inconsistent in the game. So at a few places it's West Mesa, and in all the character bios it's Red Mesa. So it's weirdly consistently inconsistent there. Knife Man is just a great joke. His name was already Blade. I love that so much. John Saskatchewan seems to be an abnormal spelling of the Canadian province Saskatchewan. I don't think it's really a reference there, it's maybe just people don't really know how to say or spell that one. The facial hair and name of Captain Jeffrey Custard appear to be an allusion to General George Custer. His backstory of hating janitors is an addition building off the way he yells at poor Harold Ronson when we're climbing through the vents. Unknown Hendrix is probably just a broad reference to when we hear police officers get referred to or scolded in movies. It's pretty common to be on a single name basis. You can kind of picture the chief calling the rogue officer into his office. "You're way out of line, Hendrix." But I don't know of anything specific there. Hubert Brown looks a lot like the unnamed judge from the Phoenix Wright series, which makes sense, it's all leaning into that reference. His profile jokes that he looks a lot like the other city judges, while in Ace Attorney games, there is simply the one generic judge, leading fans of that series to joke that it's kind of a Nurse Joy situation with all the judges looking the same. Winston Davis's bio confirms that the bank we robbed was simply known as The Bank. Very descriptive title. Michael Benz and Matthew Flexer were simple copy and pastes of one another, one with a goatee added to it. It's a funny time-saving thing from Puffballs that you're not going to notice with that scene playing out. It becomes much more obvious when their bios are right next to each other, and he plays that up by joking about them joining at the same time and that their distinguishing feature is their facial hair. The name Benz and Flexer is seemingly a reference to a Futurama storyline where Bender has a doppelganger known as Flexo, and the only distinguishing feature there was a goatee. Tom Hardley's name seems to be a pretty simple riff on Tom Hardy. That feels like a really underwhelming place to leave this all on, but there you have it. We're moving on to Stealing the Diamond. Watching the intro here, we have a great joke right off the bat. The brand of TV Henry is watching is a Sim song. There are layers to this joke. It's obviously a riff on Samsung, but The Simpsons actually had a really similar joke back in Season 7's Scenes from the Class Struggle of having goofed up brand names for TVs.
I know a genuine Panaphonics when I see it, and look, there's Magnetbox and Sorny.
So I believe Simsong, in yellow writing and a somewhat similar font, is meant to simultaneously be a parody of Samsung and a shout out to that Simpsons joke. I love that in so many ways. NCC is a recurring news network in the Stickmin series, which is a riff on CNN. See what they did there? Just kind of a flipping around of things. I guess we could try and come up with what this new acronym means, but it's just kind of meant to be the opposite. When there are notable differences between the Flash version and the remaster, I'll draw attention. One thing that we see early on here is that the worth of the diamond has been raised from the lowly 12 million to 112 million. You can tell Puff re-recorded this line for the mayor.
As the mayor, I hereby declare the Tunisian archaeological exhibit open. As the mayor, I hereby declare the Tunisian archaeological exhibit open.
And I could be wrong about this, but it sounds a little like he included some of his ad-libs after.
No, thank you. No.
The sort of noises and emotes that voice actors use to settle into a voice or help them get into character. Seems like kind of a silly addition, but I like it. We appear to have several of the cars from Breaking the Bank parked in front of the museum. Either this is just the reusing of assets, a coincidence because that's how Puff draws cars, but maybe one of them is meant to belong to a character that carries forward, like Ted McAdams. In the original game, Henry has a list of job openings scrawled out that include a prison guard and janitor. This would be because of his antics in escaping the prison, either getting characters in those jobs killed or fired, leaving openings. In the remaster, it's been changed to job ideas. I believe the joke now is just that he pretty well came up with jobs he had recently encountered, and it better preserves the continuity of episode 2 potentially following any of the achievable escaping the prison ranks. If it were left as openings, it would imply a specific continuity. His keys have a nice Angra face keychain, which is a real piece of merch on Newgrounds from back in the day. The Angra face has just been a long recurring character there, and that's just in the intro. There is so much going on in this game that I will just be skipping over any fails that do not include any references. And believe me, there are more that do than don't. Starting with the sneak in route, we can select the jumble hoppers. These extra bouncy shoes are taken straight from Pilot Wings. Strange that some items were switched in the remaster to something more copyright friendly and others just remained as is, although the Pilot Wings soundtrack for this sequence has been replaced. Similar to jumping around in that game, landing in the water deducts 2 points. There is an achievement in Henry Stickmin where if you do this fail 3 times, earning a total of 6 deducted points, then you'll earn the achievement Like a D6, which itself is referencing both the dice naming convention for D&D, a standard 6-sided die, and the song Like a G6 from Far East Movement that would have come out the year before stealing the diamond. Did I mention that the references in these games become more dense and complex as the series progresses? And I'm only on episode 2. This is going to be a very involved series to cover. With the shrink ray, this is less of any specific reference, but I just love the way Henry becomes an increasingly less detailed stick as he shrinks. There's nothing intentional there, but he just starts to look like different stickmen from different series as he shrinks down. While the physical ray itself may not be a real reference, the worm does Dio's "ree" from Heritage for the Future. It was re-recorded to be a unique Puff original version of that wry cry. The Liquidificator. We have a Gadget Gabe appearance for this game, a recurring tech blogger who is presumably a nod to Gabe Newell. I did notice in the remade version that there's no longer a specific year, so that might be a small attempt at continuity preservation. At the bottom of the Flash version, we have a bit of a disclaimer from Raffle Co., which I'm not sure if we actually have a company assigned to any of the other Gadget Gabe reviewed products across any of the games. It might be the first time. Anyways, note, Raffle Co. is not responsible for any misspelled words or words used in the wrong context. This is a nod to the whole joke with opaque in the opacitator covered in escaping the prison. Man, Puff must have gotten so many comments about that, considering how often he jokes about it. People get really upset about misused words. We once again have the teleporter, and in fact, we have our first successful use of the teleporter. After failing in crossing the pit, breaking the bank, and escaping the prison. I know crossing the pit isn't a true Henry Stickmin installment, but it plays a special role in the development of the series, and the teleporter is a legacy of that. Puff has said that at one point he thought stealing the diamond would be the final Stickmin game, rounding out the trilogy, excluding crossing the pit, so my guess is that he felt like it would be a fun payoff to have it finally work in the final game, not realizing there would be multiple games still to come. We weren't even halfway, really. And while many of the animations are the same across the original and the remaster, this one was redone to be much less harmless and much more painful. On the roof, you can do the Falcon Punch from Captain Falcon. While still being titled the same and the same concept, it had to be reworked to no longer include copyrighted Captain Falcon sound effects. Punch! The only man capable of that punch is the man himself. Invisibility. This one had to be super reworked. It used to have an invisible Henry who couldn't see himself moving and tripping over the edge of the roof. It's hard to see when you're invisible, no? And while that's a funny concept, it doesn't really work with the new background Puff drew having these really high walls. Now, what happened? I lost track of you. Some have speculated that it's a Smash reference. It's super easy to lose track of your characters when they turn invisible. I kinda like the joke that we just straight up don't know what happened to Henry here. Maybe he succeeded, maybe he wandered off the edge. Who knows? The penny or coin that you can toss is a reference to a distraction technique seen in the Hitman series. We're successfully in the museum on the catwalk and use drop. This itself is pretty straightforward, but now that we're in the room with the diamond, I want to look at what's to the sides of it. These other displays didn't exist before, and I maybe dug around in the game some to delete the layers with the glass to get a better look. I strongly believe that these 3 rings are the rings of power given to the elves in Lord of the Rings. I just really truly want to believe that. And unfortunately, I could not find any references for the other parts of the exhibit. They might just be generic items. I had hoped deep down that the Egyptian artifacts would somehow be connected to mummies alive, but not as far as I could see. The wormhole rifle, originally the portal gun from Valve's Portal, it was reworked into something more copyright friendly. Everything else about it plays out the same, and there is an achievement buried in this lengthy fail text. Clicking that earns you TLDR, with the descriptive joke, not for you apparently, because we did in fact read it. It was not too long. After wiring down next to the case and using the laser cutter, the why you know fail text is based on this old meme format, and many have said that the answer, the laser cauterized it, is poking fun at the lengthy arguments Star Wars fans have had over the years as to whether or not lightsabers cauterize wounds when they cut people. The updated sound effect actually sounds more lightsaber-like. So I totally buy that. And while we're talking references to old school memes that would have been popular at the time this game was first made, the look Henry gives after the failed use of the gun is the poker face meme. I like the switch to the stunned face. It's pretty weird seeing characters in this series without their iconic long eyes. While the stance at the end of Just Plain Epic is likely meant to feel like the F yeah meme. The hammer. I like to think that the light tapping completely shattering things is a subtle reference to the way SpongeBob and Squidward carved from marble. There are other SpongeBob references throughout the series and even one more in this game, so it's not such a stretch. In the original version of the following room, there is a much more obvious ninja versus pirate display. Here, they've been separated into 2 different items, but with a box still being labeled Pirate Ninja. This isn't a specific reference, but just building off of the long-running internet debate of who would win in a fight, pirates versus ninjas. It's been a thing for a very long time. You'll find it all over the place on different forums, especially on things like Newgrounds. There are several stick fight animators who would make animations playing off that idea. It's a fun thing to riff on. And with Puff's ties to Stickpage, the appearance of that here comes as no surprise. I wanted to zoom in on these boxes in the Flash version that are on screen for like a second. There's not much there. The labels include an authentic 1502 ship cannon, miscellaneous World War II firearms, and 1 Triceratops skull, all shipped to the National Museum of History and stuff. I mean, it's pretty funny to think of how eclectic everything they have in this museum really is. I guess most national museums are. And while these boxes no longer exist, we do have an update to the title on other posters. It is now the National Museum of History and Culture, which sounds far more formal. The stone stickman holding an apple seems kind of generic, but some have said it's likely a reference to a well-known statue of the Greek goddess Hera. I mean, yeah, they're both statues and holding apples, but the comparison doesn't seem to go much further than that. There is also a holy grail of sorts in the foregrounds, but it appears to be a generic stand-in rather than a specific reference. I compared it to Monty Python, Trivia Murder Party, as many different things as I could. Someone even said the Persona games, and I couldn't find anything that looked quite like it. It just has that generally familiar feel. Maybe someone else can find something more specific. While stealthing our way out and launching ourselves with a plank, there is a soft and silent landing in a box of hay. Odds are that is actually an Assassin's Creed reference. And here we can see Ted McAdams, the driver from Breaking the Bank, talking about someone getting arrested.
And after that, they just up and arrested him.
Whoa, Really? Yeah.
It's presumed to be Winston Davis from the lawyered up rank, his old partner, but it's left vague to preserve the continuity of any rank of escaping the prison being canon. He could be referring to Henry, or something totally unrelated. I have no idea how I never noticed or thought about this before, but this scene in the Flash version totally ruins the spatial continuity of that previous scene. I mean, the virtual camera could just be on the opposite side, but it just doesn't match up well. It makes sense that Puff would flip it around and redo it now. When we snap neck, I mean, it kind of works, just maybe the wrong neck is snapping. But I told you about stairs is from the webcomic Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff, which itself exists inside the Homestuck universe, and the achievement name Bump, as well as the associated face, are further building off of that reference. With Rifle, the gun itself has been changed to something I think a police officer would be more likely to carry. It still seems super overkill to me, but I don't know anything about guns. And that fail text is just pretty generic commentary on gaming. Selecting the diamond, we have the undetected ending, which is now Unseen Burglar. Henry spends his money on all kinds of things, including a boat, the SS Stickmin. If we choose to go at the wall with the pick, which itself may seem generic, but when paired with the sound, the creeper, and the blocky explosion, it's all a Minecraft reference. Although somehow getting blown up is still a success here. In the remaster, all of this that follows is more clearly made into a QuickTime event, although in waiting out this lengthy conversation where our boy, Dave Pampa, discusses getting fired for not inspecting the cake thoroughly before handing it to Henry and escaping the prison.
Yeah, so apparently there's something in that cake, and he used it to escape. And then I got fired. Pretty lame, huh? Yeah, I don't really like this point.
Please, shut up.
Oh, I was just trying to have a conversation, you know, since, I mean, we're partners, so I just wanted to get to know each other a little bit, you know? I just kind of wanted to have a conversation. It's just, you know, just to lighten things up. I mean, what's gonna happen in a museum? I mean, really. You feel a draft.
His character bio also talks about that same negligence, how he went from the police force to museum security. If you choose the gun, we still have the fail text, "Quick, pretend you were joking," but with the addition of "good one." Right, guys? Which I think quite generally might be making fun of prank channels. In choosing the plane, it's been made much more clear in the animation that Dave knocks himself out by running away, and I like how when you try to dash into the exhibit, you see this different angle where he's clearly knocked himself out and is laying on the ground still behind the pillar. In the Flash version, there's this large stone slab next to the Tunisian archaeological exhibit. You can zoom in and kind of read it at this ridiculous angle, or wait and look at it straight on. It appears to be a Wikipedia page copy and paste, no jokes, just a way to add detail to the background. It's not really worth me reading out. We can slip over to the retro room, which as you might expect is packed with game references. In a game that already has such a high density of references, they really milked it here. Again, it makes you wonder why certain things are changed and others aren't, like a full-on creeper being outside. But Metroid became Alien, the Half-Life crowbar stayed the same, which makes sense since a crowbar is very generic. Although when you use it, you still get dumped on with a bunch of Half-Life head crabs, and the fail text went from "Why does that always happen?" to "Man, I hate when that happens." The Pokeball became the Good Ball, which is more of a play on Great Ball, and the Super Mushroom is now just Mushroom, even though it's the same idea and totally looks the same. We lost the Mario Kart item block in favor of a Banjo and Kazooie puzzle piece. The shell in the original version of the game is likely meant to be a Bowser shell from Double Dash, not an immediately recognizable Mario shell. This was changed in the remastered version to the much more iconic blue shell. Strange that this one persisted through the copyright updates. Also from the Flash version, in the retro room we have a "No You Luigi" portrait. Both the quote, "No you," and image of Luigi pointing come from the animated Hotel Mario cutscenes. We also have the Zelda musical instrument stand with the ocarina from Ocarina of Time, the Wind Waker or Baton of Wind from Wind Waker, and the Spirit Flute from Spirit Tracks. When using the Good Ball, we enter a very authentic recreation of a Poke battle, complete with Gen 1-like sound effects for Tim and Joe when sending Joe into battle. I love that detail. We instead send out Missing No, the famous missing number glitch and exploit from the first gen Pokemon games, and it brings it all crashing down. It used to have a blue error screen from Windows 95, but that has now been made more generic. converting the binary from that fail text comes out as fear missing-no. There are a few unique pop-ups at this time. Runtime error. An error has occurred. Press this zodiac symbol to continue. This one is Leo. Lol, what? What is this? I don't even. A bunch of just straight up random nonsense. Missing DLL. OMFG DLL not found. Secret info. Press the sun in sneaky ending, which is actually referencing back to clicking the sun and escaping the prison. And just a bunch of random binary. You can't convert this to anything, it doesn't say anything. And metal.ng for the Newgrounds medal. Press OK 3 times. If you click OK on any 3 of these pop-ups, you earn the medal, which I guess in the full game is now an achievement. When we use the mushroom, we're enlarged the same as a Mario game, but instead of gaining, like 6 inches, Henry becomes several stories tall. And very quickly in the corner here, we see a sonic ring in its own case. When the pterodactyl picks up the guy, it used to be a Wilhelm scream, but has now been replaced with a unique scream. For anyone unfamiliar, the Wilhelm scream is just kind of this inside joke in the filmmaking industry. I believe the original title was something like Man Being Eaten by Crocodile. And now that you've heard it, you will hear it in almost every movie. Any movie that has at least a tiny bit of action in it, at least. It's a great little insider joke, and now you're in on it. I actually think they could have left that in. I'm pretty sure it's public domain at this point. I mean, it was really heavily featured in There Is No Game Wrong Dimension.
I can't stand hearing him scream. Finish him with your Bartitsu, Holmes. It's unbearable.
How dare you steal from Mr. Wilhelm Scream?
So I think it probably would have been fair game. At this point, we get our first look at the CCC somewhere in the southwest, which we already knew we were in a western desert. Apparently now it's southwestern. I kind of miss this guy's extra tall sunglasses to fit his eyes. I guess they look cool. But we still do get this silly version of Dragon Ball Z's over 9,000 meme.
It's over 9? Yeah.
Fun little twist on that. He then puts on his sunglasses while making the pun a pressing situation, and someone in the background is watching CSI Miami with the yell from Won't Get Fooled Again by The Who, the intro song to that show.
Pressing situation.
Who's watching TV? Get back to work. Sorry, Chief.
Which then became a key component to the Horatio meme. This is all maintained in the remaster, minus that copyrighted song from The Who.
Pressing situation.
Who's watching TV? Get back to work.
Sorry, Chief. I'm going back to work. Yeah, sorry.
But the joke of putting on the pun and the sunglasses and all that still works without it. If choosing divide by 0, there's a silly little moment where this robotic automatic calculator types in leet before dividing by 0, with the general joke being that dividing by 0 is a mathematical impossibility and thus tearing a hole in the universe. When using the tactical nuke, everything about the countdown and the pop-ups are all Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 references. In-game, that requires 25 consecutive kills, so the fail text is joking that they probably earned it unfairly by camping out for those kills. Satellite, just a quick, good old-fashioned shoop-de-whoop. Puff seems to be a big fan of these, becomes a recurring meme and joke throughout. He says as much in his fail text. For Gears, we summon a giant robot that in my mind causes far more chaos than it seems to resolve, but this earns you the just plain epic rank, previously the epic way ending. Going back to the beginning, we can instead bust in. There's nothing in these first few events, but when racing down the hallway, we see the 4 separate helmets for the main Castle Crashers cast. The mace has been changed to flail, I guess for historical accuracy, but the ending there is the same. When stealing the diamond, we can choose tow cable. We get to see a little more of Ted McAdams' conversation from earlier and realize that we're just destined to ruin this guy's life no matter which occupation.
And after that, they just up and arrested him.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, that's when I decided I should probably get a different job. I figured night guarding is much less dangerous than driving a... Crap.
In one of the rare instances where a reference was actually added during one of these selections instead of taken away, tow cable has received a very specific update. It appeared to just be a claw-like grip before, but has now been made more suction-like, considering the ending of Sonic 3 where Sonic and Tails tow a similarly shaped emerald behind their plane. It's likely the new tow cable was updated to look more like theirs. And while fleeing, we see a 6-star wanted system in the top right. This maxed out at 5 in Grand Theft Auto 5, but it could go as high as 6 in other installments of that series. When we use the Rock, the sniper who swoops down in the helicopter, confirmed by the bios, is a reference to the sniper from TF2 known as Mr. Mundy, which is meant to be said like Crocodile Dundee. In Stealing the Diamond, he is Samuel Mundy. The story in TF2 is that the characters are hired mercenaries, so the bio line of being hired for a job is a quick nod to that. The original game used the TF2 sniper voice clip,
Wake him out of your head, wanker!
which then had to be re-recorded for copyright issues and is now Puff's voice.
Wave goodbye to your head, wanker.
Boom headshot is a pretty common thing these days, but it originated in the amazing web series Pure Pwnage with FPS Doug in the absolute earliest days of YouTube.
Boom headshot! Boom headshot!
Which is referenced a few times in this series. I'm glad to know Puff similarly grew up with that ridiculous series. It's still worth a watch. And yes, I know it could feel like this is a reference to Team Fortress 2's sniper video.
Boom. Headshot.
But who do you think they were referencing? And giving Mundy a more sheriff-like hat is a fun play on things. The sticky grenade comes straight from Halo. The bubble is likely the Sonic Bubble Shield. And if you kick the diamond off the bridge, you win the aggressive way, which is now the much catchier Intruder on a Scooter. In both games, there is this connoisseur achievement for collecting all the paintings throughout the museum. The remaster kindly removes the paintings as you click them, so it's much easier to keep track of, and added a new collectathon-like counter. I believe it's specifically Banjo and Kazooie, but I know other collectathons have that same sort of format. There were only 7 in the Flash game rather than the now 30. The ones that did not make a return are Zeus and this lol what pear, which instead has been turned into an apple. So really Zeus is the only one that didn't come back. Better watch out for those copyright strikes from those Greek gods, you know? And there is actually more to the story with this silly little pear. Both the pear of photos and pear the fruit. Starting with the Flash version and then looking at the remaster, the lol what pear became the lol how apple. In looking for the origins of this, it appears that Roblox did a whole LOL series of hats and items, with none of them being the original lol what pear. So there's a possible connection there. Most of the paintings of these 30 are themselves references. I'm going to move through that pretty quickly. This No You Luigi is a somewhat obscure meme based on a scene from Hotel Mario. These two are references to Super Mario 64, the tiny huge island. This cute frog is the Dat Boy meme. The captain from SpongeBob SquarePants. This stick fellow with the big handsome beard is probably meant to be Charles Darwin. This portrait of a red-faced character is a bit of an inside joke of Puff's. It is his Oblivion character, Gilnar the Great. He had a series of vines showing off zoom-ins of these characters, dubbed over with silly music tracks. In Puff's own words, I made myself cry laughing when I made each of these because of how stupid it is. And while Hitler himself broadly isn't really a reference, he is slapping his desk like the commonly dubbed Hitler downfall scene. We have the Heavy from TF2, Hattie from Battle Block Theater, Hyrule with Death Mountain in sight, the Roll Safe meme with it being switched out for a more thematically appropriate for this medieval gallery, Deus Vult Infidel, and the explosion in the background also seems like it came from that, little girl running away meme. And I guess there's a joke about rolling safe having to do with you rolling through the exhibit on your scooter. So it's a mishmash of at least 3 things there. Leonidas from Zack Snyder's 300, the Zelda CDI games, 3 different screensavers from super old versions of Windows, the Brick Maze, the Stars, and the Pipes, which was my personal favorite of those 3, and the screensaver art in general being my favorite out of any of these references. There is also this big bull-like statue. It also looks familiar. I thought maybe it was from a Zelda game. I'm not very confident in that. I cannot place what this thing is from. Even Puff couldn't remember what exactly this cow is meant to be. I think it's just a generic statue. If anything, just to throw it out there, it most likely seems to be the brown bull of Cooley. Scanning through the different bios other than the ones I've already touched on and ignoring the ones that are absent of any references. Jeff Stickley, I bring him up only because he's one of only a few characters to have a stick-based name. It's not something that Puff leaned on very heavily when naming people. It just kind of seemed like an obvious joke that a lot of them would have stick in their name or doodle or pen, I don't know, things like that. Billy Cludd is the guy who whacks you with a billy club. He was clearly born for this. Jacob Rose shares his last name with Ellie. Maybe someday we'll get that much hoped for spin-off / prequel that answers some more questions about her history. Perhaps Jacob Rose will have a role to play. Sam Turner. Someone pointed out on Twitter the other day that we have a canonically non-binary character in the game, which is pretty cool. In the original cutscene they appear in the Flash version, they did not have hair. That's a new addition. Rupert Price is yet another returning character, showing again that this game must take place geographically near the last two, since it's within Rupert's jurisdiction. Johnny Panzer. His bio refers to his awesome skills, which makes sense since he manages to sharpshoot us in several different fails. Panzer is also German for tank, which is just kind of a cool last name. James Lancelot is a guy who maybe loves his name a bit too much, living it up as medieval times and claiming relation to the knight of old while working at a museum. Come on, dude. And here we have the most direct JoJo reference so far. I'm still on the fence about Sally Q, but this one seems pretty inarguable, named directly after the man himself. And Corporal Bill Bullet, a badass name, but also a reference to Bullet Bills from Mario. Moving forward and looking at Infiltrating the Airship. Something interesting and worth talking about, the original Flash version included this preloader slideshow that gave some additional insight into Henry being taken in by the government. Henry must be taken alive. Warning, may be considered to be extremely lucky. Remember your training. Don't mess up this time, Ralph. His house is being heavily surveilled, with cameras in his bedroom, backyard, front door, and garage. And within that garage, we could see Henry's iconic scooter and the police car he would have stolen in the badass bust-out rank of escaping the prison. I imagine that if this opening sequence were redone and adapted into this new collection, this would have been removed to maintain the potential of any continuity and all ranks being canon. So instead of redoing that and fitting it in, it's just kind of cut all together in the collection. I guess it was deemed that what we see in the existing intro was good enough for setting up the game. Many have pointed to the file they have on Henry as being evidence for one particular ending being canon. But this is actually totally randomized. You will see small references to different potential endings on each playthrough, further building on that idea that all endings are canon. This is taken a step further in the remaster, with the images on this notebook being tied directly to whichever ranks you most recently achieved in the other games of the collection. As I move through the game, same as always, I will only be including paths and fails that actually include references. So right off of this first opening branch, if we first choose the earpiece, acid itself is rather generic. I just like the pun in the fail text, I can't stand acid either. And then the vacuum, which it took a while to hear what this guy was actually saying. I think I nailed it down. In this small cutscene, with the members of the Top Hat clan around the table, many of the top hats themselves around this table have been changed to be a little more distinct. We see Winston Davis. He's really fallen from grace since his time with the police. And really, that's directly Henry's fault. We knew what happened to his old partner, Ted McAdams, taking a security job at the museum, but poor Winston fell far further after that incident. The bio may even be joking about the fact that there have been so many failed trials and that singular success, referring to multiple investigations. I mean, a success from our standpoint. He may have ended up in jail. And apropos of nothing, just kind of throwing it out there, I want this mug. I just think it looks like a good size, shape, color, and with a simple yet effective logo, while still remaining obscure enough that coworkers seeing it on my desk wouldn't think I was into some weird nonsense. Fun for anyone who's in on it, easy enough to explain away to those who aren't. Hook me up. Having some weird piece of futuristic sci-fi tech in every game has become a recurring element. One thing per game comes Gadget Gabe approved. This game would be the Transdimensionalizer. I also believe these have never worked. Gabe might not be the most reliable seal of approval. With the glue, Winston Davis mentions in that same cutscene how new he is.
Well, I'm still kind of new here, so I'm not really sure what to say.
There is the extra quick little addition of a goon commenting on a jammed door. Before, we knew Henry was running from something or someone, but never saw anything specific. It's kind of a silly gag that the door jams, but it has a more clear reason for Henry to bail. The gravity bubble, this isn't a reference, but as a fun fact, Puffballs said in our little interview that this was his personal favorite fail. It's just generally a fun concept, and the idea of the buttons being so unclear and the resulting fail text is something he's very proud of. When choosing Charles, other than just being the first of many amazing contributions from Charles, it sounds like he's singing the beginning of The Planning in Rossini's William Tell Overture. Quickly while we're here, Charles's helicopter targeting system looks so familiar. I thought maybe it was Star Wars or Star Fox. Maybe it's not a reference, but if someone recognizes that one, please help me out. The Robo Helper is a obvious robotic version of Tails from Sonic the Hedgehog with copyright-friendly sound effects. Remote access, where the hidden door opens from, had to be slightly changed because of the new background, and the fail text was also changed. Originally, it was a line from Quad City DJ's Space Jam theme song, but maybe being a word-for-word part of the lyrics would have had some sort of copyright or trademark issue. Instead, it's been changed into a small coding joke with, whoops, wrong subroutine, choosing Bone Melt. And once we end up in this room, Ninja Star, while not being made particularly obvious, I believe the Ninja Star is a very general reference and tribute to Stickpage. Most of the games in the series have been sponsored by them in the past. Their website is usually in the bottom corner there. One of their splash screens for their branding included a Ninja Star, which is one we even saw in some of these Henry Stickmin games, and so I think that's Puff just kind of leaning into that a little bit. The fail text reads, "How could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you," which is a quote from the animated version of Mulan, and if you click on the MULAN within that sentence, you earn an achievement. Famous movie line. Well, maybe not that famous.
You missed! How could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you!
Falcon Kick.
Falcon!
This is a reference to Captain Falcon's down B move in Smash Bros., but it's also a callback to Stealing the Diamond, where Henry attempted to do the Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch!
This is further built on with the fail text, "I think you put too much energy into it that time." With the punch, Henry barely made any flame. Here, with the kick, he overshoots and burns himself up entirely. He's trying to get that Goldilocks Falcon move middle ground sorted out. Spook! After one of my own personal favorite successes, we end up down in the vent with a Mass Effect-like conversation wheel. Make animal noise. It's not a success or a fail, actually, but you earn the achievement Barnyard Blitz, which itself is a reference to Ballroom Blitz. But none of it seems to have anything to do with anything. Making animal noises is not a Mass Effect joke. My best guess here is that you make a sheep noise because the main character in Mass Effect is Commander Shepard. It's a little abstract, pretty funny. Barnyard Blitz is also the name of a Team Fortress 2 payload map. We know how big of a TF2 fan Puff is, so that's the most likely angle he was going for there. If we reroute the power, this is the correct option, and less of a reference and just a funny nonsense happenstance, Charles reroutes the power to a random room and ruins the photos in this dark room. Making this random photo lab guy's name Alcohol. A bit of wordplay on alcohol may feel out of place, but alcohols can be a common way of processing photos. How educational. I have no idea what these photos have to do with anything, or if there's any larger Joker payoff there. I don't think so. I think it's just a bad luck for this one guy, just caught up in all the chaos. Flashbang. While that itself isn't exclusively a Counter-Strike reference, when it's combined with Fire in the Hole, that screen flash, and a ringing sound, it's all from Counter-Strike.
Fire in the hole!
This was re-recorded so as to not come directly from that copyrighted source.
Fire in the hole!
A copyrighted Counter-Strike source? Ha ha ha, I'm funny! Moving on to the banana bomb. Everything from the name, design, bouncing, and countdown are all directly from the Worms franchise. I appreciate the small physics correction to having the exploded airship fall backwards now, as it's no longer being thrusted forward. And if you click on that fail screen text, We get a jingle and a pronouncement that references Donkey Kong 64 when collecting golden bananas. This was recreated pretty faithfully here. The music isn't much different.
Oh, banana.
Oh, banana.
And that N64 logo, the trademarked one, was swapped out for a silly recreation that is instead the top hats. Doesn't make a lot of sense, like 3D spatially. You know, it's a cylinder instead of anything blocky, but it still works. The Force Gun. At this stage, Puff had already made the switch to calling them ranks instead of endings, so the ranks didn't need to be renamed the way they were in the previous installments. And here we earn Government-Supported Private Investigator. Going back to Infiltrating the Airship, the very beginning branch, we can choose Cannonball. When using the Cannonball thrusters, one of them is shot, causing it to boost at full throttle. This is how shooting thrusters works in Gary's mod. And then Chair. The way the chair spins in place before taking off is very Sonic-like. The Flash version even included a quick Sonic sound effect, but that was done away with for the copyright-friendly remaster. And I like how the guy in the gray hard hat was changed to instead be wearing a regular hard hat underneath a top hat. It's necessary to maintain both style and function when you're a part of this crew. Boost. The big purple booster is taken from Diddy Kong Racing. You get the big boost when stacking 3 booster balloons in that game. And while it seems pretty generic, it's almost totally confirmed in the Flash version through this very specific selection sound effect, and somewhat the boosting sound itself. When those are replaced, it's much less obvious. And then for some reason, we switch over to a Sonic reference with "gotta go fast" being the fail text. Gotta layer all that together, why not? If we eject and then do nothing, there is just a sly joke about having 2 QuickTime events in a row, which the game actually sticks to. This path has no more QuickTime events after completing that second one. Metal Fist, I think it would have been cooler if you turned into a rhino. With a little extra text at the bottom that is in the Flash version only, rhinos are difficult to draw. I thought maybe this was a reference to The Amazing Spider-Man 2 when looking at the collection only. It turns out Infiltrating the Airship came out before the first trailer for The Amazing Spider-Man was even available, and when looking at that extra line in the Flash version, I think it's just that Puff didn't get the chance to execute it how he originally planned. Maybe he tried drawing a metal rhino a few times and didn't like the look of it and just scrapped it. No one would have ever known. Warp. It might be unclear what a little white Lego brick has to do with warping, but this was actually an ability in Lego Racers. It was even a white brick specifically in that game. The blue dome that covers you, the wavy dimension you soar through are all lifted straight from Lego Racers. It's funny when nothing else that's going on has to do with like go-karts or anything, but hey, I like that flexibility, fitting in those references wherever you can. Beans. The can itself says bean there, which is a simple and effective pun, which is lost in the remaster. And locked up here is an old friend of ours, but I'll talk about that a little later. Metal Bend. The idea itself is a Last Airbender reference, with the fail text, "You're a bender, Harry," a quote from Gandalf. This is kind of layered. It's a play on "You're a wizard, Harry" from Hagrid and Harry Potter, and the memes of swapping out the word wizard for any inane thing, as well as the meme of misattributing quotes, especially to characters from other universes. This whole format popularized through a similar back-ass words quote, all just reworked to be more Henry related. It's less of a layered reference, and more just building off of this stacked chain of memes that people have built up over the years. And I personally can't not read it as "you're" instead of "your." You're a bender, Henry. Hagrid is too ingrained in my brain. The Techno Trousers. These come directly from an old Wallace and Gromit short, although they've been renamed simply to Robot Pants now. Makes that a little bit less on the nose, but it's still unmistakable. Rocket Jump. While rocket jumping was a physics exploit popularized in Quake, Valve made it an actual feature in TF2, with the soldier using it as a legitimate and rather crucial skill. When we encounter the right-hand man on this bridge, there is a horse neigh, although I have no earthly idea why. We're presented with the battle options of Dirk and Yo-Yo. Choosing Dirk initiates a Final Fantasy-themed battle, while Yo-Yo is instead Earthbound. Each of these is then layered with its own references. I will start with Dirk. Choosing Blitz, when right-hand man shoots you with the chain gun, it does leaked damage. His weapon was also changed to a chain gun instead of this Gatling gun-like thing. I don't know guns. It's kind of a recurring shortcoming in my playing of this series. As a general leet speak reference, right-hand man deals 1,337 damage. Leet. When Henry uses tools, he busts out a chainsaw. This is actually a weapon first used by Edgar in Final Fantasy VI. He even briefly dons the old school goalie mask, which would have also been worn by Edgar. The Blitz command and resulting suplex also come from Final Fantasy VI, and the achievement earned by working your way through this section includes a pun on the character Locke. They are from Final Fantasy VI. It's really starting to seem like maybe that's Puff's favorite Final Fantasy game. If we instead went down the yo-yo branch, you can bash. This is very specifically a NES item in Mother 2, and the fail text mocks us for thinking it would actually be an effective weapon in battle. Tell that to my friend Kirk when he cheeses our Smash battles with the yo-yo. I doubt Kirk will ever see this, but you're officially called out, bud. Defend. The best offense is a good defense. It's just a funny warping of a common piece of advice. Winning either battle will earn its own separate achievement. Dirk, then Tools, earns Last Reverie, changed from Last Fantasy in the Flash version, while Yo-Yo, then Goods, earns Bound to Earth, each description just being a play on the series or franchise or game that they're riffing on. In their descriptive texts, should have kept you locked up, and oh my goodness, each having their own character references. Lock Cole is in Final Fantasy VI, and Ness is from Mother 2. Beef Up! Our new Beef Up is much healthier. This one comes in low sodium, although that probably just means it's high in fat. They always trick me with that switcheroo. I'm on to you, food marketers. Glider. The general design, especially with a big initial in the center, is just like the ones introduced in Mario Kart 7. The jingle that plays when Henry lands the glider comes from Pilot Wing 64. Cannonball, hit the target. For the remaster, Puff made his own version of that track. One of the boxes in the background has poison, do not eat. After using the parachute, the fail text is simply Butterfingers. Clicking on that word makes a few Butterfinger candy bars pop up, and you earn an achievement. This soundbite is actually from Spider-Man 2 of all things.
Easy now.
Butterfingers. Butterfingers.
Out of context, it seems so random I would never guess that. Interestingly, it wasn't even re-recorded or swapped out in the remaster. It's about 1/4 of a second long, so I'm sure no one will notice. The missile. It was changed from something somewhat generic looking, although still quite cartoony, to a design that is much more directly a Worms reference. I believe that was the intent in the Flash version as well, but now there's no denying it. And when using it against the helicopter, we miss entirely. But upon retaliation, the helicopter gets a crit on the airship. This is based on critical hits in Team Fortress 2. The Flash version even used the associated sound effect. This has been confirmed by Puff himself.
Return fire!
Tank. This white tank has always been a Newgrounds reference, especially in the way Henry bobs up and down in it as he drives away. It's pretty well the exact same animation as when the tank men would drive around in the official Newgrounds preloaders. But the selection screen redesign really sells that overall comparison. Henry's Pardon is dated 2013, which is the year the game was released originally, and I just like noting that for the sake of mapping out the overall Stickmin timeline and continuity. There's a quick joke at the bottom here that's easy to miss, explaining that this pardon is only valid if the recipient can properly pronounce library. Something else amazing I only just noticed for the first time while making this video, despite the fact that it's in both the original and the remaster, I simply didn't notice before, we can totally see the tower from the CCC in the background. Across all these games so far, we're getting a really strong sense of where things exist spatially. There's some arguments to be made for temporally, but I think at this point that's also quite determinable. The nighttime end scene for Relentless Bounty Hunter was changed to daytime for the continuation of the running gag with the end screen suns having a shoop-de-whoop meme. And also just for carrying on the fact that that scene was ending in the daytime. But I'd like to think it's mostly for the shoop-de-sun. The sun-de-whoop? I'm not sure what to call it. If we choose dummies, this instead earns Rapidly Promoted Executive, where Henry instead teams up with the Top Hats. The way Captain G yells out Henry's name may be a reference to Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Henry!
I tried to zoom in on a few key documents throughout the game, like this one. It seems by this point Puff had switched to doing scribbles instead of hiding tiny text jokes in the game. On the desk, we can see the beginnings of a devious master top hat plan. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, profit, and Step 4, unknown. This is a reference to the Underpants Gnome's secret plan in South Park, but in their plan they swapped the ordering of a blank space and profit. On the computer, which features a Top-Hat operating system instead of Windows, and Dropbox is instead replaced by Plopbox, we can also see that the background is set to a very simplistic version of Bliss, the default background Windows has frequently used on devices since 2000. Small tangential fact, because of that, there have been arguments made that it is the most viewed photograph of all time. You can click on the TF2 icon on the computer screen for a bleh from the TF2 Scout, also earning an achievement. Back at the initial airship with the sticky hand, it's not a reference, but I just love these things. Whenever I was allowed to pick a toy at the dentist, I grabbed one of these. When we left, I would slap it against the inside of the car a few times, and then it was too lint-riddled to ever use again before we even got home. I did that every time. 0 point energy. I just find that kind of funny. The name is a concept in theoretical physics, but turning it into a literal point of the hand is pretty hilarious. But the credit for the pun goes to the Incredibles. In the Flash version, we saw Henry with a glove of sorts, much more like Syndrome, whereas here, he's just using his regular hand. Ball and chain leads to the fake-out ending of Lightning Quick Larcenist. It's never been made clear what the deal is with this teddy bear or why the Top Hats felt it was necessary to stick him in their safe. He kind of reminds me of Mr. Burns' Bobo, but that might just be a result of being a somewhat generic teddy. Not really sure why Rupert appears to begin aiming his gun at us. I mean, dang dude, we tried our best. A Winner Is You comes from the 1986 NES game Pro Wrestling, which itself is a result of a poor translation into English, similar to something like All Your Base Are Belong to Us. That's it for Sticky Hand. 2 fails, literally no successes. So we'll instead go to the grapple gun. For the Joy Buzzer, the original fail text, "Alan, please add details," is a reference to Hitman Blood Money. There's this pretty random object, the kitchen crate holster, which apparently a dev, Alan, missed this note and forgot to add details. So instead we have the note making it into the game. This has been changed to "Remind me to never shake your hand." So he either did away with the joke because it was too obscure, or this is a remaster payoff, and hey, Alan finally added those missing details. The bombs, which I thought at first were Zelda bombs, but they are instead Bomberman. This is really sold by the way the bomb throbs and expands before exploding. I hate that sentence. If you're unfamiliar with that series, bombs in-game explode in grids, with the basic pattern being a small cross. Henry has nowhere to run, he's in a straight line with the bomb, cornered, and that would be a very common way of blowing yourself up in Bomberman. The fail text suggests that you should have used the remote bombs instead. This is a possible upgrade throughout the series that would allow you to safely detonate once out of harm's way. Wait, I'm pretty sure this is the first time in a QuickTime event or otherwise that doing nothing resulted in a success. You can grab the key to begin a special quest. I'll save that for after the fails to explain in greater detail. However, the actual key get phrase itself references what is now a pretty common video game trope, but one that I'm fairly certain originated with Shine Get in Super Mario Sunshine back in 2002. In the Japanese version of that game, there's this awkward bit of translated English of Shine Get. In the English version, that was fixed by simply showing Shine, but this version was shared around enough to really become its own thing. I love the change of the computer icon instead being more like the DVD video bouncing logo, and just narrowly missing the corner. The computer, Henry simply goes and starts playing a game of Civ 5, with the fail text, "Just one more turn," and for anyone who has ever booted up that game, holy cow can it ever suck up your evening. Maybe even a week or month if you're not careful. I really like the faithful recreation of that hex gameplay, including the little city of Stickholm. There are the same folders as before, with some additions. Secret files, research, Miss ASCII, RPG Maker 1998, pirated MP3s, torrented movies. I mean, these are bad guys. And downloaded cars. Hey, I mean, if they're willing to download a movie, why would they stop there? And cat gifts? Oh, super evil. Really though, that was like the stupidest ad of all time way back when. Obviously I would download a car. Through the vent and choosing teleporter, a staple of the Stickmin series, it's been featured in every game so far, going all the way back to crossing the pit. You know, the non-Henry progenitor of the series. Stretchums, that really grinds my gears, is a pretty generic saying, as well as a fun play on words. Maybe it's a play on the whole Peter Griffin thing, I don't know. It's a common enough saying to not necessarily be a reference. But I also wanted to point out the little tiny raffle hidden at the bottom. Magic pencil. While many different games have had magic drawing pencils like Scribblenauts or Harold and the Purple Crayon, this one appears to most directly be referencing the Frankendoodle episode of SpongeBob. Leap. This room has been changed and we can no longer see who is in the holding cells, including that passed out guy. I really wanted to know what his deal was. We were robbed by never getting a fainted guy bio. Wizard magic. Failing in a spectacularly disastrous way is something that might occur to your D&D character when attempting something difficult and rolling a 1, which is a critical negative. Hack. This is simply filled with great puns. What, shocking, current, and ohm. The commitment to that bit is electrifying. And hovering over that text earns you the lol achievement, Retro Glove, which is a Nintendo Power Glove, which was itself a NES accessory, and of course has been renamed. At least without prison bar style cells, that guy no longer has an easy view to laugh at us. After using the paperizer, in the Flash version, for some totally unknown reason, there appears to be a yellow canoe? I don't know what's up with that. We have a gyroid from Animal Crossing, which has remained across both versions, while every other thing around the room appears to be totally new. Although I think this one in particular is simply an alternate, more decorated gyroid. This red, fez-like hat looks like something you'd see on a Christmas nutcracker or an Ottoman soldier, but it is a specific reference. This is meant to be the Stout Shako, a soldier hat in TF2. And this purple jacket is from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So we have two different cosmetic items from two first-person shooters. Between the golden gun from 007 GoldenEye, yes, I know the gun originates from the movie, but this is very clearly like a video game-centered room. An 1887 sawed-off shotgun from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and while you'll see sawed-off shotguns in all sorts of games, movies, and media, Modern Warfare 2 was confirmed by Puff. And the Elite Energy Sword from Halo. So the running joke here in this lineup is wildly overpowered weapons in their respective franchises. Then we also have a giant coin that is likely from Mario, but could apply to so many different games. This is something I've never really thought about before, but I booted up 3D All-Stars the other day and was messing around with Super Mario 64, and I suddenly realized the scale in that game makes it so that the coins are like 3 feet tall. So I have to think this is joking about the in-game scale of coins. The Fez purple jacket and Viking helmet are also rather generic, and while the golden top hat seems significant, I couldn't place it to any specific characters in the bios. Mr. Goldblum had a yellow hat, but it never had a golden sheen the way this one does. On the walls we have a bunch of references in the paintings. We have the Final Destination stage from Smash Melee, which Puff has acknowledged on Twitter as being intended as a reference to the Fox-only no items meme. After that, we have the Mona Lisa, a long cat meme, the TF2 Scout, more accurately the Scout Face or Derp Scout, American Gothic by Grant Wood, and more of Piet Modrain's squares, which we also saw in Stealing the Diamond. Phew, there's a lot in this room. Now we can look at some of the actual options. The Claw Pack releases a mechanical version of Kazooie, who is carried around in a similar blue backpack by Banjo, with the sound effects also being very Kazooie-like, with the fail text joking about it definitely being a claw and not a bird. The way the backpack claw attacks Henry is a recreation of an idle animation from Banjo-Kazooie. It's also a relatively common way that Kazooie messes with Banjo across the series, doing so in various cutscenes, things like that. Gravity Manipulator. This was originally Gravity Gun, which is directly from Half-Life. In-game, there are two options with the gun, one button that draws things in and one that launches them away, as described in the fail. leaving Shrink and Grow to be the only remaining and successful option. Shell is then directly a green shell from most Mario games. Propane Tank itself is generic, but the fail text is very directly referencing King of the Hill, with Hank Hill working with propane, always talking about propane and propane accessories. It even includes his classic, "Tell you what." We fail floating away on the umbrella, which as a concept is very Mary Poppins-like, with the fail text referencing her song, A Spoonful of Sugar. Armor, previously Power Armor, is referring to the T-45 Power Armor from the Fallout series. As we're plummeting to Earth, we land in the midst of the CCC's operations with another tower seen in the distance. It's likely also theirs. There's a load of fighting and a crazy amount of bios. I had to watch this scene like 8 times to find and click all of them. We have versions of Ryu and Ken, with our Kent character here doing his signature shuriken on Ryu. Their bios both refer to specific Street Fighter plot beats. Samuel Mundy, our TF2 sniper stand-in, returns from stealing the diamond, although this time he is murderized by our newly appearing Jacques Latouche, our new TF2 spy stand-in, who we haven't had in these games before. I don't believe the spy was ever named in TF2, although we do know he's French, so Jacques is a good French name, with Latouche playing around with the idea of him needing to get up close with enemies. Backstabbing enemies is the spy's most reliable way of dispatching them, especially when sneaking up on snipers. In the Flash version, you could quietly hear the domination sound effect straight from that game. This sound would play when someone gets killed by the same player 4 times in a row without them getting a kill against you. It is entirely absent from the remaster. In the CCC office, we have this new bulletin board. Most things are left totally generic and just as scribbles, but we have a poster from the museum's Dino exhibit from the previous game, and another recurrence of Newgrounds' Angraface. L-Cut MK2, probably standing for Laser Cut Mark II, then cuts the airship out of the ground and launches it into space. We should take our problems and push them somewhere else. Directly quoting the heavily memed Patrick Star. DEB, Deb, for some reason was changed from Dark Energy Blaster to Dark Energy Bomb, but it's still a cataclysmic event that wipes out everything. It's actually the only fail in the series without a fail text. That's how thoroughly it wiped everything out. This giant, vaporizing blast is likely a reference to the single-player mode Subspace Emissary in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Gaben ending, a repeating sound bug is common in Source Online games, the engine Valve uses to make their own games. Gabe Newell is the president of Valve, and his common and affectionate nickname with fans is Gaben. It's a little bit more of like a meta reference, I guess. Loading this causes everything to crash. The file is not found inside the HL3 folder. A joke about Half-Life 3 not existing. Kinda sad that that joke still works in the remaster 7 years later. Prototype summons a few flying jetpack-wearing soldiers. They were apparently designed by brothers Mert and Bert Steele. Cool names, guys. And were then third jetted by the rando Mordecai Booker. Couldn't think of a better way to say third wheeled without wheels. I don't think this is an exact reference, but losing your expensive military-issued war machine in the desert when you stopped for a quick bathroom break is a shared story beat with the Tankmen series.
I knew it! You lost her, didn't you?
Well, I wasn't gonna piss in the tank. I just temporarily forgot where I left her.
Considering the Newgrounds references, that could be an homage. The option results in successfully stealing the ruby and the pure-blooded thief ending. Now we can circle back to the key on the desk. Grabbing that begins your quest. The key is used to free our boy Dave Pampa, who later drops a flash drive in the vault. Later, when the CCC gets involved, when they are choosing their discs, the flash drive will be present if you collected it. Grab the flash drive here and remember the code 1214. This note is addressed to Carl, and while we actually have 3 Carls in fleeing the complex, there's Karlov Chernik, Carl the Clown, and Carl Pinkerton. None of them seem to really apply to this situation. It appears to be a character we just simply never meet. At the beginning, choose the earpiece path. After the vacuum, we can enter that code on the wall. Something I didn't really notice until editing, the Flash version used a very iconic Zelda jingle for unlocking the door. And I really like hearing Puff's interpretations of those, making it very similar but still distinct enough to not have any copyright issues. He's really good at that. Go back to the cannonball, and during this chase sequence, we can enter the now open door. Through this, we receive a special item. It was once the Big Goron sword along with a Zelda fanfare, which is an item from the Ocarina of Time, acquired through a series of item swaps and trades. In the remaster, it is now the Big Ol' Sword, and the fanfare is altered to be copyright friendly. Similar to how we saw with the shovel in Breaking the Bank. Importantly, this is the first game in the series where the various endings actually have completely different results. No matter what, Henry always ends up the complex in the next episode. Previously, every ending led to escaping the prison or stealing the diamond. These endings are very unique. No matter what, we always end up at the complex in the following episode. But I love that Puff not only acknowledges the uniqueness of these branches, but ensured all of completing the mission is built around paying off every possible story branch. The density of bios in these games is getting rather high, so this section will take a bit to cover. As usual, I'll only be covering the bios that actually have references included. Charles Calvin, we learn Charles's last name. There's no deeper anything there, it's just neat. Apparently Puff confirmed in a Twitch stream that Charles's last name came from his Discord. In the original Flash version, he would have never had a last name stated. Someone used Charles Calvin in a sort of fanfic, and Puff chose to run with that. It claims he's both one of the youngest and most experienced, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you really start to think about the in-game reality, it does appear that he's flying pretty well non-stop. So if he's their go-to guy, and he's always up in the air, yeah, he would have a lot of experience. Rupert Price, he was one of the police officers who's speaking to Henry in that opening scene alongside Dave Pampa. He's now working for the military. Jeffrey Plum, his large head makes it difficult for him to see, which makes no sense. Puff does what he can to distinguish these simple stick figure characters, and he gave this guy both a big head and squinty eyes. And I think he just decided to joke that those two things are somehow related, even though that doesn't make sense. Magnus Eriksson shares his name with the Swedish soccer player, but I doubt that's a real reference. It's not played on in the bio at all. Although, on closer inspection, Durbert Daniels, I just love that name, is busy playing the new mobile game Between Us 2. Innersloth is also known for their hit game Among Us, which actually just had a sequel announced shortly after the release of the Henry Stickmin Collection. You might notice that it's listed as a mobile game. Back when Puff first started working on this years ago and was probably writing up those bios, it was at that point only a mobile game, and the idea of a sequel was probably pretty far off. It's funny that that's now a reality. Handsome Harold is listed as having 18 charisma, which also leads me to believe that his top hat is intentionally somewhat shaped like a D20, but that might just be my own wishful thinking for it all to layer into some nuanced D&D reference. Two-Ton Tony. It's suspected that he is the same Tony from Stealing the Diamond, Tony Franz. There, he was an undercover mafia money launderer. He switched because he liked the hours and style. The nickname seems like kind of a generic mafia nickname, but it might be a riff on Fat Tony from The Simpsons, or maybe even based on the real-life boxer Two-Ton Tony. Cup of Joe shares his name with a slang term for a cup of coffee, and he's a guy who drinks coffee. It's the sort of sparing joke that Puff used in this series that gets a kick out of me every time. Like Hatchman, the only role he serves in this series is to pop his head out of the hatch, so his name and bio are all just about the hatch. I love it. Terrence Suave has been made much more suave with the addition of a golden gun, although it is not the 007 golden gun seen earlier. Billy G and the description of them being not my lover are a play on Michael Jackson's song Billie Jean. Trunk TRNK, between his one giant arm and his name, this appears to be a mashup of Left 4 Dead 2's Tank and Charger. Harry Butts. That's just unfortunate. No wonder he wanted revenge. But could be a twist on Larry Butts from the Ace Attorney series. This is made all the more likely by some characters in that game joking with Larry Butts calling him Hairy Butts. Mr. Blank might be a play on Clue's Mrs. White, wielding a lead pipe, although his is rather rusty, which was never a part of the game. Naruto Kage is a play on Naruto, doing a full-on anime run like he would in that series. In a rare instance of referencing a real-life event, the last mention of outrunning bullets is a play on the planned Area 51 raid Facebook event. While characters from the Naruto series can dodge bullets, this highly specific phrasing is very likely pulled from that meme of an event. Bob Hoss is a play on Bob Ross, and it looks like he's been poorly drawn with details missing and lines all over the place. Bob Ross was a comic artist who would provide encouragement about not worrying too much, maybe if your lines were a little sloppy, with the bio playing off that. I really love the way that joke plays on itself in a few different layers. Mr. Brimley is just simply a wordplay about the brim of his hat. Nate Box, having not passed his close quarters combat training, is a play on the general gaming concept of hitboxes, and he's about to get bashed up close by Sledge McRush with his appropriate weapon of choice, a sledgehammer. Close combat, Nate Box, hitbox, that's what they're going with there. Sledge McRush is likely a reference to the Sledge character in Rainbow Six Siege, whose playstyle is rushing based. Nate Box may also be a reference to the popular Team Fortress 2 YouTuber Nate Fox, although the bio specifically mentions close quarters combat, and I'm not sure if that's meant to tie in some deeper way, like a running joke on their channel, as that CQC is typically more of a Metal Gear thing. Quick Draw. In that battle sequence, he lives up to his name, quick on the draw, but missing almost everything. I also like the way that our gunslinger-like cowboy has this silly in-between of a cowboy hat and a top hat. Really adds some unique style. And Goo Guy, I think this is simply mocking the idea of nicknames, particularly within the series. With awesome nicknames like Quick Draw and Slice, he just ended up with the worst name possible. Wilson Stone's bio simply confirms that there are different branches of the CCC, and at the very end here, our boy, locked away in the cell, Dave Pampa. His story so far started with him handing Henry the cake in prison. Next, he was working as a guard in the World War II section of the museum, then running and knocking himself unconscious, and here he is, yet again, captured by the Top Hats. Somehow, for some reason, I don't think that's ever explained. We are on episode 4, Fleeing the Complex. I'll quickly talk about the trailer released for the game, which is super uncommon for a Flash game. I'll keep it brief because I talk more about that in my history of Henry Stickmin Flashlight video, and a little bit again in my video on canon endings of the series. I've been doing a lot of Henry stuff lately. The joke of Henry being extremely lucky and difficult to contain carries forward from that Flash-only preloader in Infiltrating the Airship. The idea of redacting any specific information is super clever and makes it so every previous ending and rank is a legitimate potential arc of how we arrived at this point. This is further exemplified by their discussion of conflicting reports.
What do you mean by incident? There are conflicting reports. I guess whatever makes the most sense depending on the decisions he makes.
That is followed up with a mention of the infamous teddy bear.
And there is something about the teddy bear.
Which, interestingly, came in the fake-out ending in the previous episode. Not even one of the proper endings. Something that was unfortunately never explored further in Fleeing the Complex or completing the mission. There are no differences or major changes in the actual intro. We have simply been captured and find ourselves detained at the wall with Ellie, a brand new character. In the background, we have a long list of things you are to not do while lying here, which in its own way kind of reminds me of things to not do at a stoplight in SpongeBob. Simply zooming in wasn't a high enough resolution, I kinda had to root around in the game files. Do not smoke, plan schemes, touch,
No touching,
harass supervisors, be stubborn, burp, try a harebrained ploy/con, do magic tricks or attempt magic tricks, employ an escape plan that ends in a cartoonish or silly fashion, fight, swear, chew gum of any kind, seriously, no gum, bring your own food, no one told me, singing, touching a second time,
no touching,
or whistling catchy tunes. As per usual, I'll only be covering different branches and fails if there's a reference within. So for example, Play Dead is funny but it has no references, we'll skip it. Instead, we'll start with Boost Up. And for the early part of the video here, we'll first help Ellie up along with us and put off being a total jerk to her. But you know, that's eventually coming. There are two guards in the middle of a conversation, with one guy bragging about buffing his guy's damage.
And I'm like, look at how much I care. I don't care. I ended up buffing up my guys and doing like 70 damage.
That's funny.
He is Heath Stone, who loves talking about his favorite mobile card game, which would be Hearthstone. His conversation buddy is Isaac Binderson, who loves collecting random trinkets, with his name in bio referring to the Binding of Isaac. We encounter these guys a few times throughout the complex during our various branching paths and hear different snippets of their conversation throughout. Once we've heard all the possible snippets of that conversation throughout the complex, I'll string the whole thing together so you can hear the uninterrupted conversation later on in the video. Isaac's staff is most commonly cited as a Jaffa Warrior Matok staff from Stargate SG-1. But Puff has said he didn't base it on anything in particular. In the background, we have several square bricks stacked like an L Tetris block. While Distraction has taken on a life of its own and unexpectedly became one of the biggest memes of 2020, at the time, it was simply an unexpected payoff to what should have been a straightforward solution to getting past two guards. Dancing was never what anyone would have assumed when you picked Distraction. Now that Henry Stickmin has received second life with the collection, I don't think I've ever seen another Flash game transcend in this way. I'm seeing Henry Stickmin and Distraction memes everywhere. What a thing of beauty. We have since had a backstory on the Distraction dance. It is something Puff used to do to his roommates to annoy them while playing ping pong. This has been directly confirmed by him a few times. So that massive meme very much started as this small inside joke, and now all of a sudden it's in Fortnite. The meteoric rise of Henry Stickmin in pop culture is something I'll never get over. And the general idea of someone starting a dance and enemies joining in has been a Team Fortress staple ever since the introduction of the conga taunt during the Love and War update back in 2014. Servers would just fill up with nothing but dancing players. And considering Puff's long history with that series, I'm gonna go ahead and say that was intended. Sorry, what was this video supposed to be about? I got distracted. Bounce Bros refers to a special attack that can be performed by the Mario Bros in Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, the Flash version using a sound effect from that series.
I kept facing the same deck. I kept facing the same deck.
Tall Guy is more of a trope than a specific reference, but I bring it up still because it's one of those few key times where Henry speaks.
Hey, buddy.
After selecting Synchronized Takedown, we have the option of Judo Throw, which I had hoped was a play on Austin Powers incorrectly using non-judo techniques like Judo Chop, but it turns out this is a legit move. Ellie performs a Tomonage, or Rolling Throw, which is actually a takedown, not a boosting motion, so no wonder it fails. The lack of any prior teamwork is also a good reason. And more specifically than that, it is likely a reference to the Behemoth game Battle Block Theater, a game that's very popular in its own right, but especially among the Newgrounds crowd, as it was made by Tom Fulp, the creator of Newgrounds. So it makes sense why Puff would want to pay tribute to that. That game is equal parts competition and cooperation, which kind of makes sense for where Ellie and Henry are on their journey together. While there was never a Gravitor 1.0, we can assume that the Gravitor 2.0 is a second version of the gravity bubble device used by Charles during infiltrating the airship. They're just visually quite similar. It's unclear why the G, T, and R are capitalized. It doesn't seem to be short for anything, like the world's most forced acronym. I have no idea. It might just be like a trendy tech thing. Then having a wildly incorrect version of one of Newton's laws in the fail text is a small callback to airship as well when attempting to use the laser within your bubble. The Force is a direct reference to the Star Wars franchise, with Ellie opting for a very Darth Vader-like Force choke. There are a lot of randos who then escape at the same time we're doing our titular fleeing. I'll cover them quickly now instead of in the bios at the end, stopping on any that have any specific references. The bio section is probably going to be super lengthy, so if I can simultaneously talk about this scene and the characters, it helps sprinkle things throughout, and saves some effort of having to reconnect the bios to the scene covering them later on. I'm over-explaining it. This just feels easier to me. First, the guard Horace Johnson's bio joke about about his job only being interesting if the cell doors happen to open. Horace Johnson is a lot like Boris Johnson, but I see nothing else that really plays into that joke. Could just be coincidental. Running out of their cells, we have Mr. Cool. That's it, it's just his name. Wild Willie. While he looks a bit like Winston Davis, people commonly thought that this is where he ended up after joining the Top Hats. We instead now know that he thinks he's an 1800s prospector. It's a different character. There's a toilet wizard who practices fecromancy and wears a bath towel on his head. Gastro, his name, would be a play on the anatomical gastrointestinal tract. Yeah, just a weird bit of toilet humor all around. Punkhauser is a member of a German biker gang, one that we have not seen any more of. Punkhauser would simply be German for punk house. Uba appears to be some sort of frozen caveman now thawed out. This is our first look at what these characters' feet look like. It's never come up before in the series, and honestly, it's kinda gross. I don't like it. And Angry Mike, being a notorious desert wanderer, leads me to believe this is a riff on Mad Max. The alliteration is sadly dropped. Maybe everything about him is meant to scream, discount Mad Max. I mean, his mask looks like a band-aid. In the next part of the scene, there's a few more people fleeing. We have Jack Stickeye, the loud Irishman. This is a fairly obvious reference to YouTuber Jacksepticeye, although there is potentially another one later on. We'll get to that soon enough. And finally, there's Gus Garno. Everything about their design and name is lifted straight from episode 1's Gasgano, during the pod race sequence. I like that this relatively lengthy cutscene both starts and ends with a Star Wars reference. Feels like it really brings it home. For the first time in the series, we get this cool combo option where we pick one thing for ourselves and one for Ellie to do. Combining the sniper and crossbow, Henry does a full-on 360 no-scope on Ellie, which then gives the option of an MLG replay. There is so much memey gamer stuff squeezed into here, as well as just kind of mocking the over-the-top editing style of MLG moments. We gotta have a dubstep track. We have crappy versions of Doritos and Mountain Dew, Fight Me Mate, I'll Wreck You, an Obey hat, with the other guy doing a Thug Life pose. This is Ace Apex, the raddest dude at the wall, just a total bro. Loads of air horns. With that portion of the audio being taken from the famous Wombo Combo video, we can also hear the "Oh Baby, a Triple" meme soundbite that came about back in 2010 as a part of a Call of Duty Modern Warfare clip that was uploaded to YouTube.
Oh baby, a triple! Oh yeah!
The gun used here is the Chaytak M200 Intervention, which was sort of the go-to no-scoping gun in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. The original Flash version even directly used that sound effect. I have to laugh at the dumb gag of the purposely poorly written text having "Fight Me 9." It's just a stupid gag and I love it. R.I.P. and pepperoni, just goofy gamer stuff. Then at the end we have some quick Illuminati eyes, along with something that flirts with the first few notes of the X-Files theme seen in the Flash original. This earns the achievement XX Noob Slayer XX. The achievement icon here is dressed up like the Thug Life meme, or possibly even just the "deal with it" sunglasses, and Loud Sounds is making fun of the Major League Gaming editing trope of blaring as many sound effects as possible, as loud as possible, as was just seen in that segment. Just further building on some MLG gaming tropes and other nonsense. There is a lot packed into that small little section. When Ellie tasers Henry's grenade, we get this extra large explosion. It is possible that this is a nod to Minecraft, with electrified creepers making extra large explosions. As you would expect, pretty sure that's how bombs work. It's been suggested that the taser and sniper combo could come from Payday, as a mechanic in that game that comes about when the player is tased results in you firing around in random directions. I did end up asking Puff about that specifically, and he said it was an independent concept that he came up with on his own. not knowing the connection to Payday. So simply a coincidence on that one. And after blowing everyone away, we get a quick cutscene. I love the joke that of these two guys just standing in a non-moving elevator, neither one of them remembered to press the button. When we pass by, we attempt to subtly walk by the guards, with one of them paying us close mind. This is very similar to the suspicion meter used in the newer Hitman games. Blend in when the guard has his doubts, the piano cue and the Xbox doubt in the corner all come from LA Noire.
Oh yeah, we transferred from the 8th floor.
From the cafeteria? Nice trying, mates.
In LA Noire, you work as the detective Cole Phelps. Here, this character is Colby Phelps. In that game, when someone tells you a story, you can say it was the truth, you can accuse them of lying, or you can simply doubt. This doubt response kind of became a meme in its own right, but here it's referencing the game, not so much the meme. An interesting thing with the piano cue used.
Oh yeah, we transferred from the 8th floor.
Is that this would indicate that you have incorrectly doubted their statement.
You're rotten.
This is the sound of the jingle when you get it right.
Did you take any money? Wasn't any to take.
So either Puff intentionally used the quote negative jingle, because from our perspective, we're now caught, it didn't work out for us. But from Colby Phelps's perspective, he was right to doubt us. So Puff either intentionally switched those around, or, you know, it's just a genuine little bit of a slip up there. Trying to give the benefit of the doubt. The description plays off the fact that Cole's reactions could sometimes be a tad more intense than you would expect when playing.
You're maybe 5'5", 5'6" tops, and you wear size 11s? I don't think so, Eli.
The guy likes to fly off the handle over nothing. Great game, though. After toss, there is just absolute chaos outside. There's just so much going on here, and almost no time to process any of it, so I'll cover those bios later. While adrenaline seems like it would be a generic item, this one looks exactly like adrenaline in Left 4 Dead 2. I looked through as many real-world designs as possible. While there's not much else building on that reference, I think that's enough to say this one is for sure. While kneeing is present in many fighting games, specifically the knee, is Captain Falcon's move in Smash Bros. It really took on a meme-like quality of its own. And hey, we know from other games that Puff is a bit of a Captain Falcon fan. Ellie and Gregory get tossed out of the screen with a burst Smash Bros style, but the "you win, perfect" comes from Street Fighter.
You win! Perfect.
Obviously re-recorded for the remake.
You win. Perfect. You win! Perfect.
The fail text then pokes fun at the fact that we're mixing and matching fighting game references. It's been suggested that this is instead the Tekken Perfect, which is entirely possible. The quick waggling side-to-side move Henry does right before executing the knee adds one more layer to what is already a Super Smash Bros. Reference. This move is called dash dancing, and is useful both as an evasive maneuver and for advanced comboing. We can then make a face, which is a fairly random option and totally unexpected success. From here, let's first head to the truck. I'd like to do it in this order so I can point out something specific with the bios and help build it up to explain some larger reasoning of mine. Before I get to that, the heavy-like character is named Misha Sashova. Misha is the canonic name of the Heavy in Team Fortress 2, while Sashova is a riff on what he has named his own minigun, with Misha affectionately referring to that as Sasha. So this was lengthened out to make a Russian-sounding last name. Then we have Peter Waylands, and while he phonetically shares a name with Guy Pearce's character in Prometheus, his bio explains how he tried to scare people to lower the land value so he could buy it for cheap, but was caught by what is presumably Scooby-Doo and Mystery Inc. And finally, why I wanted to go to the truck first, we have Mark Emu. Trust me, this is going somewhere. This is directly the YouTuber Markiplier, with the name instead playing off of more of a cutesy fan nickname that he uses, Marky Moo. The bio is then riffing on his try not to laugh challenges, while keeping it in mind that in this section of the game we have a direct YouTuber reference. Let's now run over to the opening in the fence. We are ushered through by this green-haired guy before falling off the edge of the cliff. Originally, before we had the bios to confirm, in the Flash version, people commonly thought this was Jacksepticeye. You know, back when he had green hair. It made sense. We have Mark over in the truck, Jack over by the fence. Now we know better. Although, the reference here with this character does appear to be twofold. His bio is Sean S.E. Lemming. There is a good chance that Sean is playing on Jack's real name, Sean McLaughlin, and the S.E. stands for Septiceye. But Lemming, following this guy falling off a cliff, and then the crossguard-like Stopper character are all taken directly from the Lemmings franchise. Tying it all together, the green hair actually works for both Sean and Lemmings. So yeah, I guess Jacksepticeye kinda gets two references, 1.5 maybe, but it's more Lemmings than anything else. This character is also barefoot, so we're getting our second almost immediately after the first. Fleeing the complex is going full-on Tarantino on us. Our final option is the successful motorcycle. Through this, we earn the ending Convict Allies. And in the original Flash version, if you watch the entirety of any of the credit sequences, you will earn Credit to Team, with the face of Team Fortress 2's Heavy. Engineer is Credit to Team is something that Heavy will occasionally yell when taking a teleporter.
Engineer is credit to team!
This phrase has since taken on a meme quality of its own and was reworked as a reference here. Hopping all the way back to that maintenance vent. We can choose to leave Ellie behind after she helps us. It cuts to Ellie with an alert of Ellie will remember that, which is taken directly from Telltale Games. Most famously, their Walking Dead series, but I think most of their games from that era include this mechanic. We also get to hear a bit more of these two guys' conversation.
And he plays, "The gates are open." And I'm like, look at how much I care.
I really like Puff's attention to continuity in this sequence. We actually hear it starting slightly earlier since we didn't waste none of that time helping Ellie. What a sucker. Again, he's talking about Hearthstone, this time specifically the card Lord of the Arena, who proclaims, "The gates are open," when summoned. At this point, we would have heard everything there is to hear from this conversation, so here that is stitched together.
So at this point, he has only like 10 health left. And he plays, "The gates are open." And I'm like, look at how much I care. I don't care. I ended up buffing up my guys and doing like 70 damage.
That's funny. Oh yeah, last night I kept facing the same deck.
Command melody, starting from the skill straight down to the baton itself, and the diamond-based notes played are all straight from The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Interestingly, we had seen this baton before in the Stealing the Diamond remaster in that retro room. So I guess Henry must have swiped it at the same time he was stealing the diamond? The fail text jokes about playing an ocarina instead, like the Ocarina of Time. Pickpocket opens up a UI that comes straight from Skyrim. We can steal his Spear of Shocks, Fine Boots, which is pretty hilarious to see these goofy stick figure shoes in such great detail. He literally takes the shoes right off his feet. I hate the look of his toes so much. Seriously, what is it with feet in this complex? Ugh. Gold and silver ring, which comes straight from Skyrim. PDA, a personal digital assistant, which I totally don't understand. Even when this originally came out in 2015, no one on the planet was still using PDAs. Such a weird thing to include. I guess it's just meant to be junk? We have a receipt from Game Store, a riff on GameStop, in which he bought Duty Calls 12, which is obviously a parody of Call of Duty. Some candies, and a spell tome for the fake skill, Gas. A blast of gas that does 5 points of lingering damage for 15 seconds. A 10-pound weight, which again might just be joking about carrying garbage in your inventory, but probably more so about maxing out your carry weight. And finally, Monstrose Tooth, which comes straight from the Binding of Isaac. Classic Isaac Binderson. The best bit is that he doesn't realize his spear is gone until Henry collapses. He must have maxed out his pickpocket to 100. With the whoopee cushion, we get the two guards fighting and are able to sneak past. We are presented with 3 options straight from classic video games. The long shot from Zelda, Spring from Sonic, and Power Jump from Mario. Each one of them has changed sound effects to remain copyright friendly. The long shot, specifically an upgraded hook shot from the Ocarina of Time, goes a very long ways. It's literally a long shot. The long shot only hooks onto wood things. Luckily, you hit one. This is true of how you navigate using the long shot in the water temple of the original game. And the spring just has a quick and simple joke about how damn loud that spring actually is. After power jumping to safety, we peer down an elevator shaft looking for a way down from floor 17. Choosing button, the original elevator sequence used a Newgrounds song, Jazz in 3/4 by Karmas81. Once again adding TF2 for good measure, in that original Flash version, the sound of the elevator descending is the direct sound of pushing a payload. But I like the swap to La Gazza Ladra, or The Thieving Magpie by Rossini.
Boys, lunch is on me.
Brett and I agonized over what this song could be for so long. I was Googling every ballet soundtrack and classical symphony I could think of. I was Snapchatting clips to friends and sharing it on Twitter. I was so stuck. I eventually had to resort to reaching out to Puff. He actually did this elevator-style arrangement himself, which is pretty cool. When these elevator doors open, we have two characters with an orange beard and a brown goatee. It's been suggested that they may be stand-ins for Honeydew and Zephos from Yogscast. After floating down to safety, filling up the shaft and slowing our descent with the balloon, down in the bowels of the complex, as the map labels it, we are then left with this pit to cross. No, not that pit. If we then try to balance across the pipe, it collapses and we fall, with the fail text calling Henry a fatso? I mean, come on, the guy's only 110 pounds. The plunger boots are actually the claw clamor boots from Banjo-Tooie. The design is the same, but it's that little intro song that plays when putting them on that really drives it home. As that item comes with its own little theme song that starts in the same way. It has been confirmed that the AEIOU Moonbase Alpha reference in the plunger boots fail is only present because Puff wanted it in the game and couldn't think of anywhere to put it. Clicking it several times plays a text-to-speech robot that eventually devolves into utter gibberish. This itself is a reference to the fully unrelated game, Moonbase Alpha. There's a very popular video where the players just spend their time spamming the chat to break that game's text-to-speech. It's up there with one of my favorite videos on the internet. It's like 3 minutes long, you should absolutely watch it, and you'll start seeing it referenced in a lot of places. John Madden. So the boots themselves are very much a Banjo-Kazooie reference only, and the Moonbase Alpha thing is slipped in there just for the heck of it. Next, we do our best Jeffrey Plum impression. Or maybe it's supposed to be Wilhelm Craighouse? Could be either, but I'm mostly joking. I find it pretty funny that in these successive correct options, we first filled a balloon with our own regular air from our lungs before filling ourselves with helium. Seems like balloon and helium could have been used in tandem, no? Probably would have worked in the elevator shaft and across this pipe. I also love the deflating balloon sound that comes from Henry's lips. That's just great physical comedy. When Henry sneaks along the dock and we get the quick question mark alert, it's obviously a reference to Metal Gear Solid, but the additional line, "Just a box," is also a direct quote from that series. Just a box. Puff actually said on his own commentary playthrough stream of these games that both the Stealth Box and Five Nights at Freddy's are the only two references he did to games he hadn't actually played. We have our Gadget Gabe entry for this game with the Shadozer. I guess it's probably supposed to be like Shadowzer. The unseen stick is the deadliest. This is a quote from the League of Legends character Zed, the Master of Shadows.
The unseen blade is the deadliest.
Gadget Gabe is a recurring tech reviewer who is presumably named after Valve's Gabe Newell. His tips are usually super unreliable, so the fact that he gives this one a dicey review, I will be honest with you, this one isn't that great. Should inform us that this one ought to be extra terrible, yet he still gave it a seal of approval? Then we get salt in the wound with some fail text wordplay, really milking that pun. A remade, whistling version of Shadow's theme from Final Fantasy VI plays while reading the review. During this scene, we can click on the moon behind the cloud for a quick shoop-de-whoop attempt. This is the first one in the series to be on a moon. Usually they're hidden in the sun. But the poor guy gets interrupted before he can do anything. He looks so sad. Our successful option is Mario's Tanuki Leaf, which is the second successful Mario-based option in this pathway. There is actually an achievement to be earned through this path, Nailed It, for sticking the different landings. Henry falls flat on his face 3 separate times. If you click just before landing, when using the power jump, when climbing out of the vent after helium, and again when your Tanuki powers end, you'll then land on your feet and earn the achievement. The boat name, the SS Annie, is likely a play on the SS Anne from the Pokemon series. Both when we take over the ship from the captain, and when the crewmate takes it back, we hear the first half second of vacillation. The jockey theme from Left 4 Dead 2. In the remastered version, this was swapped out for a musical sting also used in Innersloth's other game, Among Us. I did eventually end up making the teased video where I cover all the references in Among Us, so maybe after this, if you still somehow have a hankering for more references, then you could give that a watch. The rocket fail, alongside the gag of using a car engine startup sound effect, which I still find hilarious, is a direct Kerbal Space Program reference. As you build your rockets in that game, it is easy to get the staging process out of order, resulting in a failed launch. Here, the parachute and engine activate at the same time, and by the time the thruster engages, it immediately crashes. Everything is, a little bit out of order. We know this is for sure a reference, as Puffballs is 100% a Kerbal fan, known from his animation Moonar 1. When selecting the dinghy, we race off and earn Ghost Inmate. As we're sailing away, the guards comment that we must be Smith, off to see his family. We can assume from the bios that they think we are Gordon Smith, who is often tired and sleeping on the job thanks to his newborn. I believe this is a continuation of a joke from Infiltrating the Airship. When using a disguise through the boardroom of that game, they think Henry is Smith, and he's told to take an escape pod to be with his wife, who is now in labor. If Gordon Smith is the very same Smith, it appears he gave up that life of crime with the top hats to instead find steady work out on the wall to support his family. He may be struggling, but that's really nice. Now here's something I'm seeing just going through the process of editing this. There's a personal digital assistant in this scene. What is it with these games? Why are these stick figures using this crazy outdated technology? I guess that makes its inclusion in this game a small callback. Back at our cell, if we instead choose Charge Tackle. This initiates a QuickTime event as we run through the halls. If we choose nothing, we are shot down. This would have been the first game in the series during its original release to feature a QuickTime event countdown timer like this. So the fail text specifically mentions the new timer. Since this quality of life feature was added to all episodes of the remaster, it instead now only says, "Notice that timer." I do prefer that the new timer counts down instead of up. Also, just from my perspective gathering footage, it's so nice to finally play a Flash version that has the map to navigate fails. That is again present now in all of the episodes, but it was something original to fleeing the complex. If we choose Sonic's speed shoes, we power up our run Sonic style and go crashing into the opposite wall. The remastered version has more of a fast car-like sound effect. The fail text, "Too fast for you," uses a common meme format of replacing 2 and 4 with numbers, like "too spooky for me," or crappy Sonic drawings with this exact phrase. I think the whole trend began back making fun of Too Fast, Too Furious. I could be wrong about that part, but the fact that they used a generic car revving up sound rather than Sonic running could be leaning into that a little bit. Maybe it's a coincidence. Acrobatics has us chaining together a combo in the style of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series, including the extra emphasis on a particularly well-executed move also comes from that game. Our front flip earns a elite amount of points, and the handstand is worth over 9,000. We then enter the next quick time. I love the self-referential humor, acknowledging the fact that all the rooms are simply decorated with an insane amount of boxes. If we again do nothing, we read, "You know, I don't think this guy knows what he's saying." My guess is that Puff used Google Translate or something similar for those German lines.
Warum ist die Pferd zu klein? Was? Nein, wow.
And is poking fun at himself for not really knowing what he's saying. It has been confirmed by Puff that he is really just stringing together near random German words.
Warum ist die Pferd zu klein? Was?
They translate to, "Why is a horse too small?" And again, when he supposedly shouts, "Hey, stop,"
Nein, wow.
he is instead yelling, "No stomach." Web throw is an attempt at a full-on Spider-Man swing. That doesn't work so hot with tied-up hands. While I originally thought this one was a typo, "Can you even shot web" is intentional and a play on the "How do I shot web" Spider-Man meme. Even if Henry didn't have metal clamps on his hands, with his limited fingers, I'm not sure he can do the proper Spider-Man web-slinging hand position. It's also possible that the way Henry faceplants could be a small nod to the way Spider-Man faceplants when failing a QuickTime event in the old PlayStation 2 movie tie-in Spider-Man game. Tool Gun comes straight from Gary's mod, and while that wouldn't be an issue in that game, here it results in us being banned for cheating. This anti-cheating screen is based on VAC, the Valve anti-cheat system. Item is the randomized weapon blocks of the Mario Kart series. Selecting this is the correct path, and cycles through several references before settling on Boo from the larger Mario series, turning Henry invisible. It's also directly a Mario Kart item. At least he isn't invisible to himself this time. There's a green shell, lightning, red shell, and banana, all from Mario Kart, with a shoop-de-whoop hidden in there. Clicking on this causes this weird shoop melon to pop out. I'm guessing the spotted green pattern is supposed to look like Cell from Dragon Ball Z, where the shoop originated. In this cutscene, the guy who phones in making the common mistake of mixing up Stickman and Stickmin.
It looks like Henry Stickmin. Yeah, Henry Stickmin has escaped.
We see that Dimitri has 2 degrees on his wall. I guess he had a little extra schooling in the 5 years since the Flash original. They are actually just copy and pastes of one another, both reading University of Trotska, which I believe is fictional. Stuff and words. More things to say are written here. Dmitry Johannes Petrov. He got a diploma from a school so he can be a good warden because of this diploma, that is all. Out in the yard here, the isometric view, tile grid, and arrow indicator for movement are all from Fire Emblem. I know Advanced Wars and some other tactical games have this too, but I think with the coloring and everything else, it more closely fits with Fire Emblem. If we choose the boxer Coco Kalinsky, a parody of Soda Popinski from Punch-Out, get it? Coca-Cola, Soda Pop. We get knocked right out in a Punch-Out style battle. Coco's bio refers to getting knocked out by Little Mac in that series. I also love Will Speck's big "oh" moment when we faceplant. He's the type of guy who laughs at a funeral. No wait, sorry. He's the type of guy who won't stop trash talking the other team when watching a sports game, even if they can't hear. Well, we heard this time, Will. We heard. If we run straight into the building, the lights are out and the Toreador March starts to play as a set of eyes glow. There's a quick cut to a version of Freddy Fazbear standing in front of us. Nothing really scary about that. There is a quick fail fake out of, that wasn't scary, before the world's lamest jump scare takes place. All of this is in reference to Five Nights at Freddy's, and we earn the achievement Spooked. It's 3 spoopy 5 me, you guys. If you remained on this fail screen, the Flash version of Freddy Fazbear could end up continually jump scaring the player. It may feel like some inescapable horror that was placed intentionally, but it has been confirmed that it was simply a bug. The achievement for finding Freddy Fazbear is titled Spooked and mentions being 100 haunted. This is taken from Video Game Donkey's video on Five Nights at Freddy's.
This game is actually 100 haunted at the minimum.
Choosing the tank was pretty well destined for failure. Everything about this scene is straight from Advanced Wars. And there's some classic fail screen wordplay. Gee, tanks a lot. And finally, Karlov Chernik initiates a Fire Emblem-like battle, one that is very close to the style seen in the Game Boy Advanced games of the series, which by far had the coolest looking fights. I love how well Puff recreated the beefy, weighty feel of the attacks from those installments. We can see another guard in this sequence carrying another one of those spears of shock. The moment of these wall characters trading hats feels maybe just like a throwaway gag, giving these characters something to do and talk about before we join in mid-conversation, but it could also be a reference to hat trading in Team Fortress 2, which is a really funny idea to take such a meta element of that game and turn it into some literal conversation these characters are having. Wolfing down a sandwich turns you into a big, rage-filled, beefy fighter like the Behemoth's Castle Crashers. The fail text is making fun of clickbaity headlines on, well, essentially any website at this point. Our costume is that of a snowman. The fact that one guard shouts about Frosty escaping before shooting us
Frosty's escaping!
might actually indicate that in this world, Frosty the Snowman is not only real, but locked up at the wall. Or would it be Frosty the Snowman? Frosty the Snowman being held captive is already funny to me, but it's even better to think that this snowman might be a Top Hat member. It makes you wonder what comes first, the physical top hat or your membership in the Top Hats? Because if it's hat first, then acquiring membership is outstandingly easy. This inclusion is also a self-reference to an old animation of Puff's Snowman's Gift, where Santa shoots Frosty. I like to think that the big, overemphasized chill is a reference to Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze.
All right, everyone, chill.
And his endless ice puns.
Chill.
And finally, there's weirdly a lot to this whole Frosty gag. Henry dressing up as a snowman to attempt his escape could be a reference to Red vs. Blue Season 12, Episode 8. For your own reference, it's 3 minutes and 18 seconds in, where they all choose to hide in snowman suits. If we choose the truck, we burst through the gate and begin an epic chase sequence. If we choose to do nothing, we are shot down with the text, "Not even close, baby." This is one of Video Game Donkey's signature catchphrases. If we choose bail, we eject with a big gliding parachute before being shot down. The fail text, "You should have followed up with a tether from your wrist-strapped grapple hook. What do you mean you don't have one of those?" Layers into this all being a reference to the Just Cause series. After we slam, the truck rolls and crashes, leaving Dimitri to monologue to us while we plan our next move. If we grab hold of Kirby's Warp Star, we are shot through the air and come crashing into a cell. This place seems familiar. Not only did we end up back in our own cell from escaping the prison, we've mimicked the jetpack fail result from that episode. That's honestly the perfect callback joke in my mind. Mwah! That earns a chef kiss. When foolishly choosing to surrender, we're simply locked back up again, this time in maximum security. What an honor is a little generic, but it might be taken from a recurring joke with Futurama's Dr. Zoidberg.
What an honor!
Taking something seemingly negative and thinking that it's some great privilege. Finally, we can simply wait out the QuickTime event. The truck rolls off the edge with Henry barely clinging on. Everyone leaves and we earn the ending presumed dead. One of the quick scenes we're shown is a Papers, Please reference, with the 2 big stamps and the credentials on the table in front of Henry. If you click on the moon again, we get a sad and defeated Shoop who can't even muster a proper whoop. Poor guy. After clicking the third and final Shoop moon, we earn Brugno. Getting real tired of seeing this guy. I guess the Shoop just never really works properly when it's a moon instead of a sun. The final part of this sequence was changed slightly for continuity with completing the mission. Before, we saw a plane taking off, assuming Henry was on board. Instead now, we see him wandering through the cold. I guess we still needed that passport scene to show him changing identities, even if he didn't fly away? I think it still makes sense. We're nearing the end of this massive episode. We have one more branch that leads to 2 different endings. Then we still have some more medals and bios to cover. Dang, these games are big. From our cell, we can wait for transfer. Here we have our fleeing the complex appearance of a Henry staple, the teleporter, featured in every previous episode of the game, plus crossing the pit. So far, we've had only one success in stealing the diamond. This time, it teleports us to an alien planet, starting right from those initial sound effects. We are then surrounded by zealots, who are interrupted from calling out their iconic phrase, "My life for ire," when they are mowed down by a Protoss Colossus. A random player, Bassin, taunts us, telling us to quit. GG no re would be a common post-match phrase in StarCraft and other RTS games, telling someone good game, but that you don't want to play again. Maybe people say that in other games as well. I just grew up playing StarCraft and remember that being a thing. Our teleporter success count is now 1 for 6. When using Sonic Pulse, the fail text includes this little emoji that I believe is meant to be the Newgrounds anger face. It's come up so many times throughout the Stickmin games, but is often a little more obvious. Considering it's a bit of a recurring joke, I would think that's probably for certain. In the fake illness fail, we get this transition sound effect in the Flash version, taken directly from Ocarina of Time when Link either falls in a hole or lava or some other thing where he needs to respawn in the level without having fully died. This has then been swapped out in the remaster. The Eat Me cookie comes from Alice in Wonderland. There are various food items in that series labeled in similar ways, which cause Alice to either grow or shrink when she eats them. How curious is a generic quote from that series as well, as Alice is constantly commenting on the curiousness of the things she encounters and sees. Laserplane cuts a nice hole in the floor for us, and once we drop down below, we grab a phone to call either the Top-Ats or the government. We also crush the heck out of this poor sap. There is a theory that the crushed guard seen may be Kyle Baxter, who we had seen cowering during the convict ally pathway. The main reason being the similar shoe colors. It's about all we have to go off of otherwise for this unnamed guard. So I think that's kind of a fun way to tie them together. This branching point in the map is referred to as Phone a Friend, which itself is a reference to the very same option given in the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? This phone call builds off of 2 possible branches from Infiltrating the Airship, where we either joined up with the government in government-supported private investigator, or became the leader of the Top-Ats in rapidly promoted executive. This is the first real moment of firm continuity in the series, where something in one episode directly builds off the events of a singular previous path from the prior episode. This sort of setup becomes critically important to completing the mission. If you advanced through this game having specifically only done the pure-blooded thief route in Infiltrating the Airship, neither option is available, because on that route, Henry makes no friends or connections. So you're actually unable to advance the game until you go back and unlock one of the necessary endings. First, choosing the aid of the Top-Ats. When calling, Reginald Copperbottom's ringtone is called Top Hat for Life. This is actually a chiptune remix of Gangsta for Life, which is the ending theme of the badass bust-out route from escaping the prison.
Yes, hello.
Neurotoxins would typically affect the nervous system, hence the name, and the brain is technically a part of neurology, so having everyone turn into shambling zombies kinda makes sense, sort of. Why not? I suppose undead is better than being fully dead. The drill pod comes crashing through a window in a way that feels very similar to our cannon entrance from Infiltrating the Airship. But that's more of a visual similarity than a reference. We have our presumably Austrian Top Hat member, Arnold Schwartz, a clear parody of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Schwartz is just shortened, but I love the way that his name is Arnold instead of Arnold to sound more like the way Arnold would say his own name. Between that, the tooth gap, the accent, and the flipping of one of his most famous catchphrases,
Get to the chopper!
Get to the airship!
The overall comparison's pretty on the nose, pretty inarguable. Slingshot itself doesn't include any references, but there is a medal stashed in the fail screen, one that intentionally messes with you as much as possible. Rather than myself navigating this whole thing all over again, experimenting with the different branches, I'm just gonna recycle footage from my own Let's Play of fleeing the complex. This seems like a good place to keep a medal. Click here for a medal. Well, I mean, you gotta work for it. That still seems too easy. Nah, I'm up here now. Now I'm down here. How did this happen? Whoa, this seems like a good spot. Sure. How's it going? Enjoying the game so far? Well, yes, I'm right at the end of it, and I did enjoy it all the way through. I'm glad. No problem. So, what should we talk about? I bet you don't know the capital of Mongolia off the top of your head. I bet you're just pressing OK without even reading what I'm saying. It's important. Don't skip my words. Dogs have feet. Press the sun and the sneaky ending. As a side note, giving this as a hint is a bit of a running joke in the series. During the good ball sequence of stealing the diamond, when there's a bunch of error pop-ups, we were also told the same thing. What? Alright, I got tired of that spot. This seems nicer? Which one is correct? That! Oh, you guessed right. I have a confession, though. They were both correct. Will you press the rightmost button? This is some circular logic that I can't possibly win. You liar! So's, don't press this button. Oh. This! You guessed right. They're both correct. This time I'll say, yes, you liar! I guess I'm a liar either way. Yes, it wouldn't have mattered. Don't press this button. Press this one. There we go. This button will take you back to the beginning. Retry's better than the menu. Fooled ya! Oh, a nice one. But now you have to press the retry button to continue. Guess I can't fool you, huh? Alright, take your medal. Oop! Come on, don't you want it? Try to corner it. That's the ticket. Easy, almost there. Careful, that's it. You did it! Claim your prize. Easy achievement. It's nice and easy. There, that's just much simpler for me. The magnet fail text acknowledges that the writer has no idea why that fail took place. They're fully admitting they've BS'd us a few times. I mean, we know that from the bunk Newton's laws, but it's good to hear them actually admit it. Nobody likes a liar or a know-it-all. Sick Ride has us making a daring jump from the complex to the airship with a magnificent return of Henry's stealing the diamond scooter. Reginald initially catches and saves us, only to let go and drop us into the waters below. Henry being betrayed and thrown from a height to fall to his doom plays out almost identically to Scar's betrayal of Mufasa in The Lion King. This earns the ending, The Betrayed. Something that was left completely ambiguous until completing the mission. Going back to that room after the laser plane, we can instead call for government help. Matching up with our main man Charles, who's apparently just ditching a mission that he's in the middle of. As we try to sneak through the cafeteria, we are totally busted. Thanks for the help, Wallace. Worst undercover agent ever. 3 years spent at the wall waiting for this moment, and he blew it within 4 seconds. This little doodad that we stick in the ground creates a bubble shield, which is directly the Z4190 bubble shield from the Halo franchise. After being unable to move, the fail text includes a cartoonified version of the Kappa Twitch emote. I like how it doesn't even look like other Henry characters, without the rounded head or iconic long eyes. Does that mean there's people somewhere in this world that do look like real humans? Or maybe it's kind of a reversal of logic. In the real world, we like to make emojis that are little round circle symbols simple happy face heads, and in the Henry Stickmin world, their emojis are overly detailed and look more like real-world people. Whether or not that was the intent, that is now my headcanon, because it's just too funny. Earthbend comes straight from the Earthbenders of the Avatar series. Who knew both Henry and some of the others of this world were benders? There's a fun through line of Henry being an Earthbender in this sequence, as that technically carries forward from the fact that we saw him metal bend in Infiltrating the Airship. So there's actually a consistent bit of continuity there of what bending art Henry has mastered. After we get nailed by a rock, we get a flash, shaky cam, and wasted, all from Grand Theft Auto. When I first read, "You were doing so well," it reminded me of when Bender meets God in Futurama. I was going to leave it out as it felt coincidental until I realized God is saying that to Bender.
You know, I was God once.
Yes, I saw. You were doing well until everyone died.
And we get that fail text during a sequence where Henry is a Bender. So maybe that was intentional after all? I really hope so. Flash is an ability straight out of League of Legends, with the icon and animations being pulled from that game. The ability allows you to teleport a short distance and appears to be far more reliable than the actual teleporter. Outside the wall, Charles now offers to help. If we directly choose Charles, we get to see him put the greatest plan into action.
This is the greatest plan.
I love that his little icon shoots us a confident double thumbs up this time. I also like the continuity of flying straight into the wall always being a fail. This plan is just some itch Charles has to scratch, and we never would have made it to this point if we followed the path of that fail in Infiltrating the Airship. So while we've seen this before, this would be his actual first time attempting it. He just can't resist. And the fail text acknowledges that yes, we the player have seen it before. Charles's sniper is an AWP from Counter-Strike. The original Flash version even used that exact sound.
Got him.
And while we're talking guns, guards in both the charge tackle scene and at the helicopter landing pad are using the Counter-Strike Go Galil AR. Thank you to dedicated and observant fans for pointing those out, because I just know nothing about guns. When choosing Snipe, Charles instead takes out Henry. Friendly fire on would be a reference to pretty well any FPS game that allows you to shoot your own teammates in a multiplayer mode, typically listed in the settings as friendly fire. I don't think it's any more specific than that. With our mini helicopter, it's possible that this comes from Sly Cooper, who has also used mini helicopters as a stealth gadget. And more precisely, an RC-style chopper was first seen in Sly 2, but more specifically was capable of dispatching guards in Sly 3. The mini helicopter will successfully yank this guard off the wall and allows us to sneak up, only for the alarms to be raised as everyone sees Charles approaching. If we jump off the edge entirely, it's kind of playing off the common action hero trope of someone being caught mid-air by an aerial partner after jumping off something tall. But we're simply dropped, poor communication. Report Charles, bad teammate, is again somewhat generic of an online multiplayer phrase, although I'm sure Henry shares some of the communication blame there too. Finally, by tackling Alex, we stop him from shooting down the helicopter while Charles lands on top of and crushes Kurdru. We are able to fly away together, earning International Rescue Operative. One of the Flash game achievements, Golden Boy, may be a reference to the Golden God achievement in the original Binding of Isaac, earned for 100%ing the game. That achievement still exists in the Rebirth remake, but its criteria to be earned has changed. Now we're left to cover every bio that I didn't squeeze into the actual fails and choices. I'll only include characters with direct references in their names or write-ups. Henry's bio itself refers back to the fact that he has escaped prison before, literally in escaping the prison. Dimitri's bio ties in directly to a quote from him while he has Henry pinned down.
There has not been an incident here in 50 years, and the day you show up, this happens.
Apparently, he's a super effective warden. But like, how old is this guy? He's pretty spry for an old-timer. While the character name Heath Stone is an obvious Hearthstone reference, we also have the interesting connection of the Stone family from Infiltrating the Airship. That poor, poor family. Heath is left to carry on the legacy, although I am reading into it. There is no confirmed family relation there. Nikolai Dietram gets a special acknowledgement for his incredible form and mastery of the Slav squat, which is a legitimate thing. Matthias Guardsmith, it's just funny to me that one of the only things he says is presuming that Henry is Smith as he escapes, and he's a guard named Guardsmith. Real creative on the naming there, Puff. Thormund Rylock relishes a challenge, which explains why he gets so darn excited before shooting Henry down when running through the halls. Frederick Spielin looks a lot like Dr. Robotnik. He's the German-speaking guy from before, and while Spielin is German for play, I think his name is supposed to be more of a twist on the old 80s toy, the Speak and Spell. You know, speak and spell and speak, spiel and speak. Maybe that's a stretch. Harold Cooper got his job at the Wall through Frederick. Carl Pinkerton is based on British comedian Carl Pilkington, known for his series An Idiot Abroad. This would be the bio portion about traveling the world, and his head looking like an orange is based on a running joke of people simply saying he looks like an orange. It's gotta suck to be kicked in the crotch by a guy named Stoneheel, who specifically has dense feet. Franz Ferd is kinda like the first part of Franz Ferdinand. They both have stashes, but this one doesn't quite have the Archduke's iconic duster. There's no reference in Jim Pinkson. I guess Jim is like jam. But he's a jelly boy, not a jam man. Jelly and jelly sandwiches. That's all this guy gets to be known for. In a place filled with Mirakovs, Krautzes, and Kurkowskis, we have Kato Ito, the singularly Japanese-named character at the complex, who is the one other than Henry who seems to be able to bend. Apparently, he's kept it a secret until now. The character name Ryan Halberd is possibly a mashup of Jim Halpert and Ryan Howard, both from The Office. That one's a bit of a stretch, it's right on a line for me. Ryan Halberd's father works on the Wall, but we either don't meet them or they have a different last name. Joe Joshin is the third character in the series to have a JoJo name. Just joshin' ya, there's only one other one so far. The first was Joseph Joe in Stealing the Diamond. Joe Joshin is less exact than Joseph Joe, but it still works. Joey Walnut, eating enough food in the cafeteria for 3 people, is based on Joey Chestnut, who has been ranked first in the world of Major League Eating. There's a chance that Sal Mann is related to Gary Mann, but his name also just sounds like salmon. Or more accurately, your dad's goofy friend who asks you to pass the knife so he can eat his salmon. Now would be a good time to talk about Gary Mann. Help break up the flow of just reading a bunch of bios. He is generally a reference to Half-Life's G-Man, with his name being a very clever combination that pulls from G-Man, Gary's Mod, and Manco from Valve's other game, Team Fortress 2. With a quick letter swap, you also get Gray Man, also a character from TF2. So there's a lot going on with the name Gary Mann. The clickable Gary Manns hidden throughout the complex are actually spread out, such that there is 1 per available route. Finding all 5 earns an achievement that carries on this reference. Rise and Shine and Wake Up and Smell the Ashes are 2 direct quotes from G-Man, slightly reworked to better suit the setting of The Wall.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
He is found amidst the chaos in the yard after Henry and Ellie are breaking out through the elevator, in the cafeteria during the earthbending sequence, again in the cafeteria when Henry calls the Top-Ats asking for help, on the dock while soaring through the air with our Tanuki leaf, and the shortest and probably toughest one, coming out of a building just after fighting Karlov in the Fire Emblem sequence. Now we can go back to some bios. Wilhelm Krieghaus returns from the airship, although in that bio it credited him for being great with technology. Now, after totally botching the simple card swiper, he is considered someone who struggles with technology. Sure Shot Sherman gets his nickname for being accurate with his rifle. He and Wallace Pemberton have the distinction of being the only 2 Top-At members that only appear in Fleeing the Complex. I've got to show some love for Thomas Chestershire. Even if there's no reference, not just for the classiness of the two monocles, but because he was apparently one of the only ones who actually liked Henry's leadership. While The Boys is a relatively new cultural phenomenon with the success of the Amazon TV series, I know the comics have been around for longer, but I don't think they were popular enough for this to be a long-term intended reference. It's kind of just stitched onto this bio here. Melvin is compared to Huey from that series, the nerdy character who loves hanging out with the boys, TM. The reference really isn't taken any further than that. And for seemingly no reason, he has a strikingly similar name to the 30th President of the United States, Calvin Coolidge. Dan the Man, which is his second choice for a nickname, he wanted to go by Dan of Steel, which is a riff on Man of Steel. But there's more layers here than that. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, there are several characters named after musicians and bands, one of which is named after Steely Dan. When localizing the series, there were some copyright issues, and his name was swapped instead to Dan of Steel. So Dan the Man here is pretty late to the party. He had to take his second choice name, with his first choice being unavailable because of a JoJo character's second choice name. A lot of name changing here. Quite a few people pointed out that Dan the Man could be a reference to a mobile game with that exact title. It came up enough times that I reached out to ask Puff about that one directly, whether it was an intended connection. He had never heard of the mobile game and did confirm that Dan the Man comes from JoJo. Little Mikey,
I love Little Michael,
is potentially named after the rapper or Mike Wazowski's little doll, but what seems to be most likely is something that a fan pitched me on in the comments, looking at the movie The Green Mile. The main character there is played by Michael Clark Duncan, and the bio states that he is innocent and was at the wrong place at the wrong time taking the fall for someone else, which is exactly what happens to Duncan's character. This could maybe be tied in with the Green Mile and these green shoes, and the Lil is kind of a joke because Michael Clark Duncan is a massive human being. It's right on a line from me between a stretch and completely genius. Polis Petrovich won a sweepstakes and got to name a planet after himself. This would be the Polis planet in Innersloth's other game, Among Us. Kyle Baxter is our singular bit of CCC representation for this installment. The concept of having priority during chaos incidents is quite interesting. Are there other equivalent organizations to the Chaos Containment Center out there? We already know that the CCC themselves has multiple branches. The lore grows. Now, we can wrap this all up with the last of the medals not previously covered. There was a little bit of a Where's Waldo in the original, but he's been changed now to Waldorf. He doesn't even have a bio. He's totally secret. Similar to the Where's Waldo books he's based off of, you just have to find him amidst all the other people. Waldorf is hiding behind some rocks during the final choice screen in the Convict Allies route. And there's roll call for getting all of the bios. There were a few others that were cut from the Flash version. Patron of Tunes comes from clicking any of the music credits during the various endings. 101 Failmation, a reference to 101 Dalmatians, comes from earning 101 fails. The game only has 60 unique fails, so it would nearly require playing through the full game twice, or you could just farm that number through some of the easier to get fails. Find the shortest one and just pump that up an extra 51 times. Master of the Wall for earning every other achievement, then clicking the text in the description. And with that, we have every bio, secret, achievement, Easter egg, all of that in Fleeing the Complex. What an insanely large video. I knew what I was getting into. I have no complaints. We are finally moving on to the newest installment, the final episode, Completing the Mission. The end of a saga. One that's not even a reference, but just an amazing gag early on is at the Top At base. There is this large landing pad that instead of having an H for helicopter is marked A for airship. That's just too funny not to point out. This game is much more linear than the others, but that doesn't make it any less complex or complex. And if anything, the references are more dense than ever. Completing the Mission is such a brilliant and fitting title. It matches up with the format of verbing the noun, while also literally being a statement of the series' finality. This will complete everything from more than a decade of animated fun. Starting with government-supported private investigator, and fleeing the complex's ghost inmate. Henry is working with the government, the Top Hat leaders have been arrested, and Henry fled the complex without helping Ellie. In this opening cutscene, based on that rectangular controller, it's most likely Henry is playing a NES console. We hear a fragment of a conversation.
Message to all recent players, I'm hosting a 10th Prestige.
This is a reference to a 10th Prestige, a game type in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 that normally requires real-life currency to get in. Knowing Henry's money status, it's only natural that he'd grown at the idea. The comms device is marked as being from Charles, and the interface is straight out of Metal Gear Solid. When listing the stolen assets of the Top Hats, we see a money bag much like the one Henry used as a disguise in breaking the bank. The face Henry makes appears to be a Stickmin-ified version of the standard problem troll face. While sneaking up on the train, our first choice is the Top Hat box. This honestly feels like a great place to start all of this digging into completing the mission because it takes us totally full circle. We get a near exact recreation of the breaking the bank scene with Winston Davis and Ted McAdams, except these two schmoes decide to leave it behind. How lazy. Hiding inside of the prop is much like Prop Hunt in Gary's mod and a mod in Team Fortress 2, the latter being named after and based on the former. If playing the TF2 version, Pyro is the default class, and props can easily be tested with fire. The magic hat allows us to magic onto the train and crawl through the cargo. While this could just be a random fun moment, the way the hand reaches and waggles first reminds me of the old Bugs Bunny cartoon, The Case of the Missing Hair. The fact that the Top Hats don't look identical makes me think it's maybe a little more coincidental. Puff has never been that shy about making things look like exactly what he intended. The mannequin is a bit of a callback to stealing the diamond, although that statue was added in the remaster, so it's simultaneously a callback and an internal reference. I don't quite know how to classify that. Press F to pay respects is a common internet saying, mocking a scene from 2014's Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. When you see press F for respects on screen, if you actually press F or click the F, then you earn the achievement respects and you pay them, costing you 1,000 in-game dollars of some sorts. When we choose sit, there is a quick flash as Henry blends in and becomes somewhat grayed out, much like when trying to avoid detection in Assassin's Creed. The fail text, "Stowaways? On my train? It's more likely than you'd think." This is a reference to the "it's more likely than you think" meme, which traces back to a pop-up ad for Content Watch, the makers of Net Nanny software. It has been made fun of pretty endlessly since. I'm not going to try to think too hard on the physics of this, but somehow Henry jumps straight out of the window, we hear a crash and he lands on top of the train? Sure, why not? The pinchers are a tool from Roller Coaster Tycoon, allowing you to pick up and move park patrons. An option in-game was to place them in water, which would then drown those poor innocent thrill seekers. The audio, UI, and allusion to your rating being affected all build on the Roller Coaster Tycoon reference. The successful free transform, complete with those menus, as an option is a tool straight from Adobe's various image and animation softwares like Photoshop, Illustrator, and Flash, with Flash being specifically what was used to animate this game. And the fact that it has a motion tween option in the menus means that this Adobe reference is meant to be Flash specific. I realize that there's one of the Among Us crewmates on screen right now. Because I'm breaking this up across multiple videos, that would be weirdly broken up, so I'll specifically point out all of these Among Us figures in the final completing the mission video. Once packed away in the soon-to-be beer cooler, we have a few onboard references. There is a box labeled as Tunisian artifacts, referencing back to the diamond in Stealing the Diamond. This statue in the back would be from Innersloth's indefinitely postponed game Diatide. I'm suspicious that this golden helmet and tank might also be something more specific. I didn't find anything in my research and think they may be generic after all. I'm not convinced. And there's a simple box of some good stuff. All three of the gadgets in this segment come with reviews from our recurring character, Gadget Gabe, which I might as well state one more time, I believe is intended to be a reference to Gabe Newell. It's interesting that the Infinite Cube was labeled 2018 because that's probably when Puff was working on this particular scene way back when. The best guess I have for where the ship name USS Bomi comes from is that Bomi is an anagram of Moby, like Moby Dick. I've found no better explanation than that. Leaf mode is a reference to Animal Crossing, where anything you pick up is then represented by a little leaf icon much like this. The sound effect of the rocket collapsing into a little leaf is very similar to moving objects in that series. And when Henry is attempting to carefully place this device, we can see a diamond block from Minecraft just behind Henry. It appears to use the game's original texture from before the Village and Pillage update. That could make some sense considering how long the Stickmin Collection was in production. Maybe at the time Puff drew it, that was how it still looked in-game. Our successful option is the Suck Pack. The statement of its sucking obviously has to do more with its function rather than its actual usefulness. It certainly does suck, which is a reference to the suck cut from Wayne's World, another vacuum-like tool, with this one being made to cut hair, with Wayne saying this exact line.
Prepared to give a complete demonstration. As you can see, it sucks as it cuts. It certainly does suck.
Henry really loves to drive with that baller yet reckless 12 and 0 hand placement. Apparently it's confirmed in the naming of the source files that this golden car is intended to be a Lamborghini. This earns the ending, cleaned him out. This end screen is filled with references. This is actually the first time any of Gadget Gabe's gadgets have actually worked. The guy does not have a good track record. But that's a great long-term payoff of the full series to have something work. We have the golden frying pan from Team Fortress 2, an Animal Crossing fossil, a golden bone from Luigi's Mansion, a diamond helmet from Minecraft, stone masks from both JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Majora's Mask, a golden turd potentially from The Binding of Isaac, but I think it looks a little bit more like Hestu's gift from Breath of the Wild, N64 cartridges of Conker's Bad Fur Day, and a golden Ocarina of Time cartridge, something that you could actually get in real life. Both a Henry Funko Pop and Amiibo, our Diatide statue returning, a Mario Superstar, a bunch of gold-plated weapons that are relatively generic, goodies, and other loot. Plus a big wall of gems and some art. The gems are almost definitely meant to be generic, and none of the art pieces feel particularly identifiable. If anything, I think the jewels at the top of the cleaned them out screen are likely a match 3 game reference, seeing as none of these are organized in a way that would create a chain of 3 and thus clear out the jewels. It could just be generic decorative gems up on the wall, but to me it feels like a sort of copyright-friendly version of Bejeweled, one of the OG match 3 games. Having golden weapons at the end of cleaned them out is mostly just to show how lavishly wealthy these criminals are, but Puff did mention on stream that the gold pistols are a soft reference to Killer Bean, but he left the dragon design off. The character who holds these golden deagles is Terrence Suave, whose name is a reference to the old movie Master of Disguise. One of the disguises used is a character named Terry Suave. Puff states that he thought everyone would get this reference, and no one did. I think I saw that movie like 3 times growing up and never again since. The only thing I remember about it is the Turtle Club. I think that's the only thing anyone remembers from that movie.
Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Next in the list would be government-supported private investigator and convict allies. Henry is working with the government, the Top-At leaders are arrested, and Henry escaped the complex alongside Ellie. In this opening cutscene, Charles is sanctioned to come pick us up somewhere in Canada, which the location of the wall has been confirmed by Puff, for the 3 of us to then help out once again versus the Top-Ats. We have a classic wink at the camera sort of moment where Charles flat out states the name of the game.
The 3 of us will have no problems completing the mission.
That's just kind of a fun trope. Before this first set of options, Ellie quotes a common Fortnite phrase from around 2018 when the game was being worked on. Where are we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping, boys?
This is also repeated in the title of this point along this route. Soaring in via a parachute is much like how characters enter a match in PlayerUnknown's Battleground. This is layered on with the way Ellie crawls after she is hit, and Henry searching under the car, all coming from that game. This car also has a license plate T-Hat1. Like top hat, it's pretty on the nose. Instead, soaring in through a parasol like Fortnite, off in the distance, a tower is built up to snipe out 2 heroes much like that game. I really got raked over the coals for this little slip in my own Let's Play.
Yeah, I was just about to close up.
Oh, weird. It built up. Did I just get Team Fortressed? I was on my 6th hour of Henry Stickmining in the last 2 days, and after seeing 10,000 other Team Fortress references, I just had a quick slip up. Boy, oh boy, did you guys let me have it. Perhaps a little deserved. On the radio, we have Bian number 503. This is based on a video from Germa985, where they held a meeting of the Biaz filled with this specific Grand Theft Auto 4 NPC.
Alright, so welcome everybody to the meeting of the Biaz. So let's just get started. Hot dogs, yeah. Bug collection, yeah. See you all next month, yeah.
It's such a weird joke, but a very funny video at the same time. I love the quick inclusion, even if the character never had anything to do with top hats. Flapping wings with your arms, along with the peaceful music, all come from the Birdman mode in Pilot Wings 64. Similar to that free roam mode, if you collide with anything, you are tossed through the air before a fade to white to show your character planted headfirst in the ground, frantically kicking. Considering Henry's past luck with jetpacks, this one shockingly works. Even Ellie comments on how unexpected that success is. The jetpack option is from Apex Legends. The colored smoke is already a fairly clear connection, but the swerving drop pattern is an actual in-game tactic as well. We now have 2 pairs of options, each associated with Henry or Ellie. We can swap between the 2 characters to view the full range of options. The tag team swapping comes with some monkey sound effects alluding to the larger Donkey Kong Country reference of Donkey Kong and Diddy swapping. If we swap 6 times in a row, Charles calls us out for goofing around, and we earn the achievement, "This is fun." Ellie may choose to throw, where she winds up her spin much like Mario tossing Bowser in Super Mario 64. After making it about 2 meters, we get the fail, "So long, gay Henry," referencing a very specific voice line that is often memed.
So long, gay Bowser.
From Mario tossing Bowser, we all know what's actually being said there. Henry may choose to build by placing dirt blocks outward like Minecraft. He continues to walk even after we see him run out of blocks, and takes fall damage along with a very similar hurt sound effect. In what might be my favorite visual gag of this entire series, Henry then drops the 3 items that apparently comprise a Stickmin. A stick, some meat, and some boots. I love that in every possible way. We get a simple "you died" fail screen, just like in Minecraft. Building more on that previous swapping Donkey Kong Country reference, Henry can use barrel, with our heroes even clipping through the side to enter it, just like that game, and chaining between a series of launching barrels, collecting bananas along the way. Charles swooping down for his helicopter high five may be a reference to the popular drowning hand high five image. It's just a silly little unexpected moment in a webcomic, and it makes for a funny sight gag here during this fail. "He came out of nowhere" is commonly associated with WWE wrestler Randy Orton when using his signature move, the RKO, where he grabs his opponent, sometimes out of midair, and slams them down. After Charles cannons us into the rocket, we encounter some of the densest referencing the series has ever seen. Charles's direct hit line might be a quote from the board game Battleship. The downgrader device is something that will be especially funny to any animators out there, as it turns the entire scene into an animatic. The way Henry holds this device up is much like He-Man summoning his powers in Masters of the Universe. I like to think that's the case because I love He-Man, but nothing else really points towards that. This is the animated equivalent of a sketch or rough outline. They are used to nail down the framing, timing, and key movements of an animation. You're just storyboarding, so they're purposely left non-detailed. Funnily enough, Puff probably storyboarded this whole scene and then just kind of stopped animating at this point. One of my favorite moments in the series comes from Fusion. Henry and Ellie do the Fusion dance from the Dragon Ball franchise and become Elry. I guess if you swapped their names, it would just be Henry? So Elry it is. Their bio reference to Henry's luck has been a recurring joke through the series. We get some gaping anime gasps from the onlookers, which are frequent in Dragon Ball. The way their voices layer together is how fusion voices work in Dragon Ball.
Who will challenge me?
I am not Goku or Vegeta. I am Gogeta.
Literally everything in the scene is Dragon Ball, so I can probably stop specifying that, including the arrival of Cabbits. It could just be a generally Saiyan-sounding name, but is likely meant to either be a combination of the Dragon Ball characters Kakarot and Raditz becoming Cabbits, or building off the way that Saiyans were named using veggie puns. Kakarot was carrot, Vegeta vegetable, Raditz radish, Broly broccoli. So with that in mind, Cabbits could be a play off cabbage. And the top of his top hat being yellow is much like a Super Saiyan. Henry and Ellie land in the field emulating Yamcha's death scene, and the fail jokes about battles and banters typically being extremely drawn out in the Dragon Ball series. As if that wasn't dense enough with the references, we now get to examine diversion, the natural evolution of Ellie and Henry's distraction dance, only this time taken to the absolute extreme. We have building trap music that comes to a singular drop before everyone in the room starts dancing along, much like the Harlem Shake. Henry appears to be doing the iconic Freddie Mercury pose from Queen's performance at St. James's Park in 1986. Ellie, I don't think is doing anything that specific. Once the dancing begins, a few join in on the distraction dance itself, while many others do their own thing, similar to you would in a Harlem Shake. Frederick is doing the Bernie, which comes from Weekend at Bernie's. This was also one of the most common dance moves used in early Harlem Shake videos. While having everyone start dancing at the drop is done in a way that matches the Harlem Shake, the actual build-up and beat sound much more similar to Lil Jon's Turn Down for What. Orange Hat Kid is a reference to Orange Shirt Kid and is performing Fortnite's Orange Justice. Toby Mac is a reference to emo Tobey Maguire doing his dance to impress the ladies from Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3. Funny that we actually finally have to start specifying which Spider-Man 3. While Earrings is doing a sick dab, Primavera, Mulligatawny, and Lasagna do the torture dance from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's a gag in part 5 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to have characters named after Italian foods. So having that occur here in the Stickmin series is kind of a layered joke, with completing the mission being the 5th part of the full Stickmin story. You know, if we call Breaking the Bank kind of part 0 as the prologue. Okay, here's where it starts to get tricky, both for collecting bios and catching all the references. This one is probably the most unclear. I think he's just raising the roof, but Crabman is doing SpongeBob's Crab Borg dance. Batteries in the Back Pocket is also a joke from that same episode. Part of the DK rap dance is being performed by Conky Dong with a fitting brown hat and red stripe. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. It's a line straight from the rap. Hat Girl is doing her frequently memed smug dance from A Hat in Time. Our equivalent of the Mario Bros, Marty O and Louie G, doing the Mario from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Sleepy Dog parking it like it's hot, as seen in Drop It Like It's Hot. Sleepy even has a brimmed top hat to look more like Snoop in that music video. His bio even has the most subtle allusion to smoking the reefer possible. Mr. Unstoppable is doing the Worm. Cowboy Siggy, Tommy Partridge, and the Magician are dancing together in a line that is assumed to be a conga line from TF2, where multiple players do the conga taunt in unison. I know the conga is a thing outside of that game, but this seems to be more close to the TF2 version. Lank and Lonk are doing the 1-2-7-3 part of the Rockefeller Street dance, as well as 3 characters simply doing the distraction dance themselves. In the background, we have a few static characters who are kind of dancing. There is Johnny Bravo with a top hat on his lengthy do, another guy who's just kind of laying dead, and someone doing a disco-like point. and another guy whose stomach hurts. I don't know, he's just standing there, okay? There are several bios that are specific to this section that we can look at, beyond obvious ones like Mario and Luigi. Link and Lonk have white and black top hats, and in a weird way are kind of like yin and yang, while also just having very similar names to Link. I don't think anything else about them is really building off of that. Link's bio has a play on the Skyrim arrow to the knee meme, although he instead takes it to the chest and ends up in the hospital, while Lonk just lost the game, and so did I, and so did you, and so did everyone, I guess. This guy in the black with the big yellow pompadour and flexing pose is Jonathan Bravo. Like I said before, he's based on Johnny Bravo from the old 90s cartoon. I guess he does sound a lot like Elvis. I would have totally unappreciated that basis for the character watching it as a kid. When it comes time to pick any of the 3 plans, all of them are doing their version of a thinking emoji face. Charles's plan is an over-explanation of his greatest plan. I love the assumption that Henry would understand and be on board, even though this version of Henry would have never witnessed that plan because it's always been a fail. It would have been amazing, Charles. We can all agree to that. While Henry has often been a man of few words, detailing his plan would have perhaps been one of the few times he had actually something more full to share. Instead, the game cuts away to having Charles react to play up the mystery. I love that jumping out and being caught by the helicopter is a bit of a payoff to the epic action movie moment we attempted in fleeing the complex. There's actually this awesome attention to detail here. So that Henry and Ellie don't get chopped to bits by the blades, Charles actually stops the helicopter mid-air. You can see the helicopter start to fall, and that's why there's this slow, floaty physics with the two of them getting on board. There was actually an effort to make that semi-realistic, and I appreciate it. I enjoy the use of the heist movie trope of explaining plans. Detailed plans always go awry in a heist movie, forcing them to adapt. Meanwhile, the points left untold go off without a hitch. Both Ellie and Charles's plans go wrong, essentially because we heard the explanation. Here, we never hear Henry's plan, and it ends up being the one that works. This is true of dozens of examples of heist movies. The rocket is redirected, crashing into the wall, and playing a small musical sting from the complex's theme song. Through this, we earn the ending, Triple Threat. Next up is the government-supported private investigator and presumed dead. Henry is working with the government, the Top Hat leaders are arrested, Henry never worked with Ellie and faked his death to escape the wall. After wandering through the snow, we reconnect with Charles fighting at the wall and decide to work together. In this path, the satellite has already been launched into space. Charles states this mission is now personal.
It's starting to get personal.
Which is a pretty generic trope played up for extra emphasis here, and the two take a secret government prototype to take down the orbital. Charles reminisces that this is just like last time, referring to when Henry had to board the airship from a distance. This branch is even named Infiltrating the Orbital Station in the Fail map. We get 4 options with red arrows just like in that path, with one of them even being a cannon again. Speaking of, the air cannon that drifts Henry along in a slow-moving bubble of air appears to match those seen in Super Mario Galaxy. Charles comments he hasn't quite figured out how to move it along faster yet, while in Mario, we would use the Wii remote to blow air and push it along. Seemingly that tech doesn't have a Stickmin equivalent yet. I originally overlooked Beam Aboard as a reference because it felt like a sort of generic sci-fi tech thing, despite similarities to Star Trek's Beaming Aboard. That is, until I learned that Beam Me Up, Scotty is a common misquotation. Similar to Luke, I am your father. That's not actually what the line was originally.
No, I am your father.
Puff may have been going more literal rather than the pop culture reference route, as Kirk usually said simple variations of beam me aboard.
Beam me aboard.
Which matches much more closely with the prompt of beam aboard. Interestingly, this effect also looks to be the same beam shown to be used in the opening part of Valiant Hero when Charles and Henry reconnect. It may not be the same ship, but it appears to be the same tech. When Charles attempts to fly up to drop Henry off, he is quickly shot down. The guy who reports the incoming ship has a few cartoons on the wall behind him, also with his headphones shoved straight through his top hat and more relaxed cadence. Bert Curtis is sort of our evil Charles. It's just kind of funny to have a Charles equivalent on the top hat side. These comics reference Pearls Before Swine, Garfield, and The Far Side. We're out of toilet paper. I've never used it. You call that a joke? I am Cat. Want Lasga. I sounded like Borat. Look, all I'm saying is I'm not as witty as Gary Larson. Gary Larson, the creator of The Far Side, is notable for being a single-frame formatted comic. All of these kind of approximate the style of the comics they're referencing. That one's probably just the most clever, which is ironic when it's talking about not being clever. Charles is then given a 1-star rating as if Henry were rating an Uber or Lyft driver. Or Henry can climb into a spacesuit and is shot at the rocket in a ball of trash. This could either be a reference to SpongeBob's No Nose Nose, or Futurama's A Big Piece of Garbage. While hugging the outside of the orbital, Charles can attempt a super accurate laser shot. There's a running joke with Charles shooting Henry, whether it be directly or not. He also did so previously with a sniper in Fleeing the Complex, and again before that with a machine gun in Infiltrating the Airship. It works this time, but the crew quickly puts shields up similar to Star Trek, and Henry is cut in half. The hot knife borders on being overly generic, but it could be a reference to either the 1000-degree knife viral videos, or possibly the Thermoblade from Subnautica. But beyond this, it's a bit of a callback to Infiltrating the Airship. The knife pops out of an earpiece, same as the Force gun, with Charles saying nearly the same thing to prompt Henry.
Hey, there's a button on your earpiece. You should press it. Hey, you feel that button there on your helmet? Go ahead and press that.
The fail text is Butterfingers? This time it's a question, and acts as a callback to the Butterfingers fail in Infiltrating the Airship. Same as that time, clicking the fail earns an achievement.
Easy now. Butterfingers. Butterfingers.
Instead, though, the Butterfingers quote from Spider-Man 2 is interrupted by pizza and a scream that is also from that movie.
Butterfingers. Pizza!
Here is the tiniest bit extra context for each of those clips.
Butterfingers. Whoa! He stole that guy's pizza!
And again quickly edited together.
Butter pizza! Butter pizza!
Through this we earn Greasy Delight. Rub Some Butter on It may be a reference to the music video Rub Some Bacon on It from Rhett and Link. There's not a lot that points to that, but I really miss when Rhett and Link made music, so I dare to dream that that was an intended reference. Charles gets an affirmative ding, and his most confident thumbs up yet. Charles, the bold action man himself, finally does his ultimate plan and crashes straight into the ship. I've always wanted to do that, is Charles directly acknowledging this being his go-to plan in all situations. Finally he got to do it. We know he's done it a few times, but finally it worked. When creating the remaster, Innersloth had to create hundreds of original sound effects, replacing anything that would have had copyright issues. It makes sense that they would then reuse some effects for their other game, Among Us. Maybe you guys have heard of it? There are dozens of examples of common sounds between the two games, but the main one that is used as an actual direct reference is with the keypad hack sound, which is the same as the keypad swipe fail sound in Among Us.
I think I can hack this panel to get the door to open. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing.
The fail text being bruh is likely Puff commenting on Among Us players with a genuine shock at them failing, since the card swipe is generally considered one of the easiest tasks. The bruh fail is a pretty on-the-nose nod to typical memeable bruh moments. This branch is named after the popular Door Stuck video from Counter-Strike.
Can't make it, stuck. Out of my way, son! Door stuck! Door stuck!
Our successful path here is in the vent, which can be a generic reference to numerous crime and escape films, but it also connects rather directly to Among Us. Charles sings while crawling through the vents, which includes rewritten lyrics of a Linkin Park song, Crawling. If we attempt to use the luxury pod, we encounter a few Top Hat higher-ups. The higher-ups in this pod are Carol Cross, who has the double name meaning of cross meaning strict, and that you don't want to cross her. Albert Poshley, as in a rich, posh lifestyle. Arnold Schwartz, returning from fleeing the complex. Sven Svensson is unique to this game, and takes over when Reginald the right-hand man or Henry are unavailable to be in charge. Sven Svensson is actually the name of PewDiePie's dog in his Minecraft playthrough. The two characters even have matching blue and yellow based designs, which is a color combination that's obviously meant to be tied to the Swedish flag, matching PewDiePie's own heritage. Many thought that perhaps Sven Svensson was a guest appearance from YouTuber Killian Experience. Sven is, however, once again voiced by Puff. His voice acting has just gotten that good over the years.
Wait a minute, I know you. You're the guy that arrested the airship division, and now you're here to bring down the rest of us.
Marcus Blabbird shares his first name with the series creator Puffballs, and Blabbird is Swedish for bluebird, which maybe Puff has a thing for bluebirds, as we saw in the flute option. I'm Canadian, so I can relate to that. But beyond simply the first name, what really ties this character to Puff is kind of a random inside joke. This bio uses the odd fractured speech patterns of Yoda, and is something Puff added to this character after randomly doing a goofy Yoda impression on one of his Twitch streams. Gene Fredrickson, the former mayor seen in Stealing the Diamond, who apparently was working with the Top Hats and was planning to steal the diamond himself. I love this tiny retcon, since the Top Hat clan wasn't introduced until after that original game. Puff just went back and made the only other character in the series prior to infiltrating the airship with a top hat evil. It was a long con all along. And Mr. Macbeth, whose name and differing top hat color and style are all made in reference to the Forever Train engineer from Star Fox's Planet Macbeth. That character happens to be an ape. One of the lines from that character is about being taken seriously.
They're not taking me seriously.
All of this tying in with him being the train conductor of completing the mission. If going for the occupied pod, Hazmat inside has a major freakout and starts slamming buttons. One is a reverse thruster that blasts the escape pod into the ship. Why do we even have that lever? References the Emperor's New Groove. The successful option is the cracked pod. After a quick tussle, Henry is left floating away in the pod alone. Charles is trapped on the station. In a farewell, he commends himself for his plan, referencing his past claim of it being the greatest plan. We have an emotional send-off to the greatest man, our bold action friend, Charles, earning the ending Valiant Hero. Valiant Hero's ending falls into a bit of cliche territory, with someone heroically sacrificing themselves to save the other while they drift away unable to help. For example, it's very similar to Loaderbot's sacrifice in Tales from the Borderlands Episode 5. But there is an example that's much closer in its overall presentation. So I think if this is an intended reference, it is most likely to Chris Redfield's ending in Resident Evil 6. While that one actually takes place underwater, it still plays out very closely, slowly drifting away from the destruction. Let's not dwell on that at all, because it's a major bummer. We've all been grieving it for years at this point. Let's just move past it. Instead, let's just flip over to the government-supported private investigator and international rescue operative. A route where Henry is instead best buds with Charles, and nothing bad has ever happened. Henry worked with the government in both games, and he and Charles have a great partnership going on strong. He also says that he would owe Henry a big ol' favor. the way it capitalizes Big Ol makes it a rather unexpected reference to the secret sword hidden in Infiltrating the Airship. I love that the boss man calls him Charlie. The mission is just beginning and Charles is being targeted by a SAM, surface-to-air missile turret. It is somewhat generic, but it does seem to look most like these ones from Just Cause 2. There are other SAM turrets in that game that do not look like this one, but these two are quite similar. Panel is not a direct reference, and instead is just riffing on the trope of the hero shutting something down by ripping out all the wiring. Obviously that's bound to have consequences. That kind of seemed like the opposite thing to do. I also like the way this parallels Charles' own tropey guesswork when he tries to hack that door panel. Chowing down on a cupcake and doing nothing else is very similar to the nothing actions of Cheese in stealing the diamond. Instead, we can hang a drawing in front of the SAM's homing system that result in it seeing only clouds. The fail text after getting smushed by the jet pod is a play on the shorthand text your Uber driver might send when they arrive to pick you up. The invisible bridge feels like the evolution of when Charles teleported us in a platform in Infiltrating the Airship. The sound effect is even slightly similar. Part of this that I think might just be coincidental is that thanks to the framing and placement of the invisible bridge option, it even fades in right through Henry's midsection, just like the old platform fail did. If that's an intentional callback framed in that way, it's very clever and very subtle. We get on board through the trapeze, which is more of an old Daredevil stunt than an actual reference. On board, we have boxes labeled gun parts, paperwork, cards, and just a big old box. We hear Marty O and Luigi doing a version of the gibberish speech heard in the Mario and Luigi series. The Witch and Sheriff, which sounds like the start of a joke, are handling a piece from a solid gold cannon. This is a reference to a joke back in Infiltrating the Airship, where some of the Top App members are arguing over the impracticality of a solid gold cannon. And here's my attempt to write a punchline now. What do you get when you cross a witch and a sheriff? A warthog. But dumb tis. There are a lot of randos on board here, so let's cover some quick bios while we're at it. Tintin is seen extremely briefly. His name is referencing both Tintin, and the bio refers to a particular time-travel-y event in Game of Thrones. I won't spoil the specifics of that for anyone though, and I would ask that anyone in the comments who understands also refrain. Stupendals may not sound like anything, but this is a weird one that I can't believe I figured out. Took some crafty Googling. Stupendals is meant to sound a little like Stupendous. Stupendous is a Scooby-Doo character who owed money to Carol Colossal, so Stupendals owing Carol Cross is meant to mirror Stupendous owing Carol Colossal. That is the most random reference. I'm curious if Puff named Carol Cross first, and then built this up from here, maybe the other way around. It's so weird and I love it. The magician is actually wearing the hat that Henry uses to board the train in the Cleaned 'Em Out path scene earlier. That doesn't mean that other scene wasn't a Bugs Bunny reference, but it just shows a nice attention to detail. The magician's bio is a reference to a character from Germa Rumble live action, which featured a wrestler who pulled his opponent's organs out of a hat, directly matching the name and bio of this Top App member. Bucket Hat has a bucket hat. There's a chance this is a Buckethead reference, or it's just that Puff likes oversized bucket hats. And finally, there is Gone Hunter and Ken Janpon, seen playing rock, paper, scissors. There are a few layers to these two. Ken is based off of Ken Oyanagi from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, who is also known as the Rock, Paper, Scissors Kid. Ken Janpon's name can be rearranged to Jan Kanpon, which is the Japanese name for the game of rock, paper, scissors. Puff actually managed to outpun JoJo here. And Gone Hunter's name references both the character Gone Freaks, as well as the series the character originates from, Hunter x Hunter. Gone Hunter has the same spiky hair as Gone and a top hat that mimics the design of Gone's jacket. That character has a series of attacks that are based on rock, paper, scissors. I love the concept of picking two completely separate anime characters that are rock, paper, scissors themed and literally having them play a match. TV broadcast lowers a giant TV screen playing a stickminified version of Seinfeld. We have Jeremy instead of Jerry and Jeff instead of George delivering his iconic "I'm getting upset" line. Although as a Seinfeld fan, I'm a little disappointed that he didn't deliver it in the third person.
Getting upset, Jeremy. George is getting upset!
Graham is getting upset. The bio shows that this is Jeremy Steinfeld. What's the deal with is a pretty iconic setup for a typical Seinfeld joke. And instead of George Costanza, we have Jeff Constanza. Neurotic and causing problems for himself is classic George. The fail message for the TV broadcast reads, "It's a good show, Brant," which is referencing the meme, "They're good dogs, Brent," that spawned from a dog rating Twitter account. When Charles tries to clear a path with the subsonic wave, it instead floors everyone. Must have had it set to 11. This is a reference to a famous scene in the classic mockumentary This Is Spinal Tap, where they have the loudest possible speakers that can be dialed up all the way to 11. Charles shows us that on occasion his hacking skills are still reliable with the remote Top-Hat. Topbot smashes into the room like the Kool-Aid Man and brings his own unique, desperate, attention-seeking energy dancing away, with a distracting dance that is not itself the distraction dance. Topbot does the hype Rockefeller Street dance and some very aggressive thrusting. It was suggested quite a few times in the comments that the song the Topbot dances to is a rendition of JonTron's theme.
Look at me. I am the dancing robot. Oh yeah.
It always feels kind of strange to talk about things that aren't a reference, but when something gets suggested so often, it is helpful to have Puff step in and say directly, and in this case, it was not an intended reference. In the engine room, Henry can use Team Fortress 2's engineer wrench. By smashing away at the engine, he instead accidentally upgrades it, similar to how the engineer might build or upgrade a Century. Henry actually improves the engine and the ship takes off, and that was only a level 2 engine. The power button shoots a massive offensive laser, which makes me wonder what the heck an on would have done instead. Red herring is a reference to a literary plot device and would be anything that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. That thing that serves as a red herring is rarely an actual literal fish, and in fact, there is no real species known as a red herring. If anyone has ever been curious like myself, the term was popularized in 1807 by English polemicist William Cobbett, who told a story of having used a strong-smelling smoked fish to divert and distract hounds from chasing a rabbit. Henry simply tosses a physical fish into the engine and shuts the whole thing down. This is the only option in the entire series that lacks an animation or special effect when moused over. Kinda neat. In an effort to make our way to the cockpit, Henry can jump through painting portals. This action, and everything about the resulting sequence after, is a reference to Super Mario 64. After jumping into Jacques Kensington's painting, an eccentric leader who always had a golden desert eagle on hand, this is course 75, Kensington's Chamber, with the star to be earned being the mischievous boss. I like the little top hat behind the 75, but why specifically 75, I don't really know. There are only 15 courses in Mario 64. It might just be a joke of 7 and 5 being one more each than 6 and 4, and making it course 64 would have just been 2 on the nose, or a legitimate trademark issue. Henry comes flipping onto the stage, lands directly in front of Jacques, and is immediately shot down. Bowser should have been packing heat.
Let's go. Hey.
The Let's Go! All the sound effects and music, the life counter, power wheel, camera icon, top hat fade out, and the deep laugh much like Bowser's are all versions of what is seen in Super Mario 64. Gotta collect more of those extra life mushrooms refers to the green 1-up mushrooms from the Mario series. The platform Henry lands on looks a lot like one of the platforms from Bowser in the Dark World, although it's more broadly referencing any of those Bowser boss levels. The Swapper is a standalone Gadget Gabe item that allows Henry to trade places with anyone. I thought this might have been a reference to the indie game, The Swapper, but this device works a lot differently than that one. Along with the suck pack seen earlier, this is the only other successful Gabe item. Sleep Dart may be a callback to the sleeping gas of Infiltrating the Airship. Maybe something contained in a dart projectile would be more effective, but it still has its limitations. Again, this device that shoots it looks very familiar, but I can't place this one either. The infrared sniper could also be a callback to another Charles fail where he shot Henry in fleeing the complex. Charles appears to use a Barrett M82. You know, before slowly and calmly crashing. Let's see you fire a gun while piloting a helicopter is a lot like our chase consequence fail in fleeing the complex when crashing the truck trying to shoot back. After a very loud foghorn-like honk, the gun is dropped, Henry punches his lights out, and the top hats are hauled off. The rocket is locked up like a remote car, which might be a small callback to the rocket scene in Fleeing the Complex. These two are very different, and this new one isn't a Kerbal Space Program reference like before, but that rocket had a rough engine start. And now this one locks like a car? That just seems to be a running joke of how rockets work in the Henry Stickmin world. Those being let off the ship include Sir Hattie, who is referencing Hattie Haddington from Battle Block Theater. He's being ushered out by Gus Bricks and Brian Reynolds, who could have been a model, referencing actor Ryan Reynolds. Gus Bricks' bio includes the line, "Hit the bricks, pal, you're done," which is a line from the Team Fortress 2 scout used when dominating another scout.
Hit the bricks, pal, you're done.
Charles runs up for a super ultra high five handshake combo, just like Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers in Predator. Charles and Henry are both made Special Covert Ops agents, and we earn the ending Special Brovert Ops. There are so many bios throughout this game, just so many. So I laced through as many of the relevant reference-based ones as I could within the video, but there's a few left over. I'm only including those that are both references and appear in one of the branches covered specifically in this video. Captain H.J. Canterbury, it is mentioned his brother is in the police department, who would be Captain Roland Canterbury, previously seen in Stealing the Diamond. Thomas Chips, his father being Alan Chips, is a play on the old Mega 64 sketch E3 1975. Darius Johnsonite, pretty valuable to the team, I would say. He's the one who appraises all their stolen gems. His last name ending in "ite" is a play on the common suffix for minerals. Mr. Job, he wanted to start a computer business, but was beaten to it by someone with the same name, referring to Steve Jobs. Hannibal Burns is clearly a play on Hannibal Buress. There just aren't that many Hannibals out there, you know? He's an excellent comedian, by the way. I definitely recommend his stuff. Terrence Suave and Sir Wilfrid IV actually make their second appearance in this series, with both being in framed picture appearances only. Wilfrid appears to have one less hat here than he did in his other portrait. Barry Bruh is a pretty straightforward nod to any old bruh moment. Cool Joe may be referencing Snoopy's character Joe Cool from the Peanuts comics. That's a loose connection, and separately, his bio specifies that he's returned from the wall, confirming Cool Joe and Mr. Cool are one and the same. Jacked Hugh Man is a pretty clear swap of actor Hugh Jackman's name. It's also kind of funny that we have Brian Reynolds and Jacked Hugh Man, since they have a little bit of a real-life jokey rivalry. And as funny as this name is, and as limited as his role is in the series, we still hate him. Jacked Hugh Man is directly responsible for the Valiant Hero ending. Maybe this world has its own version of Perry Cox, who hates Jacked Hugh Man as much as that character hates Hugh Jackman.
And as always, we're not that big on Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. How dare he?
Or maybe that's us. Maybe we're Perry Cox in this scenario. The character Floyd Winters is a play on Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber. His bio mentions his friend Harry, which is the actual name of Jeff Daniels' character in those movies. That one didn't have a little twist put on it the way that Floyd and Lloyd did. I may have missed someone with a reference that came up in one of these routes. There is a lot to keep track of, but if so, hopefully I can just fold them into one of the future videos, as most characters do show up multiple times. Next up will be Pure-Blooded Thief. This one actually only has 3 branches instead of 4, so yay, this one might not be quite as long. Because Henry went rogue in infiltrating the airship, neither the government or the Top Hats want to work with him, cutting off the routes International Rescue Operative and The Betrayed. Starting with Pure-Blooded Thief and Ghost Inmate, Henry stopped the Top Hats by destroying the airship, but didn't actually help the government in capturing any of the leaders. He instead went rogue and stole the ruby for himself. He then snuck away from the complex without helping Ellie. This is our very selfish Henry. The station has been in orbit for 2 weeks and is being used to steal various artifacts, with a suspicion being that they stole the Tunisian diamond. While watching the recurring BCC, we learn that in addition to the Tunisian diamond, the stolen ruby was in fact the Romanian ruby, and the new gem is the Norwegian emerald. Henry is eating looped fruits with a peeved off toucan man. At least, that's what I'd call him. The brand appears to be Carl OG instead of Kellogg's, and the rest of it is obviously Fruit Loops and Toucan Sam. The framing with Henry eating cereal and choking kind of mimics Pamela's from the old Cereal Guy rage comic / reaction memes. It's not a perfect match, so that just might be the coincidence of a stick eating cereal, but it's near enough that I'd buy it. I like the comic book style panel used for speaking to Reginald shown here, but I think that's more just a stylistic thing across many comics rather than a specific reference. I mean, this is the same character that has literal comic cutouts behind him, so it might be playing off of that. Everything about this guy's just comic related. The number in the corner of this camera is LOL9001, or LOL, and an over 9,000 meme. I was fully prepared for the binary in the bottom right to convert to some nerdy reference like NCC 1701, you know, the Starship Enterprise, something like that. Nope, it just reads fart lol. And honestly, in a lot of ways, that's better anyways. Henry is also flying in on his iconic scooter, seen in every game of the series since stealing the diamond. Barrel Roll initiates a very detailed Star Fox 64 scene, with the icon for this even looking a little like the R-Wing showed from behind like it would be in-game. The most direct and obvious link to Star Fox being the way Peppy will yell, "Do a barrel roll," in-game.
Do a barrel roll!
The rest builds off the Star Fox link from there. The dialogue pop-ups with limited lip-syncing frames and gibberish speech along with the actual roll and effects, and eventual Big Bomb all lean into the Star Fox reference. The fail text of "that was an aileron roll" is actually teasing the roll performed by both Henry and the way it works in the Star Fox games. A barrel roll involves a flight pattern of twisting along the cylinder of an invisible barrel. Simply rotating 360 degrees around your own central axis is instead an aileron roll. Star Fox is a terrible listener. Where Peppy's terrible at evasive maneuvers, someone's bad at their job. Light speed is simply moving at the speed of light, and is a sci-fi trick most commonly associated with Star Wars. It's hard to tell how specific this one is meant to be. Star Wars might make sense because they're shooting green lasers at the incoming Henry. I'm curious if the image with the little thruster rings is meant to come from the Jetsons, although they actually have flying space scooters, and those instead use a sort of jet stream, but it could be a merging of those semi-futuristic ideas. I went searching for a game where the character flashes white like this when hit. Instead, the closest thing I could think of was the Holdo maneuver from The Last Jedi. It's not that exact of a comparison, but would make sense building off the light speed setup. Maybe it's a color flip of deaths seen in Superhot? I'm not that familiar with that game. I think I'm gonna need some assistance. You forgot to hold on to your butts, which is a play on a line spoken by Samuel L. Jackson in Jurassic Park.
Hold on to your butts.
There's one more layer to this, as it's something Charles also asked us to do back before shooting us out of a cannon.
Hold on to your butts.
Mosquito mode grants Henry entry to the ship and initiates what is maybe my favorite sequence in completing the mission. As Puffballs teased back in our interview, and as many are now aware, we get a massive, wonderful recreation and tribute to Puff's first ever game back from 2007, before breaking the bank. And before Henry was even a named character, there was Crossing the Pit, the progenitor to this whole series that involved a simple series of buttons allowing a nameless stickman to verb the noun. Cross the pit. There were 8 options, including the original appearance of the now quintessential teleporter. I have my suspicions that this giant pit, and a seemingly useless catwalk across a giant shaft inside of a spaceship, is maybe meant to reference a similar area in Star Wars. If someone can think of something more on the nose, I'd love to hear it. I'll show side-by-sides of each, as well as the fail texts, which never existed in that original version, and we'll share any reference that has now been added. First up, we have Leap. Jump farther. Just good advice. Pole vault. Well, you had good form at least. Catapult. This fail text is a joke on the trend of trebuchet memes and the running debate of which is better, trebuchets versus catapults.
Funny word. Trebuchet.
It is. Keep saying it.
Trebuchet.
One more time.
Trebuchet.
Everybody.
Trebuchet.
Trebuchet. Okay, shut up.
Ramp. Don't worry, the top hats validate parking. Rocket. You just lit a rocket. Rockets explode is a direct quote from Toy Story.
Wait a minute. I just lit a rocket. Rockets explode!
Bridge. This one is one of the most notably changed fails, and measure once, cut twice is a play on the old adage, measure twice, cut once. Cannon. Kaboom, baby, is a quote from StarCraft 2's Terran Marauders.
Kaboom, baby!
And finally, we have the teleporter, one of the most satisfying build-ups in this entire series, acting as a long-term payoff within the payoff of including crossing the pit at all. This is only the second success of the teleporter in the whole series, despite appearing in every game. There is a lot layered in here. First, Henry throws the teleporter to the ground, showing an interesting progression of Henry being increasingly distrusting of this device. Despite him otherwise not remembering his fails, there is some strange time and space manipulation surrounding the teleporter that leaves him increasingly apprehensive to use it. After smashing it on the ground, he is teleported through so many cool locations. Throughout, we get moments from every past game. He is first in the air, where there would be an airship, although there specifically isn't one on this particular route. Then up the snowy peaks of the Canadian Wall, the desert where the first few games took place, both breaking the bank and escaping the prison. It's actually funny seeing how breaking the bank assets were reused to create this new scenery. A military base with Captain H.J. Canterbury preparing for a mission, a random volcano from which Henry jumps up to then hit his head on a branch, presumably in the Dogo Bogo jungle. You know, it looks kind of like a spruce, maybe it's just in some random forest, then falling underwater before instead floating in space. Those last few are less referential and more about that cool physical comedy sequence. He ends up on a random street before almost being run over by the breaking the bank truck. Henry is back in a desert, but this time it appears to be the battlegrounds of infiltrating the airship after using armor, near where the Chaos Containment Center's headquarters are found. Then, Kensington's chamber, seen previously in the painting portals, the Topats jungle base with the train seen in the background, as well as a tank crushed under the gate. This is very specifically seen in the Topat King route, which we have yet to cover. There's a quick Dr. Mario reference, the same alien StarCraft planet seen in Fleeing the Complex, Super Smash Bros. Final Destination, previously seen referenced in Infiltrating the Airship, that same forest or jungle setting again, the 2-fort map from Team Fortress 2, the same endless void Henry is sent to when using the teleporter in Infiltrating the Airship. We get a giant Sans face floating like the Majora's Mask moon, although more than likely it's just round because it's a Stickminified version, with bad times sketched in the air, referring to a line from Sans on an Undertale genocide route, warning you not to fight his brother or else the player will have a bad time. The first note of Megalovania can be heard. In front of the sun, but unfortunately too quickly for a proper Shoop meme, the museum rooftop where Henry used the teleporter in stealing the diamond, a horrifying giant version of Shrek that for some reason has the scribbly eyes seen in Rick and Morty, the volcanoes again, the sky again, Sonic's Green Hill Zone, a now empty military base, a Super Mario Bros. Castle level with thwomps, the platform from this game that usually has the Sam turret, a recreation of Crossing the Pit complete with Henry actually being transformed to match the style of that previous game. I love that this reference exists in the larger callback to that series when actively trying to cross the gravity pit. Like I said, there are layers to the references here. Back to the street, a glimpse at a sculpture of the Shoop de Whoop meme, and by that I mean a real-world physical sculpture. This actually exists on Puff's Newgrounds page. He apparently made it himself, it dates back to 2009, was made for an art class, and is sculpted from plaster and colored with color pencils. We have this flat view of a blocky Minecraft world. then the open water and the wall again. Next, the firing range from escaping the prison's teleporter fail, a generic hanging construction beam, which I'm actually unsure of. Dang, I almost got all the references here myself. A quick flash of space, then Dig to China, Innersloth's first game, a background from Puffball's League of Legends quick tip animation, the bank wall that Henry tries to break through, but also the one he gets stuck in during that teleporter fail, meaning we have now revisited every larger location from these different games, as well as every individual teleporter use location across these games. And finally, the intended vault, which is filled with oh so many more references. We have the golden AK-47, Hestus's gift, a Mario Superstar, and golden iron ingots previously seen in the cleaned 'em out ending. Beyond that, we have what is possibly a Fabergé egg, an unknown eye patch, possibly from a previous leader? During Puff's commentary stream, he decided that the patch in the vault belongs to Metal Gear's big boss. It did seem like he decided in that moment, since there's nothing very identifiably specific about this patch, it could have applied to many characters, but we're locking in Big Boss. An unknown log, which is simultaneously so generic and so familiar, this one drives me crazy, but I think is meant to be Jimi Hendrix's white Stratocaster guitar, what is presumably someone's first earned dollar, a Bioshock Infinite Murder of Crow's Vigor, no it's not Infinite Crows, a healing potion, but who knows from what specific game, Nacho Libre's luchador mask, the ice key from Banjo-Kazooie, a placeholder drawing where the stolen ruby would go, the hat of longtime Top Hat leader Dusty, and Strawberry Clock of Newgrounds fame. Oh man, how many minutes did we spend just covering crossing the pit and the vault here? Now we can actually get back on track with real route progression. Wall clip is a reference to the general idea of exploiting in-game bugs to pass through a wall and skip ahead. It's something most commonly utilized by speedrunners as described by the fail text. While falling through the floor, we see through to the underside of the map in a common way that happens in many 3D games with similar glitches and bugs, which by the way the art here is insanely well done, I love the effect. It's hard to tell how specific or generic this one was meant to be. While Smash seems much more in line with the Incredible Hulk, we instead get a Dragon Ball reference, with Henry shouting his way through a power-up before straight up blowing up the space station. I mean, I guess the Hulk kinda does that too, but I can't not see Goku trying to go Super Saiyan here. Grabbing the emerald is as simple as using open. Henry tries to trudge along carrying this thing before running into Right Hand Man and Wilhelm Krieghaus. In the background we have a See Something Say Something poster. As a phrase, this was first trademarked by the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority and is licensed to the US Department of Homeland Security. Here, the phrase is repurposed for an Among Us meme, Innersloth's other game. This same poster also literally appears in that game as well. Plus, there's an ad to learn guitar at the lowly cost of only $5 an hour. The option to use the emerald offensively seems to be a small callback to stealing the diamond when Henry took out Cliff Nux by dropping the diamond on him. However, here, he has no means to properly move and drop this weighty gem. Certainly a lot more difficult when you're lacking that higher ground. That's me tying in a reference, that's not implied in the game in any way. Chance Time is activated through a purple exclamation mark block from Mario, with Chance Time itself coming from the Mario Party series. Henry here is rather unlucky, and after literally rolling die, since I guess he didn't have the blocks to jump and whack, he has to give up his emerald to Right Hand Man. Chance Time does always screw you over. The successful option is to yell. Henry's yell is a spin on Skyrim's Fus Ro Da, with the syllables and vowels being swapped around. Then, floating around with Right Hand Man's Top Hat air supply, they point a laser straight at Henry. Load save is a play on emulators having save states using a classic floppy disk save icon. I'll explain in greater detail the full use of this in-game when we encounter the save state on another branch. If you either encountered the load first or close the game at all between finding the save and load, it simply sends us back a few seconds. There is a precise ordering to this. Super Henry has Henry absorb the emerald with a quick spin and a sonic sound effect. he does the Insta-Shield seen in the Sonic series. The input for activating Sonic's Insta-Shield or turning into Super Sonic are the same. So here we see a slight little shield, but he doesn't go super as he's lacking the emeralds. Nothing much happens before being directly vaporized. And while the disintegration of Henry himself looks like 100 different animes, I've seen it suggested that it could be more directly intended to be Galim's laser in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. This overly loud laser blast and specific way Henry disintegrates also feel familiar, but I couldn't turn up anything myself. You need like 6 more emeralds before you can transform into Super Henry. That is referencing Sonic becoming Supersonic through the use of 7 Chaos Emeralds. Grow and Shrink is a callback to the Shrink and Grow device used previously in Infiltrating the Airship. Similar to that game, this is considered a successful option. Gadget Gabe needs to up his game. These are 2 of the most useful devices in this universe, and we have absolutely no word from the guy. The beam used by the ship in any of these options looks an awful lot like the one used by Galim in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I love that some of the only things seen in Reginald's escape pod are 2 pictures of himself and a mini fridge. This leads to the ending, Jewel Baron, with Henry having collected all 3 of the major jewels from this series. Our next pure-blooded thief branch is Convict Allies. The ruby is stolen, airship destroyed, and no help given to the government. But this time, we have escaped the complex with the help of Ellie. Ellie and Henry are on the run, looking to take refuge with the Top Hats. Interesting that she is aware of them and knows where to find them. I may have a video that'll interest you if this gets you asking questions. I guess Ellie's hoping they'll forgive Henry for blowing up their airship and stealing their ruby? At least we didn't actively turn in their leaders? The members of the Wall mobilizing all the way from Canada to the Dogo Bogo jungle is pretty nuts. But I guess they take it personally when 2 convicts create a massive jailbreak, emptying out nearly the entire facility. Interesting that it is now fully canon that all of the tanks from the Wall look like those from Advanced Wars. This one is driven by Mateo Gurchev, one of 3 people on the Wall that actually knows how to operate a tank. Andre Warzow from Fleeing the Complex is one of those, while it's unclear who the 3rd would be. I guess everyone else we see driving tanks here is just making it up as they go? Maybe these are some self-driving Tesla tanks. This smashed up car has the license plate T-Hat2, like Top Hat 2. We already would have seen Top Hat 1. Maybe these belong to Reginald and Right Hand Man. Henry and Ellie are allowed to pick one thing each, similar to their escape in Fleeing the Complex. The controller specifically is obviously an N64 controller. Rope plus RPG shoots an explosive right at the 2 of them with the fail text, "What was the plan there exactly?" Now this isn't the exact same, but it's a lot like, what exactly was your plan there? After using Infiltrating the Airship's shell. Controller plus RPG allows you to start controlling the rocket-propelled grenade, which as the fail text points out, is the wrong kind of RPG to be controlled, as in a role-playing game. Although, speaking of controlling a similar RPG, something that was playable on the PlayStation 2 and not the Nintendo 64 was 007 Nightfire, in which there was the Sentinel gun that had a TV-guided rocket mode. So there's an example of somewhere where you could use a controller to control an RPG. Controller plus Wings does nothing useful and includes a fail text referencing a memed tweet from Donald Trump, but, not directed at Kanye. Thank you, Wings. Very cool. Our success is Rope plus Wings, getting bashed around, and crash landing through a window. Ellie is knocked unconscious. Yes, this is a success. The disguise kit comes from Team Fortress 2's Spy, and is used by him to look like any character on the enemy team. In that game, players on the same team as the Spy see the Spy with a paper cutout mask of whoever they are supposed to be disguised as. I suppose in this game they are indicating that this is truly all the disguise ever really is, and that the TF2 characters are just horribly unobservant. There is no character in-game who looks like this, with Henry's disguise instead appearing to be the heavy with a government military hat on. The fail text, "Oh, that's very convincing," is a direct quote from the Machinima Team Fortress 2 animation Team Fabulous 2.
Why don't we just give up, partner?
That's very convincing.
Oh.
The corrupt tick is both a play on the idea of a game bug and the words corrupt and tick. As if all that wasn't obvious, it's a literal bug that causes bugs. We get the purple and black grid that indicates missing textures, and a few characters reverting to T-poses, while starting to slide around. The game does a mock reset, we have an error message of the game crashing, and the main screen scene is also slightly broken, with breaking the bank selected, yet completing the mission on display. After resuming just before Henry and Ellie dive into the window, Henry says Ellie's line from before.
Let's try and get up to the...
Body parts start disappearing from the twins, everyone is in T-poses, still with choppy, improperly loading animations, before getting one of the twins with a gun for a head and some more aggressive glitching. It's a very elaborate sequence. The fail screen instead reads, "Fission mailed," which is both another glitch and a reference to a joke in Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. The correct option is Time Machine, changing events quickly so the twins are kicked out of the military. While jumping across the collapsed bridge, timing out the QuickTime event has Henry plummet downwards. Dang, he ain't gonna be in Henry 7, is actually a reference to a blooper from Chris Tucker in the credits of Rush Hour 2.
Damn! He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
The grapple gun harpoons Henry, who is left screaming. The fail text, "Henry will remember that," is both a reference again to the choice mechanics of Telltale games, but now also serves as a callback to when Henry abandoned Ellie, prompting the same text response. Ketch drags Ellie down with Henry. Fatso builds on a running joke that this stick person weighing only 110 pounds is supposedly fat. Similar fail jokes are used for climbing through the vent in escaping the prison, and when balancing on the pipe of fleeing the complex. The successful option is a hidden note block, first seen in Super Mario Bros. 3. After a big standoff with everyone involved, we get a few little musical stings for each option.
What do we do?
Referencing each character or the broader location or game they're associated with. I love how these themes have become ingrained enough that even one single note from each becomes iconic. I seriously underappreciated the music in this series at first. It's phenomenal. There are two possible endings here. First, going with the government, we take out the rocket with the help of Charles. Surprisingly, Gale Force knows Ellie? Again, I'll gently nudge people towards a theory of her possible character history, but not a lot of it is really confirmed. Here we earn pardoned pals. If we instead side with the Top Hats, there is a fake-out mission complete before an epic showdown, and Dimitri is thrown to his death. While not exactly the same, this isn't the first time in this series we've seen a very similar scene. It might just be a dramatic angling, or it might be intended to be a small callback. Henry and Ellie join up in Top Hat Recruits. Henry, when not in command, gets a cool H pin on his top hat, and Ellie gets a cool pink hat with a rose, obviously playing off her last name. This is the only route in the game to feature any real presence from the wall. And for the final pure-blooded thief branch, we add in Presumed Dead. Henry goes rogue and steals the ruby, the airship is destroyed, and Top Hat leaders remain intact. There's no government support, no Ellie, and everyone at the wall assumed Henry is dead. He's pretty well on his own. Henry decides he's going to single-handedly steal an entire rocket? Pretty ambitious. This is entirely a QuickTime only route, just one after the other. Henry rips onto the scene 4 hours before launch on his classic scooter. The Stickmin Space Resort is a QuickTime event only route, just like Intruder on a scooter in Stealing the Diamond. So the fail text at the start of this completing the mission route, "Off to a good start," is a callback to very similar text at the start of the prior QuickTime only route, which also appeared when you time out the first choice. Wow, you're off to a great start. With Limbo, the small icon, sound effect, and slow-mo are a bit of a fake-out, seeming to point towards Henry preparing to do an incredible bullet time matrix dodge. Not quite. The way you end up clipping through the floor and jump feels like it must be a reference to something, especially with that grinding sound effect. My suspicion is Skate 3, but I'm not certain. The fail text of "Sweet Hops, Bro" is a callback to the Jumble Hoppers fail in Stealing the Diamond. The success is Stop, one of my favorite gags in the game.
Hey, can you... Oh yeah, sure thing. Wait a minute.
where acting non-suspicious and like you belong there lets Henry straight through. Also, with this game's continuity, the Top Hats do not actually know who Henry is. He stole that ruby totally unknown, otherwise they probably would have taken it back. We have Ice Pick here complaining about how hot his hat is. This is the same guy overheard talking about the rocket up north, so he's a little overdressed. But the rules are clear.
You're not allowed to change hats.
You know, for quietly stealing Sal Malone's hat when the opportunity presents itself. I just generally love that gag, and it somewhat works as a callback to a similar scene in Fleeing the Complex.
Hey, you want to trade hats? Yours looks so nice.
There's a possibility that both of those scenes are references to Team Fortress 2's aesthetic item trading, which includes lots and lots of hat swapping. If you pick the left-hand items crate, Henry comes out of the side covered in the proximity mines from Nintendo 64's GoldenEye. The fail text is a quick play on words. Hey, that's mine. The right-hand ramp and quick trick, or jump boost, is a technique introduced in Mario Kart Wii, and quickly after, Henry is bombed by a blue shell, also from the Mario Kart series. The dread it, run from it, the shell arrives all the same, is a quote from Thanos in Infinity War, while also serving as a joke about the blue shell's inevitability.
I am inevitable.
Do Nothing is successful for only the second time in the full series, alongside the presumed dead ending in Fleeing the Complex, which is fittingly one of the branches leading to this route. While racing up the ramp, if we do nothing, Henry crashes straight into the door. Lag is a simple reference to blaming a laggy connection for your failure rather than your own ineptitude. Battering Ram has a giant ramming device slide out the front and then tipping the scooter and leading to a faceplant. Still ignoring those physics lessons is a reference back to stealing the diamond when trying to simply place the giant Tunisian diamond in a scooter basket. This is also building off the fact that this and that very same basket fail both belong to the only two routes in the series that are entirely QuickTime based. Drill results in the drill getting stuck and Henry instead spinning around. Drill goes brr, brr, brr. I can't roll my R's. This is a reference to a relatively new meme spawning from some Wojak comics about inflating the economy. There's even moneyprintergobrr.com, which is pretty funny. I've also seen people use this identical phrase for Deep Rock Galactic memes, but this is the origin. When using spike wheels, Henry races straight up the side of the rocket. At the top, he is shot at by a New Zealander, Jack Dugan. This is a bit of a joke on the fact that the sniper in this series has traditionally been based off of TF2's Mr. Mundy, with the Stickmin universe having Samuel Mundy, although specifically in the Pure-Blooded Thief route, he was stabbed and killed by the spy. The Australian's no longer available, bring in the New Zealander? Or instead it could be a reference to the fact that the real Mr. Mundy was revealed to actually be from New Zealand in TF2 canon. It's also funny to see such an on-the-nose reference with him being recruited Avengers post-credit style. We don't often see the precise movie, pop culture, or game being name-dropped like this. Kinda took me off guard. After missing several times and sniping Henry, we get the line, "First try," which I suspect is a reference to Lego Batman.
First try.
Although, that may be a more common joke or phrase than I realize. The fact that everything stops here to choose between 3 hammers may be an unspoken hammer time joke. I'm pretty disappointed that this step along this route is not named as such. I really want to believe that that was the joke they intended, and they had to leave it out for copyright reasons or something. Each of these 3 make a distinct sound to indicate what Henry plans to start whacking with each. When Henry whacks the sniper round back with his hammer, it launches the bullet off into the distance, eventually hitting the mountain with a soft thud, including a hit marker to confirm impact. Hit markers are a staple of many shooting games, but this one seems to most closely resemble the sound and marker combo from Call of Duty. Henry hijacks the rocket and does an early launch, rocket jacking all the top hats. Full speed burns up all the fuel, leading to a fake out success, while instead Henry's precision shot is crazy impressive. He's clearly learned a lot since the wall. even though very little time has passed. I thought maybe that title and icon would be an XCOM reference or something similar, but not that I can tell. 1 year later, Henry has converted the shuttle and reformed many of the top hats to create the Stickmin Space Resort. I kind of love that we can still see Right-Hand Man's harpoon dangling off the side all this time later. There weren't a lot of segments in this game where there was just mass gatherings of characters like we had seen before, so all the new bios for this route are mostly getting lumped together at the end. Lars Green was named for Lars Fillmore from the Futurama film Bender's Big Score. There's nothing really pointing to this other than his stubbly goatee and having a wife with a ponytail. We only know this because Puff explicitly stated it in his own developer commentary. Meanwhile, his wife, Elizabeth Green, who shares an exact name down to the spelling with a character from the 2009 game Prototype, doesn't really have anything drawing a line to that being an actual reference. Bloodhound is the guy responsible for filling the Top Hat's vaults with bounties, hunting down both people and objects. This might be a play on Dog the Bounty Hunter. That reference easily could have been more obvious if intended. That might just be this guy's job, and a very fitting earned nickname. I want to point out that Tane Flargenstow is so obnoxiously hard to collect as a bio. Seriously, this guy is just awful, probably the hardest in the whole series. He's also a reference to the Tane sequence from the Celery Man sketch in Tim and Eric Awesome Show Great Job.
What will your first sequence of the day be?
Computer load up Celery Man, please.
Hey, Paul. I'm Tane, your latest dancer. I can't wait to entertain you.
Could I see a hat wobble?
Yes.
And a flargon snow?
Yes.
Sarah Conifers, with her belief that AI will one day try to take over the world, is a clear reference to Terminator's Sarah Connor. Waxwell Gex is a simple play on the video game character Gex, the lovable video game lizard. Or are they a gecko? Moving on. Pendle Toad is kinda hard to pin down. It's very similar to Pendleton Ward, the creator of Adventure Time, and it might be Toad specifically to play off the fact that he is seen with Waxwell Gex. Now we have a true pair of amphibious soldiers. Dimitri, returning from the wall only after convict allies, has lost several teeth after being fully smashed in the face by a stop sign thanks to Ellie. He now speaks with a lisp. Similarly, we have the continuity of Gregory having a broken arm after being hit by a car. Stop sign, car, one might be a little worse. Mr. Angery is potentially a reference to Mr. Furious, Ben Stiller's character in Mystery Men. I'm less inclined to believe that because I might be the only person on the planet who likes that movie. Based on other recurring references to it, I'm surprised Puff didn't go for the classic Newgrounds Angra spelling, but being misspelled like this at all could still be riffing on that. Dima Pensky reminded me of Seinfeld's Pensky. It's a different spelling, nothing else really builds on that, although we do see that Puff is a Seinfeld fan. He didn't know there was this much green in the whole galaxy, is a quote from Rey in The Force Awakens. Formerly Todd Spudson, we have Todd Tater, which, if he was listed on a surname-based form, would be Tater Todd. Bill Cook used to live with too many people, presumably playing on the phrase, too many cooks in the kitchen, although doesn't really confirm that they were actually other cooks that he lived with. Bob Pants is a pretty on-the-nose reference to SpongeBob SquarePants if he was neither a sponge nor a square. Paul Penn has a rather unexpected reference to being related to Sean Penn of all celebrities. Captain Gale Force is actually promoted to General Gale Force after dealing with the Top Hats. Good for him. Sten Lundgren, a Sten is actually a type of hat. It's essentially a fedora like he's wearing. I also can't ignore that he shares a surname with Dolph, but I don't really see any other connection. I really love the visual gag of Perry Sherman being a tired bottle collector rather than a passed out alcoholic. I got a real good belly laugh out of that the first time I saw it. Still tickles me now. Kane West, the former music producer, is an obvious play on Kanye West for seemingly no reason. Probably no point in me questioning these references anymore, is there? They're usually lacking any rhyme or reason. Rhyme and reason. Maybe the Kanye reference does make sense. Mr. Lincoln just looks like Honest Abe. That's all. I thought Patty Pride had to do with Patty's Pub in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and Charlie's weird preferences. I've been informed it's based on a YouTube poop of the SpongeBob episode Patty Hype, which then has a reference to a drink being purple.
Hey, Hey, is that one purple? No! Purple is my favorite drink!
Patty hype, patty pride. Maybe there's layers to it, I think it's the straight up SpongeBob thing. And finally, we have a top-hatted character we literally only ever see from behind, Henry Stickmin. It actually took me a couple takes to get it right. I'm so used to saying Stickmin at this point. Playing off the often mispronounced main character's name.
Sir, I got a message.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Henry Stickmin. Yeah, Henry Stickmin has escaped. You still there?
And a bio that suggests that Stickman became a criminal because of that constant mixing up. Now onto every relentless bounty hunter route. First matching up with Ghost Inmate. Henry stole a tank, defeated Right-Hand Man, and brought down the Top-Hats. Then was pardoned by the government. Once at the wall, he ditches Ellie and escapes solo. Right off the bat in this opening scene, we have a Simsong TV. We've brought back this knockoff brand first seen in Stealing the Diamond. It's obviously a riff on Samsung. I think there's a little bit more to it than that I explained back in the other video. When Henry is being held captive, his hands are bound in place by these electrified cuffs, suspending him in a way that feels very similar to when Syndrome is holding Mr. Incredible captive. The shape of them, the kind of green electricity, the way Henry tries to break free, it all feels very similar to that scene. Right-Hand Man's line,
"You've got to be pretty tired of waking up like this,"
acknowledges the fact that Henry has woken up like this at the start of both infiltrating the airship and fleeing the complex. Right-Hand Man has captured Henry and is out for revenge. He's also received some cybernetic upgrades. I absolutely love the voice effects used for the cyborg version of this character.
"That's right, it's me, but you thought you took me out."
It reminds me a lot of James Lee's Nox videos.
We stopped hanging out for some reason. I wonder whatever happened to that guy.
Well, nobody gets away from the topic, Glenn.
Although I doubt that's an actual intended reference, maybe it's an inspiration or just a similar vocal effect plugin. Either way, it sounds super cool, especially when layered with Right-Hand Man's accent. While hanging in this cell, Remote results in Henry being ejected into space, floating away in a sequence meant to be identical to Inner Sloth's other game, Among Us. In case that wasn't obvious enough on its own, they made sure to highlight that in the fail text. Seems like there's still an imposter among us. Inner Strength results in a reference that's as straightforward as they come. "You can't break those cuffs" is a meme spawning from an episode of Cops where a cuffed individual tries to snap his cuffs.
I can break these cuffs.
You can't break those cuffs. We appreciate your cooperation now, okay?
Magic Spell leads to a success, casting Thunder 2 from the Final Fantasy series. I just really like the look of those brief shocked frames in this electrocution scene. It's just a fun bit of cartoony animation. You could call it a reference to anything Looney Tunes or almost anything cartoony. I don't think it's that specific. After breaking free, Henry can use the lockpick. Attempting to use the lockpick with the descriptive text at the bottom being similar to any text-based adventure game like King's Quest, describing the use of an item and the outcome of that use. Games of that genre often have unexpected results when the players interact in specific ways or spam a certain option. Here we can spam the lockpick option, as it isn't initially a fail. Our increasingly agitated narrator states, "There's no lock to pick. There's still no lock to pick. You gotta stop trying this, man. There is no lock." Fine, you want a lock? There's your lock. In complete exasperation, the game or the narrator or whoever supplies a lock. When trying to use it, we are instead hit immediately with a fail, and this earns the achievement Lockpick Pro. "No lock, no problem" reminds me of a tagline from some sort of infomercial, but I cannot find a specific one using that exact format. The bomb can be interpreted rather generically from many different games, although leaving it next to a doorway like this is most commonly associated with the Zelda franchise. Rather than that generic inclusion, I'm instead sharing it here now because across the series, this is the third use of bomb as an option, with it failing every single time. I just wanted to point out its relative unreliability. The Melt Ray gun melting itself when used is a reference to a similar gag when Duck Dodgers uses his disintegration pistol. The correct option is the metal hat from the Mario series originating in Super Mario 64. The shimmering purple appearance of Metal Henry, the accompanying music, the heavy metal thumps and indestructibility are also spins on what is seen in that game. I think the music is especially well done. I just want to appreciate that for a second. Henry dashes into the armory, who somebody left open.
Who left this open?
One option is the big sword, different from the big ol' sword, and is meant to be the Buster Sword used by Cloud Strife in Final Fantasy VII. The way the bookie is subsequently chopped, the fade out to red, as well as that sound effect, are also lifted from the Final Fantasy series. The underbarrel grenade launcher comes with the text, "Who brings a grenade launcher onto a space station?" There's nothing readily apparent in this one, but Puff shared in his commentary track that this was inspired by 2018's Aquaman movie. In one of the opening scenes on the submarine, a grenade launcher is used, to which Puff thought to himself, who brings a grenade launcher onto a submarine? Swap out submarine for space station, and that's how we got this fail text. Our success is the Pew Pew gun, meant to look like the NES Zapper accessory used in games like Duck Hunt. The flashes of light, sounds, and dropping characters with points earned are all pulled from Duck Hunt as well. As Henry continues his rampage, someone calls Right Hand Man to warn him. I like the way we see his eye swap to a call symbol. I just thought it was a neat little detail. Right Hand Man's super stretchy arm attack here made me think of Piccolo's Mystic Attack, but I think it might be something else. Maybe it's just a cool, unique ability he has. But if anyone can find a recreation of this exact scene, that would be really cool. In their confrontation, Henry can use Harden, like in Pokemon. People had suggested other possible references, but this is really driven home with the fail text, "It's not very effective." Although that's usually reserved for the perceptive effectiveness of attacks rather than defenses, we're kind of getting a bit of a spin on that. Oh well. There may even be a layered joke here in that within the Pokemon series, Steel is super effective against Rock, with Right Hand Man's Steel hand shattering Henry's Rock head. I vote we give Puff the credit and say that was on purpose. Sweep the leg comes from the Karate Kid.
Sweep the leg.
Although the actual result of Henry kicking metal and grabbing his hurt leg might be a reference to Obi-Wan attempting to use a similar move on General Grievous. That's so specific that it might just be a funny coincidence. Henry then gets his ass beat so hard he starts turning into rough outlines rather than fully detailed drawings. I believe this technique is used in really high impact, intense anime action scenes. It could have been a stylistic choice here. I'm suspicious the reference is maybe more specific and I'm missing it. But at the end, that's going to be an ouch from me, dog, is a play on a catchphrase from Randy Jackson during the auditions for American Idol. They're not all video game references. Now and again we get weird things like Karate Kid and American Idol. The emergence of the nanosuit is a lot like the newest bleeding edge armor tech Tony Stark has on display in Avengers Infinity War. Henry even pats his chest to activate it, just like Tony does. There's this great gag in the Right Hand Man fight when Henry is positioned on the solar panels. When you do fire missiles, there is a lengthy fail text describing a precise set of instructions needed. However, if you time out this QuickTime event instead, you are accosted for wasting time attempting to read instructions. Which one is it, game? It's a real lose-lose there, isn't it? The positron reflector is that used by Fox McCloud, commonly seen as a Fox's down B in Smash as a reflective defensive move. In this sequence, it even deflects a quick little red laser from Right Hand Man, much like Fox's own laser gun, before he is smashed out of the screen with an edge flash and game, just like in the Smash Bros. Series. Unfortunately, it only reflects projectiles. Pretty easily outdone. Henry's helmet instantly cracking is done in a way that matches Olimar's helmet cracking when he gets KO'd in Ultimate. After smashing a solar panel with the max gravity boots, Henry is able to hide behind a shard. He may choose one of 4 celestial objects. Choosing to return to Earth has Henry burn up in the atmosphere. Toasty is a reference to the Mortal Kombat series. which was its own Easter egg first appearing in Mortal Kombat 2. An image of sound designer Dan Forden appears on screen and announces Toasty in a falsetto voice. It's a weird part of those games, became a running gag over the course of the series. When using the communications satellite, Henry is definitely sending out Morse. But I don't think it matches with what they're saying Henry is communicating.
Yeah, just keep saying attack, 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 fire, shoot the laser.
The bursts of the Morse code are far too brief, and the beeps too inconsistent in their length. I spent a long time looking at it, and I don't really think there's anything there. It's just random beeps. At the end of Free Man, the escape pod taken by Henry appears to be the absolutely safe pod from Mother 3, although I don't think they're quite close enough for me to call that a direct reference. Choosing the escape pod allows Henry to set Earth as a destination, crashing through the Top-At satellite on the way. This is rather Holdo maneuver-esque, although more could be done to sell that reference if intended. Henry is then left to lounge on a beach and enjoy the sunset. With no real strings or consequences or commitments here, we earn the ending, Free Man. Next up is the combination of relentless bounty hunter and convict allies. Henry defeated Right-Hand Man, stole a tank, was pardoned by the government, only this time he worked with Ellie when escaping the wall. Ellie indicates that she is only vaguely aware of the Top-Ats, but has contacts of her own to help the two of them track down their secret base. They take Henry's tank, which is very much meant to be the white tank of the logo for Newgrounds, and go all out in an epic action-packed train heist with bumpin' dubstep to boost. This tank can get serious air. And this guy over here has a cannon that shoots swords? What the heck is going on in this scene? Michael Bay could learn a thing or two. If Henry and Ellie both grab swords, the tank accidentally rolls over Ellie. The quick pop-up, betrayal, and lost the lead are all references to multiplayer matches in the Halo franchise.
Betrayal. Lost the lead.
Betrayal. Lost the lead.
Logically, we are able to fire the tank, caving in the tunnel. We quickly cut to Mr. Macbeth, who we previously established is a Laird Star Fox reference, now shouting, "I can't stop it!" which is a direct quote from that same Star Fox character again.
I can't stop it! I can't stop it!
I also just love that he's reading Choo Choo magazine. Those conductors gotta stay up to date. Force Lift itself is of course a Star Wars reference, but is also a callback to the fact Ellie has used some Force powers. First seen back in Fleeing the Complex. She ends up chucking the gold way too far away. We get it, you lift. It's more of a joke about gym bros who won't or can't shut up about lifting. The Purse of Holding's name and ability to hold well beyond its physical limitations are likely references to the Bag of Holding from Dungeons & Dragons, but the appearance of it, and the whole "you two look like you could use some patented Purse of Holding carrying purses," is a riff on the candy bar bag carrying bags from SpongeBob SquarePants.
You two lady killers are too smart to be without one of my patented candy bar bag carrying bags.
The Fulton is a reference to Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, Fulton's surface-to-air recovery system. We get a series first here, which is a fake-out of branching options. We've had fake-out fails and fake-out endings, but having this quickly on screen had never happened prior. There is obscure reference, your suggestions, and really dumb option. The obscure reference isn't just totally generic, it is meant to be Lero, a multiplayer dueling game much like Worms. Your suggestions, being a smiling trash can, is something that I assume comes as a reaction to years of fans sending Puff endless suggestions for the franchise. This may be his not so subtle way of letting us all know that our ideas are in fact trash. And really dumb option is an image of a stick person picking their nose, which is odd because we've never seen them with noses. Anyways, I think that's more of a meta joke and a play on the idea that usually at least one of Henry's available options is notably extra dumb. We then get our for realsies options. First off, Shell Bounce, which is a special attack used in the Mario and Luigi RPG series. Maybe trying to do something solo with one of these is why the green shell never worked back in Infiltrating the Airship. The needle itself is a little bit of a really dumb option, as right-hand man can obviously just fly as it falls. But we then get a multitude of needle puns in this fail. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. I'm gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? And in teeny tiny text. Alright, that last one was a stretch. I guess not all pokes are created equal, eh? Is a mini callback to the pun list during the electrocution section in Infiltrating the Airship. Our final option is then the Wombo Combo, which comes from a famous Smash Bros video where Captain Falcon and Fox finish off their opponent, Fox, with a crazy over-the-top finishing combo.
Happy feet, Wombo Combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco. Where you at?
There are a few things going on here. First, the combo has been referenced before, with audio from the original Wombo Combo being used during the epic MLG gaming moment from Fleeing the Complex, also featuring Ellie. Specifically during the Convict Allies route. Once the comboing begins, Ellie even says happy feet?
Happy feet!
Which again comes from that original video.
Happy feet!
It should be noted that Captain Falcon is on the team of winning fighters in that original combination of Wombo, although he doesn't actually use a Falcon punch. This is more of a Stickmin series payoff, with Henry finally executing a proper Stickmin punch. Something that Henry has used multiple times, but under and overshooting it previously. I guess those 2 times he was doing a Falcon punch and a Falcon kick, but really he just needed to do his own Stickmin punch the whole time. Yes, I insist on saying punch if that's what he's gonna say.
Falcon punch! Falcon! Stickmin!
Here, it finally lands. This is one of the shorter paths in completing the mission, and earns the ending, Capital Gains. This is an iffy one for me, but it came up quite frequently and I think the comments sort of convinced me. It seems like the way Henry and Ellie are leaned back with the Capital Gains title having stock tracking lines integrated into the letters could be intended to reference the stonks meme. I want to believe that's the case because I think stonks are just kind of hilarious. During the Capital Gains credits, there is another shoop-de-whoop hidden in the sun. Next up is Relentless Bounty Hunter and Presumed Dead. Again, Henry is in the government's good graces. He stole a tank, defeated Right-Hand Man, with Reginald being arrested. At the wall, he makes an epic solo escape, faking his own death to avoid recapture. Henry overhears 2 guys talking about how they left all their gold in one train car. Then, disguised as the mysterious vagabond, he swipes their plans. Most of the small bits of text you see throughout completing the mission in the background are just scribbles, unlike in those older Flash games. Extra details like that worked well because Flash allowed you to zoom in while playing. Puff stated that he didn't think people would be able to easily rip these files to examine them more closely, so he didn't bother hiding little Easter eggs in there. My apologies for sort of ruining that myself, but the plan actually does have some minor text, although it simply reads, "Take the train to the secret base, then we blast off. Okay." We then cut to the train 1 day away from launch. The train car is marked with a giant Mario-style gold coin on the side. If Henry chooses to join the caravan, he attempts to sidle up to things all nonchalant. It worked wonders when he needed through that front gate. Why not act like he belongs here as well? He is instead very casually shot. "All you had to do was follow the dang train, Henry." A direct quote from Big Smoke during a mission in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
All
we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
Henry succeeds when plowing the tank directly into the side of one of the train cars. If you do nothing, the ego-driven Blast Connors shoots Henry down, somehow having the confidence to pull off the phrase,
"I'll gun him down."
with that very peculiar pronunciation. He then does a full-on anime run along the top of the train. This gives a new definition to bullet time, referring to the term for the slow-mo effect originating from the Matrix film. The successful option is to use agility, lifted straight from Pokemon, a move commonly used by Pikachu as well as many others. During this, Henry pulls various very brief poses, including a full-on dab, and a classic Mario-style hop and bop jump, like he was boinging off a Goomba. Following this is one of the most elaborate, direct references seen in this series. Mr. Macbeth intercepts Henry in the hall and initiates an incredibly true-to-its-origin Undertale fight sequence. Seriously, if the design was slightly pixelated, everything about this would be so on the nose. Starting from Henry's flashing soul then entering the battle to the bouncy black and white graphics, a fully recreated menu, and a perfect blend of Toby Fox's musical styles with that of the Stickmin series. Mr. Macbeth's theme is titled Tickets Please. It is very similar to the structure and style of Undertale's Metal Crusher. And true to the layered and often remixed soundtrack use in Undertale, Tickets Please is a remix of another Stickmin song. This is the Top At clan theme, and as an example, here's how it was heard in Infiltrating the Airship. Even the sound effects for typing out the various text come straight from Undertale. Or at least so near you can barely tell the difference. Fight has a swipe that does 1 damage with a near identical recreation of the sound effect and animation. I mean, everything about this is near exact. I just feel I should really pay it its dues. The bullet board shrinks down, within which you would normally dodge your heart around incoming attacks. Instead, Macbeth uses his machine gun and mows down the heart. Seeing the conductor riddle you with bullets, it fills you with determination. This is the exact format of statement used when saving your file in Undertale. Henry can instead act and attempt to bribe Macbeth, with their own money. He points the gun in a way that cannot be dodged. Henry really bribes? No dignity. Is that a reference to something? I'm unsure about that. I think it's a Naruto reference? No, just a bizarre phrasing, I assume? Anyways, back to the adventure. Ah yes, I see now. How could I have been so blind? It's a Boruto reference. When using Mercy and then Spare, we get yet another Macbeth quote lifted from Star Fox.
They're not taking me serious.
As well as this very intense directional beam, very reminiscent of Sans' Gaster Blaster. If it's not apparent, I maybe have a thing or two to say about Undertale. This section of the game is like a perfect merging of worlds for me. Henry can equip a mirror, changing his soul to the color of patience. Based on Undertale lore, there is no equivalent soul mode in Undertale battles, so that probably just had more to do with the color making sense for a mirror, even though no color really makes sense for a mirror because they just reflect other colors. But cartoon logic. At the end of the battle, Mr. Macbeth is vaporized into ash. This is a really fun play on the way monsters in Undertale disintegrate into dust when killed in battle. But he's a real person, he's not gonna turn into dust, so ash it is. After blasting Mr. Macbeth away, we get this really stilted delivery from a character simply named Grunt.
We can't get in.
Their design, name, and speech delivery are references to the hazardous environment combat unit grunts from Half-Life. Heck you, They actually had this really interesting dynamic speech system to add variety to dialogue when filling in the background of that game, without the need to record hundreds of line variants. The game instead stitched separate words together to make full phrases. It's a super cool system. And Grunt's line here is mimicking that resulting broken delivery.
Squad, all hostiles clear.
We can't get in.
Henry can then eject the train car with an inflatable raft, floating off to safety, loading up a cash sack of gold, reminiscent of the $sign bag from Breaking the Bank, and heads off into the jungle, earning the ending Little Nest Egg. Last, but certainly not least in terms of density of references, we have Relentless Bounty Hunter and International Rescue Operative. Henry defeated Right-Hand Man and led to the arrest of the Top Hat leader. He specifically worked with and was pardoned by the government and very much went against the Top Hats, being rescued by Charles and fleeing in his helicopter. That relationship with the government was further reinforced in International Rescue Operative, and we would have fully sealed off the option for the betrayal. This opening sequence is an absolute masterpiece. It is nearly a one-to-one recreation of the opening scene from Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I'm going to let that play out entirely, slightly tweaking the Metal Gear version to better match the Henry version.
Top at airspace now.
Altitude 20,000 feet. Wind speed nominal. Visibility is clear. Stand by for drop.
I hope you don't mind helping us out again. I called ahead and got the all clear from the general. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions. Don't worry, he'll fill you in when you arrive. You'll be dropping in on the outskirts of the Top Hat launch site. We've also got a squad waiting for you when you arrive. Alright, time to drop.
There he is.
Do you think he's as legendary as they say?
Although I can appreciate not wanting to animate that excessive flipping, then still executing the very same halo jump as Snake. High altitude, low opening. There's even a clever little spin with Charles's helicopter opening from the side rather than a hangar in the back, allowing Henry to more accurately recreate the way he looked out over the airship back in that previous game. Potentially from the very same chopper when you think about it. Puff credits himself just about every way he can to recreate that opening title credit sequence, including a few jokey ones. He has Fail Specialist and Seat Warmer, really padding out those credits. Motivator missing, I assume, is also a joke about how difficult it must have been to find the motivation to carry on after so many years of working on this series. You're just lacking motivation, and you're certainly not motivating yourself. The entire codec call sequence is about as on the nose as any of this could all get, and we get to hear from John Pilkson, an obvious riff on both John Naked Snake and Iroquois Snake Plissken. John Plissken, John Pilkson. Just mushing them all together, and his own code name instead being Frog. I mean, that's an amphibian instead of a reptile, but let's not get too hung up on the herpetology. Frog's quote,
Henry, really kept us waiting, huh?
Is a direct reference to a running gag in the Metal Gear series.
Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh?
Spoken by one of many Snake characters after lengthy opening cutscenes. His grizzled voice is an obvious impression of David Hayter's iconic performances. It's really funny to hear this character in particular because Puff always pitches up any of his voice acting, and it's especially funny when he's doing a lower, gruff voice.
I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
The right-hand man. I thought he was defeated.
I just find the end result quite pleasing. The constant and are pretty iconic, as well as being quoted in Frog's bio. Something less intentional, but an added little detail, is that when you slap a snake-style headband on a stick figure, they're automatically going to look like Crazy J, the stick page mascot. Obviously something we've seen in the opening credits of the old Flash series. Now, the references don't even stop after Henry lands. This leads into the opening part of Snake Eater's story, Virtuous Mission. The first part of that mission in Metal Gear 3 is in fact subtitled Close Quarters Combat. When we attempt this approach, we hear some skipping grunt effects, a slowed down animation, and yell from Henry, furthering the Metal Gear references. The fail text for which is, "Henry, are you alright? Answer me. Henry!"
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Puff must really like this game, eh? Okay, let's move on to non-Metal Gear Solid stuff for a minute at least. Dance Off is a running gag through this entire route, so I'll tackle that at the end. Stealth has Henry crawling on the ground, with a sneak increase to 42 popping up above, being directly lifted from Skyrim's skill leveling system. The gag here is that Kane West actually ironically notices the appearance and sound of that leveling bar, and only after that realizes Henry is down below. 42 may also be a simple nod to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. For me, it's one of those things like the number 23, I can't help but notice it everywhere, and I pretty much always assume it's on purpose. That book series is legitimately one of the most heavily referenced things in the entire history of video games. I have no confirmation of that, but keep an eye out and you'll see references to that and the usefulness of towels and a few other Hitchhiker's Guide fundamentals everywhere. This never would have happened at 100. A common strategy in Skyrim was to max out your sneak, allowing you to basically stroll straight past every encounter you wanted. If instead we use Convert, with Henry using the monk's iconic Wololo conversion technique from Age of Empires, Wololo, we have the guard join up with us and we rush off, although I don't really know where Narwini and Erectus come from. Wololo.
Narwini, stand guard.
Erectus.
Presumably also Age of Empires? When I did my Let's Play of this series, I got so confused thinking the last option on this screen was Covert. Close Quarters, Covert, Stealth, or Dance Off. What the hell just happened? You know, I thought thematically that matched really well with the other stealth game-based options, so I had no idea what was going on. I have to go back a step because I'm pretty sure that Wololo is like an Age of Empires thing. How has that been extrapolated to this point? Like, I don't see the connection or through line to a Covert thing in any way, shape, or form. That's what you get with sleep deprivation and playing a game reading for far too long. It's also what you get when you're just a little bit slow in the head, I guess. I love this little top hat guy on the shelf. It reminds me of the characters from Nutcase Nightmares, the game. I don't know the actual intended reference though, if there even is one. There are some quick jokes on the screen as Eel hacks into the top hat computer. This appears to be running on something like an orange computer, you know, instead of an Apple. First, he runs a Hacker Things program. Puff slipped a quick 69 in there. And after that succeeds, the computer prompts him to say, "We're in," before accessing the cameras, riffing on the heist movie trope of saying that very thing after successfully hacking. There is a mapping overlay to show how the characters are moving around the base, of course also taken from Metal Gear. The cluster charge is meant to eject a cluster of bombs through the door into the warehouse. This is taken from the operator Fuse in Rainbow Six Siege, with the graphics for the "you killed yourself" mimicking the same outcome in that game. The cluster charge is an effective weapon, but yes, you are likely to kill yourself and teammates with it as well. The Fuse in Rainbow Six is Russian, and on the cluster charge here, we have the Russian word Zalozhnik, which translates to hostage. This is a gag based on the fact that in Rainbow Six Siege, the Fuse most often ends up killing the in-game hostages. Henry's blank expression here is very similar to some of the neutral faces seen throughout the Homestuck series. Thank you to people in Two Left Thumbs Discord for helping me figure that one out. The examples were very compelling, which yeah, you guys can come hang out in the Discord. There's a link in the description. Nice triple kill indeed. The way everyone, including the top hats, just immediately get in on the dog pile cracks me up. I want We Doing a Dog Pile to become a meme if it isn't already.
Oh, we doing a dog pile?
Oh, heck yeah, dog pile?
Heck yeah, dog pal.
The way Right-Hand Man breaks free is a lot like Neo busting out from underneath a dog pile of Agent Smiths. That scene would be so comical if all of those 100 different Smiths all announced that they were dogpiling first.
Are we doing a dog pile?
Heck
Are we doing
yeah,
a dog pile?
Heck yeah, dog pile?
Heck yeah,
Dog pile?
Or Tetsuo from Under the Doctors in Akira, or Senator Armstrong in Metal Gear Rising. But when asked, Puff shared, "I tend to make it more clear if it's an actual reference, and since nothing there really called for The Matrix, it's more of a generic moment. Which is why I usually try to find deeper connections in these references, either literally or thematically. Puff is just usually a little more on the nose with these inclusions." The successful option is suppressing fire, before Right-Hand Man singles out Henry and starts a battle with him outside, opening it up for Henry to have one free shot on him. The sound effect when hovering over rock, paper, scissors is a lot like that from Mario Kart 64 during an item block roulette. Right-Hand Man is a little bit of a cheat here and opts for laser instead. Nobody even told us that was an option. I want best 2 out of 3. Self-destruct is a play on when a player chooses to surrender in a round of worms, including the dropped tombstone. Henry bit the dust is one of the possible in-game texts on screen when a worm dies. Seeing a stick figure inflate to a thick stick is something I didn't really want to see or think about.
This better not awaken anything in me.
Cheap fighting combo has Henry do Terry Bogard's jab and power dunk combination from the Fatal Fury fighting game series. Chaining it together, pushing Right-Hand Man up the ramp continuously. Spammy combos like that are literally the only way I can win any traditional fighting games, so I tend to relate. Once Henry is spotted by the other top hats, he may choose to finish him, a direct reference to a pre-fatality moment in Mortal Kombat. And yeah, Henry wins, but he is then immediately Sparta-kicked off the ramp by Antonidas Sparta, all playing off of Leonidas and his massive shouting moment in 300.
This is Sparta!
The fail text also quotes this. Notably, it is "mission failed?" with a question mark, since Henry did succeed in defeating Right-Hand Man and leaving the top hats leaderless, he just also died in the process. And for some reason, we straight up have Ali G here, known in this game as Ali Jean. Him be like wicked mental. Big up yourself. Yeah, I'm good at accents.
Yo, we is needing like a new boss man.
This is straight up a Sacha Baron Cohen character, the one he was most well known for before the Borat movie. I don't know, I guess Puff is just a big fan? I kinda love how on the nose it is. I see you, Puff. East Stain's massive, bud. Henry can attempt to rewire Right-Hand Man and make him a good guy. He very quickly flips back to siding with the top hats, and his eye does this epic anime flash similar to what was seen when fighting him in Infiltrating the Airship. It's less of a particular character trademark and more of just a common anime thing, but we've seen him do it before. Since this is the last time we can choose Dance Off, I will finally address it. In each one of these steps, Henry does the first half second of Donald Faison's iconic Scrubs dance. Yes, I know it's now the default dance in Fortnite, but let's show this man some respect. It should be recognized as his creation first and foremost. Therefore, I treat it as a Turk reference instead of a Fortnite one. The sound that plays when hovering over the dance off option is a little part of the main theme from Inner Sloth's first game, Dig to China. With each passing time you use it, the fail narrator gets increasingly frustrated with you. Do not. Cease. No. Stop it. And finally, Henry can use the ocarina, directly from the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Back in the retro room of Stealing the Diamond, we saw a shelf that included 3 different Zelda series instruments. Henry brought back the baton in Fleeing the Complex, resulting in a fail, and here he is now busting out the ocarina. I guess he cleaned out that full shelf while in the museum? Back when we used the command melody in Fleeing the Complex, the fail text was, "Too bad you don't know how to play like an ocarina or something." Now here we have the great little payoff of the successful option being the ocarina. Charles's song is similar to Epona's in the sense that they're both used to summon a character. A lot of people suggested that this is a reworking of Charles' Greatest Plan song.
This is the greatest plan.
I felt that if I really strained my hearing, maybe I could hear the similarity.
This is the greatest plan.
They are both 6 notes long, specifically holding that final note.
This is the greatest plan.
But I had to go asking, and unfortunately there wasn't an intentional connection between those two. Similarly, a lot of people pointed to similarities between a tune in Valiant Hero and Charles's song.
This is the greatest plan.
Could say it was the greatest.
But we have no real confirmation on that one. I love the way he does such a subtle, simple little sway. The effect of mimicking Link here playing is really well done. He plays Charles's song as he immediately comes to the rescue. Anyways, the Top-Ats are defeated and fractured, with Henry turning pro and earning the ending Master Bounty Hunter. Henry has taken down Reginald and Right-Hand Man. All that's left are this eye patch guy, possibly who would have owned the patch seen in the Jewel Baron Route Vault. Someone with a big old butt chin. We have seen one character in the series with a butt chin, perhaps they are related, although that other character is pretty strongly neutral, potentially even good. And finally, Gastro, who we saw in Fleeing the Complex and is essentially a toilet wizard. Apparently they're still at large and a desirable target. I mean, they would have been locked up for a reason, right? But more than likely, all 3 of these are just totally random drawings. I covered a couple of bios through the routes, but we can do the rest here at the end. And I should reiterate, I'm not going to include any I covered in either of the previous 2 parts. Right-Hand Man is interesting because he actually gets 3 different completing the mission bios. A regular, one with cybernetic enhancements, and one extra where the cybernetic version is briefly turned good. But none of them actually share anything that specific or interesting. In the game files, Right-Hand Man is labeled as Top-At_Bull, which maybe at some point was an intended name for the character, a quick reveal that would have happened, but he instead remains nameless. Holy Cap jumps in as Henry is trying to escape. Holy Cap refers to the hole in his hat, and is also supposed to sound a little like the expletive holy crap. Chuck Wellington. A chuck is a cut of beef, and beef Wellington is a particular way of cooking beef. That's too many times to say beef in a row. His bio takes this to the extreme that his great-grandfather somehow actually invented beef. Fred Finestone is a simple reference to cartoon character Fred Flintstone from the Flintstones. His bio suggests that he runs around barefoot and shouts a super loud catchphrase, much like Fred Flintstone. Although in-game, he can very clearly be seen wearing shoes, so maybe he only likes to get crazy on special occasions without anything on his feet. My guess is the bio came later and Puff didn't feel like changing all the animation to reflect this goofy one-off sentence. Fred Worst, with his greasy little soul patch, is meant to be a parody of Limp Bizkit's Fred Durst, who, yeah, kind of is the worst. Clement Warrentine is kind of an infix of Warren into Clementine, although I see no larger pun or reference there. MF Jones, which is revealed to be short for Milhouse Fillmore Jones. Now, normally I hesitate to say a shared name is a reference without proof that there's more to it, something linking that name and this character. Like Matilda Ivy shares a last name with Poison Ivy, but nothing else about the character alludes to that, so I don't count it as a reference. It wasn't until researching this that I fully came to realize Milhouse just isn't ever really a first name in almost any context outside of Milhouse Van Houten. So yeah, I'd say that could be an actual reference to the Simpsons character this time. But that MF is also likely short for something a little different, like Jamie Foxx's character in Horrible Bosses. I got really hung up on Bartolomeo. It's like Bart and Romeo and Bartolo. There's just a lot going on, but I don't really see anything specific. I thought maybe that was a slight nod to Bart Simpson to go along with Milhouse. They are both seen in the same train car after all, and both during the Little Nest Egg route, but not at the same time? So I'm really hesitant on that one. It's given even less credence by the fact that we have the more direct Bort Sampson in-game, who obviously refers to Bart Simpson, and even more specifically, the somewhat infamous Bort nameplate gag.
Bort? Mommy, buy me a license plate!
No, come along, Bort.
Are you talking to me?
No, my son is also named Bort.
Larry the Guy is a reference to Larry the Cable Guy. But you know, just a regular guy with zero cable knowledge. Why are you asking about cables? Mr. Teal. He thinks his hat is teal, but it's more of a cyan, really. Maybe a play on the fact that Among Us players never knew whether to refer to this crewmate as teal or cyan, although I believe the debate was eventually settled as cyan. Don Miguel is thought to reference the real-life RPG maker creator of the same name, who is rather notable in that community. Although I'm left totally uncertain how the magical shop/ship joke in his bio fits in. I feel like I'm missing something there. The only shops/ships I could name come from Howl's Moving Castle or Beetle's ship/shop in The Legend of Zelda. Gordon Banks is the tech guy and as such earned the codename Eel, like an electric eel. Electronics, you know, it fits. Demolitions expert Amelia Esteban operates with the codename Turtle, which may be a joke or a riff on the fact that she hates when things take too long. She's a fast go-getter of a character, they call her Turtle, like when you name a big, tall, muscle-bound guy Tiny. Her name might also be intended to be very close to Emilio Estevez. I don't really see the point in that, but it allows me to include this clip.
I was like, Emilio! Emilio!
And for that reason, I choose to say it is a reference. The codenames of Frog, as well as the undercover agents Eel and Turtle, could be a reference to the Foxhound members in the Metal Gear series, all naming themselves after animals. Normally, I'd think that's a generic trope of picking your own codename, but pretty well the entire Master Bounty Hunter route is all a bunch of Metal Gear references, so I more readily buy that one. Pinkman, with his stylish pink hat, is a reference to Breaking Bad's Jesse Pinkman, although this Pinkman is not associated with any chemistry teachers or cartels, he just has a pink hat. In a very brief shootout sequence, we see Rupert Price. This is his fourth appearance in the series, starting back in escaping the prison, continuing on to stealing the diamond and infiltrating the airship, before skipping over fleeing the complex, and coming back now. During that credit sequence of Master Bounty Hunter, we get references to two iconic pro wrestlers. There is Wayne the Stone Johnson, playing off of Dwayne the Rock Johnson, and Rock Cool Steve Dallas, who would be Stone Cold Steve Austin. The nickname swaps out a few synonyms, and his last name is simply a different Texan city. The Stone and Rock Cool both have bios describing the idea that they've been looking for an opportunity to claim leadership. I think this is a joke on pro wrestling in general and as a competitive sport, and the constant struggle from the wrestlers to fight to the top and try to claim the title. There's just that continuous drive to be on top. The last Infiltrating the Airship branch, rapidly promoted executive. And first to match with that from fleeing the complex is Ghost Inmate. Henry defeated the right-hand man, but still led the Top Hats to an effective escape from the government. He was against them, now he leads them. Later, at the wall, He backstabs Ellie in order to get away alone and undetected. This route starts only 3 days after fleeing the complex. Ellie broke herself out of the wall and followed Henry to the airship. Ellie convinces everyone to have a mutiny against Henry. He is technically still in charge, even though Reginald was kind of sneakily sliding back into that role in his absence. Thomas Chestershire and Jeffrey Plum actually stick up for Henry as being a pretty good leader. Thanks guys, you the OGs. Henry must avoid being walked off the plank if he chooses chainsaw, which I guess we did see once prior when fighting Right-Hand Man in Infiltrating the Airship. Although it's played off as less of a direct reference this time, it still is a bit of a callback. Henry cuts through the plank, anticipating an Acme Wile E. Coyote style physics dropout with the ship falling away instead. Definitely thought the other side would fall, like in all the other cartoons. Did this game just acknowledge that it's also a cartoon? Interesting. If Henry instead pleads, Ellie shuts him down and opens fire. I don't think so, Tim, is a direct quote from the character Al Borland directed towards Tim Taylor, played by Tim Allen, in the 90s sitcom Home Improvement.
I don't think so, Tim.
That would almost make more sense paired with the chainsaw since we're talking tools. There's not a very strong connection there, but as someone who grew up watching Home Improvement, I still appreciate it. The save state finally comes into play. I mentioned in a previous installment that the load state had a specific function when it came up in the Jewel Baron route. If you use the save state here, you get a note in the bottom corner, state 0 saved. When playing a game in an emulator, save states are used to save a game at any time, even outside of anything intended by the actual game. You click a hotkey, that moment in time is saved and locked in at a specific save state. State 0 would be that default slot. Immediately after this, Ellie shoots Henry with a Bon Jovi fail text with lyrics from Shot Through the Heart. Instead, Shot Through the Leg and You're to Blame. You give save states a bad name. If you perform this save action first and later play the Jewel Baron route and use load state, you will be teleported to this exact moment. Although there is no new interaction, Henry will again be shot after each load. That's kind of a play on the fact that save states can be more of a curse than a blessing. If you save in a moment outside of what the developer intended, you could potentially soft lock your game. No matter what you do, you're going to die on that load. Helicopter Hat has Henry give a salute and jump on purpose. He then flies to safety using an Inspector Gadget style flying hat, although he does not need or use a Go-Go Gadget style activation phrase. Henry crashes through the side of the airship and ends up in Dave Pampa's cell. The rapidly promoted executive ending left the airship intact, so he's simply been locked up all this time, although now we have Thomas and Jeffrey locked up beside him because of that opening scene. The crash landing and sprawled position of Floyd Winters is a lot like that of Henry's jetpack fail, plus the whole act of busting through the wall. That might be subtly calling back to that moment, but if that was Puff's intent, I feel he would have just went for it. He's already called back to that fail directly once. You know, comedy comes in threes. Looking at it now, I'm almost surprised it's not done in a more obvious way, which makes me think it's a coincidence. Toppy is meant to be a play on Mario's Cappy in Mario Odyssey. Henry uses this to take control of Floyd, who has a key to the cells. Seemingly, this is the same key which would have served a key role in the Big Ol' Sword secret within Infiltrating the Airship. Thomas and Jeffrey do not recognize Henry and toss him overboard. Mind Crystal is a fun play on the character control indicators that hover over the heads of the characters in the Sims franchise. Usually, those are just an indicator to show which character you have selected. There's a hilarious implication here that anytime you're playing The Sims, you're some godlike overlord who's dropping into this world and temporarily seizing control of people's minds. There's some dark game theory potential there somewhere. Henry can choose several options for Floyd, including Mock Prisoner, Discuss Movie Spoilers, and Unlock Cell. Two are relevant in-game actions. I think Discuss Movie Spoilers is one of the options in the Sims games. Floyd specifically throws a fit because his path is blocked. The Simlish here is nearly identical to what Sims would use in that actual context. But even beyond that, accurate to Sims gameplay, when a Sim cannot complete a given path or action, they resume what they were previously doing before they were told otherwise, which here would be drawing a gun to shoot Henry. Henry is presented with 3 Microsoft Word documents of cryptically named plan options. They obviously look like Microsoft Word, although nothing in game specifically calls them that. Got to avoid those trademarks, the same way we have Samsung TVs. I would love to hear your pitches for a Stickminified Microsoft Word processing software. The Good Gents is likely named after Goodfellas, but the plan does not last long, or work at all, really? What? That's OP. They better be nerfing that in the next patch. That would be a common gaming gag, with nerfing being the process of making a particular part of a game something OP or overpowered and making it less powerful. Midnight Surprise simply has the characters plant explosives and detonate them at the stroke of midnight. I suppose it was too effective? Just like old times. Is that in reference to blowing up the airship before? It obviously wouldn't have happened before in this particular path, but it could be talking about old times more broadly? A note specifically for us rather than these characters? Regardless of fourth wall breaks, it was a poorly thought out plan. Deuces has them simply slip away in an escape pod. This is left rather open-ended with the questioning, mission complete? The pod smacks into Reginald and Right-Hand Man, and we see in the end screen that Ellie stepped up as the new leader on the airship, while Henry remained leader of those loyal to him, including Dave Pampa now. This results in the ending Top Hat Civil Warfare, which is possibly the most open-ended in all of the collection. Many fans have suggested that if a sequel to the Henry Stickmin Collection and completing the mission were ever to be made, this should be the branch that is explored further. But just to be 100% clear, this was not done as sequel bait. Puff has stated repeatedly that he is done with this series, and while we can say never, he seems pretty firmly committed to leaving Henry Stickmin where it is. It's an interesting way to leave things off and allows the fans to run wild with possibilities, but it is not meant to indicate another installment in the series. But yeah, write all the fanfics you want and who knows, make a fan game or two. Considering the incredibly high popularity of Marvel movies and comics, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that Top Hat Civil Warfare is likely a Marvel Civil War reference. I kinda left it out because it felt like, Civil Wars are a real world thing, but considering the way the two cartoonish sides are clashing, it's likely tied to that. If you enjoy the depth with which I cover things on this channel, and you like comic book movies, then I'm going to include a link in the corner here for you to check out my comic book movie reviews and more over on my film and TV based channel 2 Left Frames. The next branch would be rapidly promoted executive and convict allies. Henry firmly claims his place as the leader of the Top Hats, betraying and escaping from the government. Then, when held at the wall, works alongside Ellie to escape as a pair. She decides to join the Top Hats with Henry, and he reclaims his leadership role from Reginald. A government raid is almost immediately underway, and they must activate an emergency 5-minute launch of the orbital station. Henry leaps from the tower and executes a devastating super punch that sends the helicopter flying into the distance before exploding in a blaze of misery? Super punch feels like it would be a One Punch Man reference, but Puff was watching a lot of My Hero Academia at the time and specifically studied their impact frames to get the look just right. It's also why the fail reads, "The Top Hats will always remember you as a hero." The very accurate targeting system is lifted straight from modern Fallout games. I love the added little detail of showing the body parts of a stick figure in a more detailed manner, separating out the limbs on screen as if there's some complex anatomy. Notably, targeting is spelt wrong. Definitely not intentional. I expect it to be fixed soon. The UI that pops up down below, indicators for each body part, and slow-mo firing are recreations of the VAT usage in Fallout. It is a common frustration with players that 95% accurate shots seem to miss much more often than the 1 in 20 times they statistically should. The successful option is to board the helicopter using the wrist-strapped grapple hook, which is an item taken from the Just Cause series, commonly used to grapple and swing around, rather iconically in-game between aircrafts. This also acts as a callback to the bail-fail option in the Presumed Dead route, where Henry deployed a chute and tried to sail to safety. I suppose the Henry of convict allies somehow acquired one, while that Presumed Dead path Henry did not? With the choice of helicopter and a massive smile on his face, Henry comes zooming in, executing the one and only greatest plan that we've seen Charles attempt numerous times before. Who do you think you are, Charles? Interestingly, rapidly promoted executive and convict allies specifically are two branches where Henry barely interacts with Charles. And because of this, he never really would have seen Charles in action and his reliance on this plan. The 4 times this plan has come up with Charles, including one attempt in completing the mission and one time of simply pitching it as a plan, all would have taken place in routes other than what led to this moment. Great minds think alike, and as my grandma always says, and fools seldom differ. Somehow Henry impressively manages to shoot everyone but Reginald when using the mounted gun, but the helicopter goes down immediately after.
Bomb has been planted.
Comes from the Counter-Strike series. His ally then questions the accuracy of the statement, since it's instead a giant EMP.
Isn't this an EMP?
I guess this soldier just insists on sticking to the script, no matter the explosive device on hand. While it doesn't make much sense as a reference, they do all appear to be giant Duracell batteries, and presumably are hooked up to the Rainbow Six Siege diffuser. Revolver activates McCree's Deadeye ability from Overwatch.
It's high noon.
It's high noon.
Although, as it plays out, Henry proves that he may just be the slowest shot in the West, or literally anywhere else. Were you waiting till high noon 30 to shoot? The design of the boomerang, as well as the hand aiming, sound effects, yellow markers, and stunning effect all come from The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker. And as boomerangs famously do, it flies back and stuns Henry as well. We get the pun? What a stunning performance. The janky flute playing reminds me of attempting to learn the recorder for music classes in elementary school. There's a cool layering and mingling of references here. Henry plays the warp whistle song from Super Mario Bros. 3. There is, however, a warping system that makes use of a bird in The Legend of Zelda. In that game, the instrument titled flute actually looks more like the blue ocarina seen later in the series, although Henry's little bird is blue while the Zelda one was white. Maybe to match the ocarina? Kind of reference it in that indirect way? Or simply to feel like less of a one-to-one copy? It's a strange decision to swap that out. I'm sure there was a reason. Henry crashes down among another fighting group. Despite beating Right-Hand Man previously, he demonstrates his intense loyalty by immediately standing his ground with Henry. The summon comes straight from Final Fantasy VII, with the little circles instead having top hat-like icons. A giant shoop emerges from the dark side of the moon, an obvious callback and seemingly ultimate form of the continually recurring shoop character, but after all that build-up, he is too late. This is likely a joke on how long summons take in Final Fantasy VII, the animations just take a while. Last week, but not to worry. But also the fact that flying all the way from the moon would have taken a long time. Style on him is a team effort with a flipping head bop, sound effects, and style pop-ins that are all referencing Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door. We aren't really shown why this is a fail. I guess because taking out one soldier out of the 7 surrounding you isn't very good. I've found it's easy to overlook things that reference real life. They're just not usually as readily identifiable as something that flashily ties in a video game or pop culture. But the little icon when you hover over style on him has a little stick person doing a dab. That one should have been easy to catch. Charge is a beautifully simple reference to the iconic World of Warcraft video with Leroy Jenkins.
Alright, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Thumbs up. Let's do this. Henry!
Oh my god, he just ran in.
Oh my god, he just ran in.
Was the team's response to Leroy completely ruining their planned raid.
Not my fault.
Leroy, you were just stupid as hell.
At least Henry's got chicken. A small detail best seen during dual tech, it might not be intentional, but in the background on the left you can see a soldier and Top Hat member fighting like Rock'em Sock'em robots. It was maybe done just as a simple animation loop to fill in some background details, but I love that possible tie-in. I used to have a pair of Rock'em Sock'em robots that were Batman and Mr. Freeze, and I just loved them. Dual Tech is a wildly elaborate sequence with Right-Hand Man superpowering Henry into a whirlwind of gunfire. Don't question how he doesn't vaporize him with his laser eye. It's too cool to be questioned. The concept of dual techs comes from Chrono Trigger. In that game, Chrono and Robo have a few similar dual techs like Supersonic Spin and Cyclone Sweep, but the one in the Henry Stickmin Collection here appears to be wholly unique. What cool name would you give it? Handgun Hurricane? That's the best I've got. Pitch me some of your ideas. The way the enemies disintegrate also comes from that game. Afterwards, we see Reginald looking on through his binoculars, and he busts out a very Owen Wilson-like wow.
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 This binocular zoom out seems familiar as well, but I can't think of anything specific. As the car slams on its brakes, Right-Hand Man jumps to attention and poses like Buzz Lightyear's defensive pose when he gets startled. Ellie picks up Henry and Right-Hand Man and races up the ramp. "We've got company" has become an iconic, commonly used action movie phrase.
We've got company!
It's considered one of the most overused lines in film history by some.
We need backup. We've got company. Luke, we're gonna have company!
Benny, Eddie, we got company!
And a fun insider joke and nod to film history by others. If you do nothing in the QuickTime event, the Jeep is stopped by Major Herschel Panzer, suited up in some heavy-duty Warhammer Space Marine armor. Flipping the perspective of how it was brought up in a previous video, Herschel is Johnny Panzer's father. And again, Panzer is German for tank. Makes sense when he's a big tank of a boy. After these three are tossed off the Jeep, we have the fail text, "Seatbelts everyone," which is a Miss Frizzle quote from the Magic School Bus.
Seatbelts, everyone!
Choosing Ellie, she steps up and starts firing from behind the wheel, sending the vehicle flying off the ramp. This is a bit of a running joke in the Stickmin series. Henry has crashed his car while in a high-speed chase trying to shoot a gun, and Charles crashed his helicopter when attempting to snipe while airborne. So each of the main three have done it once. Right-Hand Man rocket boosts the Jeep and sends it crashing through the ship, much like the Holdo maneuver, and that is now the third time I've said something looks like that. And none of them look quite right in my eyes. You guys have to help me out here. Are each of these separate references? And are any of them actually a direct reference? And if so, what are they reference? I just need a hand. I'm clearly overthinking or underthinking. It's just not clicking. Henry busts out this awesome uppercut finishing move, but is left behind. His little gasp right before the choices appear is very Link-like. The gravity inverter seems like a classic Gadget Gabe sort of item with its own instructional manual and everything, but nothing indicates this is actually the case. It's equally as foolproof as his usual gadgets, as in, not at all. Cloud has Henry riding up towards the rocket on a Cloud platform from the Mario franchise. There's a chance it's more specifically meant to be a Lakitu Cloud. True to its series, it eventually times out and drops Henry. Abandoned Tank has Henry back up a tree and blast the ground to rocket himself into the air. This reminds me of the janky physics exploits you could utilize to launch your way around the map in the Grand Theft Auto series. People even would specifically do this with tanks. Reginald grabs hold of Henry in a way that's meant to mirror the betrayed ending. Reginald even calls back to this, indicating that he could drop Henry if he wanted to.
That was a close one, Henry. But I'm not going to pull you up. See, without you, I become the leader of the Tuppet clan again. I just wanted to look you in the eyes as I took it all back. Goodbye. I got you, Henry. You know, I could drop you right now and nobody would know.
But why would I do that?
We get a special end narration from Reginald explaining that Henry is firmly the leader, Ellie is now the right-hand lady, him and right-hand man are out doing field operations. The whole thing feels like the way that an 80s or 90s comedy or rom-com would have an end narration, explaining where each of the characters ended up. I don't really know why they have that specifically in this ending, but I still enjoy it either way. This earns Top At King. During this sequence, we have a brief appearance from Pablo Sleuth, who is actually not featured anywhere else in the game. Their name and design are plays on the MS Paint adventure series Problem Sleuth from Andrew Hussey. The joke of him being always armed builds on an in-world gag where those characters stylistically do not have any arms. Next down the line is rapidly promoted executive and presumed dead. Henry rose to the rank of top at leader, betraying the government, and he escaped the wall on his own, tricking those in charge by faking his death. A character who walks into this wintry tavern is meant to reference the characters of Nintendo's Ice Climbers. Their names are Nana and Popo, while our Stickmin character combines them as Nacy Popo. Much like the Ice Climbers, she has recently been on a mountain climbing expedition to map out these mountains. And this eye-patched man seated at the bar is named Travis DeGroot, named for and designed to look like Tavish DeGroot, the demo man from Team Fortress 2. His bio references the use of explosives and roasts the way Team Fortress 2 is no longer updated on the regular. We have two drunk soldiers rambling about the Top At clan's secret base. It's pretty funny to realize that just a few tables away, we have Icepick and Snowcap from the Top Ats discussing the plans themselves. This is a critical splitting point from the little nest egg route that is simply dependent on which of these pairs Henry overhears while disguised as the mysterious vagabond. By the way, I like the detail that what he's using to cover his mouth as part of the disguise is the same purple scarf we would have seen him wandering in the cold with after presumed dead. These two drunk bumbling goofs are named Josh Taylor and Drake Camper, in reference to Nickelodeon's Drake and Josh. I love the song featured here. It's titled Two Idiots, and it's done as a slow, sloppy, drunken-sounding version of The Wall's main theme. One of these hungover goofs makes their airdrop a little too soon, with Henry floating down on a cliffside. He appears to ride down on a Killstreak care package from Call of Duty. The rope has Henry grapple the side of the cliff, with his stationary animation, the way he bounces and angles, reeling himself in and out from that grapple point, and failing to successfully connect is straight from the Worms franchise. Attempting to climb straight up the face incorporates a stamina wheel, much like that seen in Breath of the Wild. As the stamina runs out, Henry opens up an inventory whose UI is directly from that game to inspect his items. We can see that he currently has 0 rupees as well, which I think makes sense. There probably aren't any rupees to be found in his world. It's funny that they would even track that. He has 2 cooked kielbasa, a slice of pizza, and a cupcake. There doesn't appear to be any cupcake continuity here as they exist on entirely different paths, but we did see a little pink cake before during Special Brovert Ops. The kielbasa reads, instantly refills some of your stamina wheel, cooked by a sweaty bar chef. That's what gives it that delicious salty flavor. Maybe he got this, the pizza, and the cupcake all at that tavern. Stopping to eat has Henry disengage and fall away from the cliff. Abuse the physics engine is a fourth wall breaking trick, as it somewhat acknowledges that this is a game, and is something that is commonly featured in speedrunning communities. Finding a strange glitch that you can then exploit and allows you to bypass sections of a game. We have these two guys betting that they think Henry will show up to stop their operation.
$10 says he shows up and stops our entire operation. Yeah, alright.
Henry ducks behind a tiny wall to hide from the scouting tower. Pulling the knife out a couple times and twirling it around is straight from Counter-Strike. Henry then charges forward, swinging the knife around before getting sniped. We can see in the top right, AWP is life, got a headshot, and Henry Stickmin. AWP is the type of sniper this guy is using, lifted from Counter-Strike. Everyone knows you run faster with a knife. Comes from FPS Doug and the old Pure Ponage video series. Doug most commonly played Counter-Strike in those videos.
You wanna go for a jog, man?
Okay, but what are you doing with a knife?
What do you mean? Run faster with a knife. Everyone runs faster with a knife.
And he also has the claim of fame of being the origin of Boom Headshot.
Boom Headshot! shot!
If you've never seen it, it's a great series. They're classics. To this day, endlessly quotable as well. The Duplicatorange is a play on Super Mario 3D World's Double Cherry, but with a brilliant bit of wordplay. I know cherries visually come in pairs quite often, but come on, Nintendo, get on this level of pun crafting. I don't know why Henry sticks the whole unpeeled orange and his fist in his mouth to eat it. What an animal. One of the Henrys is shot and one succeeds. Yet it counts as a fail since we do not know if the original Henry or clone made it through. The lag switch plays old school dial-up internet sound effects and has Henry running in place before jumping far ahead. Apparently this is a real thing used by FPS game hackers used to slow down the network for everyone but themselves. This route really likes to play up the fact that this is actually a game, eh? Speaking of, that's about to become very relevant again. The tank stored here is based on those from Advanced Wars, which is something within the series that was established in Fleeing the Complex. More fourth wall game breaking, walkthrough is something that I both love and hate in this game. But you know, a friendly, jokey kind of hate. It's made to lampoon everything that people dislike about Let's Plays and the YouTube community. I think it's great, but as someone who makes YouTube videos and Let's Plays, I can't help but feel like the mirror's being turned on me here for this joke. I think it's a hilarious parody and an effective way to essentially pull an in before on all YouTubers for the Stickmin Collection. Right away, the desktop background is likely meant to be the Windows XP default Bliss. Henry is watching this on NewTube with its little tank logo. It's meant to be a joke combination of Newgrounds and YouTube. I love the janky title of this video and the fact that it's barely viewed and heavily disliked. It's incredible that there is an infinite loop nested within of the walkthrough guy showing you how to do the walkthrough section of the game. For some reason, Instagram is unchanged, but we have Twitter, Facebook, and something that I'm guessing was improv, Pimbus.
Make sure to follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, follow me on follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook, follow me on Pimbus.
The joke with this section is that the game will select and stitch together scenes in a random order, done in a way to make it seem like it's being uniquely animated. On my playthrough, I watched it for about 5 minutes before I caught on, and once you finally click away from things, it tells you precisely how much time you just wasted on it. There's a minimum time spent of 15 seconds before it allows you to skip. You basically have to spam click through the scene to cut it off at 15 seconds exactly, and if you do, you earn the achievement Speedrun Strats. Now, this didn't come out totally perfect, as the scene was never meant to be stitched together and viewed in this way, but I attempted to gather the footage from every possible instance, remove the clips of Henry clicking around, and stitch together in a way that plays chronologically. It's not going to be perfect, but I thought it would be a fun challenge.
Hey everyone, this is part 65 of my Henry Stickmin playthrough. Today I'm going to be doing the part with the tank. But before I get started, I just want to thank my sponsor. Before I get started, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe on my video. Don't forget to like, don't forget to comment, don't forget to subscribe. Make sure you watch till the end of the video. I'm doing a special giveaway at the end. This game has a lot of fails in it. I'm only like halfway through. I've gotten up to like 400, 1,000 fails. Can't believe they're able to reference this really obscure. Well, this part's a huge spoiler, so if you don't want to see it, you should probably close your eyes. And this part's kind of a big spoiler, so you might be tempted to pick the more logical choice here. This game doesn't really follow any logic at all. It's kind of annoying. You would expect this not to work, but you know how this game is. Things are in the tent now. I'm gonna click walkthrough here. Opens up this video of this super boring guy who just says, now you got 3 choices here. If you click walkthrough, it starts playing a video of this really boring guy who's all like, and if you click walkthrough, you get this big Dumbo who's all, now you'll come up to a big tank, and if you choose walkthrough here, it makes this guy who's all, and when you get to this tank part, you want to pick walkthrough. It'll play this video of a guy who starts talking and he's like, tank. You get 3 options. You want to pick walkthrough here. It goes up to this video of a guy who says sees the big tank, and you want to choose walkthrough here, and it makes a guy come out and he keeps saying like, what's up guys, I'm playing Henry Stickmin today, doing a walkthrough. Hey guys, back to the video again, playing Henry Stickmin today. Welcome back to part 65 of my Henry Stickmin walkthrough. Hey, what's up, guys? Time for another walkthrough. It's part 65, Henry Stickmin Gaming. Hey guys, back to the video again, playing Henry Stickmin today. Hey guys, this is gonna be a walkthrough of Henry Stickmin game. What's up, guys? I'm playing Henry Stickmin today, doing a walkthrough. They're bringing that guy with the helicopter and the headset. He comes in at this part. I got a Patreon account if you feel like supporting me some more. Remember to ring the bell. Remember to comment if you liked the video. Comment and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Make sure you leave a comment. It's very important. It helps me out. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, follow me on follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook, follow me on Pimbus.
Puff recorded multiple takes of a few parts to disguise the fact it is repeating sections over and over. The dedication to include every memeable bit of YouTuber calls to action, stumbling on his words, including lots of gross mouth noises. The love-hate relationship should be all the more clear. The correct option is the Scrambler, which sends Big Boy the tank AWOL. Big Boy is the name of a weapon in Fallout, but I doubt it's an intended direct reference. Seems like just kind of a generic name, something fun to give to a big tank. We have the return of the Center for Chaos Containment, who were first introduced in Stealing the Diamond, were prominent in Infiltrating the Airship, and actually absent in Fleeing the Complex other than one lone character. This is Mobile Unit A113. This is an insider Easter egg used by various animation studios, notably Disney and Pixar. Although it has become common elsewhere over time, others have gotten on board with the joke. It was originally made in reference to the classroom for graphic design and character animation students at the California Institute of the Arts. Graduates of that class started slipping it into their movies, and now it shows up everywhere. This panel that the agent can select from is much like that seen at the end of Stealing the Diamond, having a series of buttons, toggles, and sliders to choose from. This speaker radios a phantom, who is meant to be a play on the StarCraft Ghost. These camouflaged snipers are capable of calling a nuclear strike in-game. Their line,
"Never know what hit 'em.
They'll never know what hit 'em."
And the launch sequence are recreation of those heard in StarCraft.
Nuclear launch detected.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a...
Launch detected.
The fail text jokes about them having a surplus of nuclear bombs. They do also drop one in Stealing the Diamond. I suppose 2 is more than anyone really needs. We could call that a surplus. It is assumed with the slider that some sort of temperature freeze will take place. Instead, the game is just paused, which I suppose is an ultimate freeze. Chaos Contained could be a reference to Shadow from the Sonic franchise and his iconic Chaos Control, in which he commonly manipulates time. I'm uncertain. I think Puff would have just said it straight up in this context if it was intended. However, he might have put that little twist on it to better match with this series' own CCC, the Center for Chaos Containment. Seriously though, between the physics engine, lag switch, walkthrough, and this pause, this route plays off of this literally being a game more than any other. I suppose that awareness makes sense considering that this is the route the secret ending is buried within. I'll cover that towards the end of the video. On this board, there is a button that looks like a heart with 2 holes. Pressing this button sounds a deep bong, before the moon turns into the sinister moon seen in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I don't know if he's willfully sinister. I shouldn't attribute motive. Maybe he's just having a bad day. And with the context of that, we can determine that it's a silhouette of a more simplified Majora's Mask. In that game, you are continually manipulating time in an effort to stop the moon from crashing into the planet at the end of the 3rd day. The moon crashing here is in reference to that storyline, and during the fail text, we hear the laugh of the happy mask salesman. The fail text is a quote taken directly from The Light of Courage Part 3, which is instead a fan-animated series based on a janky Zelda fanfic.
You should have thought about what I am willing to do in order to get the job done.
The fingerprint scanner summons the Gabe egg, which is meant to be named after Gabe Newell, often called Gaben. We saw another Gabe-based piece of tech from the CCC before, when they attempted to bring on the Gaben in Infiltrating the Airship. they have a bit more success with the gay bag. In the bottom right, we briefly see the two guys who placed a bet at the start of the route, with the loser paying up what he owed. After an action-filled battle, the raid is aborted and Henry secures his place as the Top At leader. We earn the ending, Top At for Life, which is itself named after Top At for Life.
Yes, hello.
The song Reginald has as a ringtone in Fleeing the Complex. And our last branch combo to cover, Rapidly Promoted Executive and The Betrayed. With Rapidly Promoted Executive, you specifically cannot pair this option with International Rescue Operative. Here, you are a criminal through and through, and would not have been able to have teamed up with the government after. Instead, Henry was the leader of the Top Ats, and was rescued by them at the wall, only for Reginald to drop him into the ocean. Prior to this game coming out, many assumed Henry died in that ending. We now have confirmation he was rescued from that ocean and saved with cybernetic enhancements. The opening of Revenged is much like Metal Gear 5 Phantom Pain, which opens with a doctor reconstructing Snake, waking up bandaged and with cybernetic enhancements. Although I think it's kind of a common scene in anything that involves a person being rebuilt, like Deus Ex. Dr. Vince Pinchelstein mentioned having a previous run-in with the Top Ats. Through this, we can assume she was responsible for Right-Hand Man's upgrades. Due to her obvious disdain, it appears she was forced to do so. Through her accent and use of da,
you had run-in with Top Hat clan, da?
It is very likely she is Russian, but Vince Pinchelstein is definitely not Russian. While I have no idea if that's a correct pronunciation, it doesn't really matter, because Puff confirmed during his developer livestream that it is just random nonsense. Henry busts through the front window of the airship. He's maybe just a big fan of a dramatic entrance, and he would have done this once before on this route at the beginning of Rapidly Promoted Executive. He immediately faces off against Right-Hand Man for their rematch. I like the small detail that they essentially have inverse upgrades. Right-Hand Man has enhancements on his right arm, legs, and face, while Henry has his torso and left arm. The song that plays during this massive epic battle with Right-Hand Man is Da Vinci Overdrive, named in reference to Mona Lisa Overdrive from The Matrix. Da Vinci, Mona Lisa, they just kind of tie that together. The songs even have pretty similar sounding themes. When Henry attempts to absorb, after exploding, his legs fall to the ground, kind of like they do towards the beginning of Toy Story 2 when Buzz is blown up. But I think that one's coincidental. Especially when we see it once again with Right-Hand Man and the Wombo combo. I think it's just kind of a flashy way to kill off a character. The way Right-Hand Man shoots his hand away into Henry's face and calling it back could be a reference to Mega Man's Mega Arm, also known as his Rockin' Arm, first seen in Mega Man 5. A cool feature early on in this route is the way the black bars pinch in to make things more widescreen and a little more cinematic. We had another route that was super heavy on the game inspiration, so this one leans a little more on the theatrics, cinema, and anime. First, using gun form, Henry transforms his arm into a laser blasting gun. Right-Hand Man rapidly dodges around it and pops up behind Henry.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Nothing personnel, kid is an intentional mistake, referencing a cyborg Sonic fan character, Cold Steel the Hedgehog, who has a piece of fan art that features this particular typo. You made me use almost 10% of my power. It is more of a general joke used to riff on power scaling in anime, but it has been relatively recently popularized in a series of memes featuring Shaggy from Scooby-Doo and his supposed hidden powers. Whether it was meant to pull on that more specifically really is going to depend on when Puff was animating this scene. The spirit form has Henry summon his spirit, Reference, which itself is a joke on this whole scene being a reference, as well as the general spirit of the Henry Stickmin series being so reference heavy. The change in art style with heavy black shading is a wonderful recreation of that series' style. I just love the little details like seeing their heavily shaded lips, or the redrawing of the airship itself. It goes a long way in selling all of this. And yes, I can now specifically point out that while creating the logo for finding the references, in addition to me riffing off the idea of drawing words to look like the thing they represent, the way Puff does for the different series installments, which by the way is just like a fun thing to do. I used to do that in the margins of my notebook as well, draw the word slime to be slimy. I find it's a fun little exercise. I really liked making this logo, even if it does kind of look like finooing. But for references, I use the color and design of the reference spirit as a template, thus making the word reference a reference to reference. Are there enough layers in there for you? The entire idea of these battling spirits is a reference to the stand battles in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The Sands of Time spirit possessed by the right-hand man is similar to Dio Brando's stand The World, with his time manipulation abilities. Some have said that right-hand man's hourglass could potentially be a play on the Phantom Hourglass, but he also describes filling it with the sands of time, which makes me think Prince of Persia, but really it could just be an entirely unique thing for this character. I love the nod to the naming tweaks being made for JoJo localizations. Right-hand man declares it is the time in a bottle, while the subtitles read bottled time. Names are often changed to avoid copyright issues in other regions due to all of the literal naming references, like Time in a Bottle being the name of a Jim Croce song. From part 4 of JoJo and onward, the stands are all named as references to songs, albums, or bands. Heavily using references and tweaking them for distribution is something the Stickmin series would know all too well. On the other hand, the left one, I guess, is Henry's spirit, reference, or tribute, which layers together elements of Dio's stand The World, Giorno's Gold Experience, and Valentine's Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. The way reference shouts failure over and over is much like Dio or Giorno shouting muda, which means useless, futile. Flipping it to then be an internal reference to the use of fails in the Stickmin series. And again, right-hand man says tribute, but we're shown the subtitle reference. That actual name would be a reference to the Tenacious D song Tribute. So in other words, reference's name is tribute as a reference to tribute. Yeah, you heard me. The fail ends in the typical way seen in JoJo episodes, with the to be continued arrow being replaced by mission failed. The fail text, that doesn't seem right, but I don't know enough about anime to dispute it, is a reference to this line from Mac in It's Always Sunny.
Or I could burn it up and get a nice smoky smell in here and let that smoke go into the sky where it turns into stars.
That doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about stars to dispute it.
No, it's right.
Fun fact, this scene has the claim to fame of being the longest fail in the entire series. You know, excluding walkthrough, since you can technically do that one in 15 seconds. Blade form has the two changing their arms into swords, having a big old sword fight. Henry manages to disable right-hand man's eye, but in a rage, he begins summoning a giant laser orb. That reminds me of Vegeta's Power Ball. His pure hatred and rage is also really putting out major Vegeta energy. Henry can attempt to absorb the energy blast, but it overcharges his enhancements, causing them to blow up. Wow, that's gotta be the play of the game. Selecting this blue text plays the sequence in first person from right-hand man's perspective, with a UI and countdown that are all made to look like that play of the game feature in Overwatch. I like the small details, like you can see some of the other skills of right-hand man, like the laser eye. Playing this sequence earns the achievement Play of the Game. This is play of the game? As this feature is automated in Overwatch, players are often left underwhelmed by what moments end up earning this status. The baseball bat could be a reference to Metal Bat from One Punch Man. Many have said it's Ness, the way you're able to knock back a projectile. I've also heard Lethal League. There's a lot of potential references. You could even say it's the Scout's bat from Team Fortress 2. Nothing about it is made overly specific. The Y-type move, Big Blast, is a reference to the Z-type moves first seen in Pokemon Sun and Moon. The Y pose held by Henry in the options screen is very similar to the beginning part of the YMCA dance, although that might be more of a coincidence than anything else. I maybe wouldn't point it out at all, but it's kind of funny that Henry doesn't actually even do this pose at any point during his Y-type move. Right-hand man defeated, popping up on screen, could be a reference to No More Heroes 2, where every time you defeat a boss or assassin, their name and dead pop up on screen. As the airship is going down, Henry specifically confronts Reginald. This has maybe all gone a little too far. If you select airship, Henry kind of snaps and holds Reginald in front of the airship as it crashes into the unlaunched orbital station, taking them both out. The fail text is not even a text, it's just 3 Stickmin-style PogChamp emotes from Twitch. Obviously, this game was made and came out before Twitch did away with this original version. Although, even though it has been removed, it is still a reference to that original. Puff actually has this drawn version as an emote in his own Twitch, titled Pogmin. Henry can flip the betrayal ending on Reginald and attempt to drop him over the edge. He lands safely with the use of a hat parachute. The fail text comments on his hat receiving some upgrades. This is a callback to a fail in Infiltrating the Airship where Henry accidentally drops Reginald while parachuting. Now he has this backup for just such an occasion. The overly exaggerated, silly way Henry reacts to being shot so many times reminds me a little bit of the Bale fail from Fleeing the Complex. It's just a fun cartoon way of seeing someone get shot up like crazy. It really lessens the impact of how gruesome it truly is. The successful option is to staple Reginald to the airship before it crash lands. Wall staples are one of Duster's thief tools in Mother 3. They can specifically be used to immobilize enemies in battle. Reginald dies shortly after, while Henry wanders away from the wreckage. It is in these final moments, the 21:9 aspect ratio gives way to the standard framing of the rest of the game. As Henry's gaze drifts off into the distance, this ending is unique in that it does not cut away to a separate splash image with the ending title. It instead fades in, overlaid on this final scene. This feels very fitting to me, as the final route I'm covering, Revenged, is the one that specifically ends with Henry passing away. Sure, we've seen him die hundreds of times, but never an ending that specifically ends with him passing away. Something else that's kind of funny in a more personal way is that in my own Let's Play of this series, when tackling completing the mission, Revenged ended up being the first route I chose and played, while in this series, it's the last. I just wanted to take a second to appreciate the coincidence of how that played out. Character bios. At this point, I've covered most reference-based bios in the rest of the episodes of this series, but I was actually surprised how many unique characters there are that still only pop up in these routes. I still have a fair number to cover. Hank Stockman is one of several characters in the series who's meant to have a name that's just similar to Henry Stickmin. His aviators and mustache feel very similar to Nick Goose Bradshaw in Top Gun. Mad Lad is simply named after the meme and phrase, whatever we're gonna call it, of, someone being a mad lad. He also drinks the fictional Kerpow energy drink that's named after the comic book onomatopoeias that you see. Now we know of 2 in-world energy drinks. Timothy Turner has his big front teeth, and a name that's meant to be a play on Timmy Turner from the Fairly Odd Parents. And to really drive the nail home there, it directly mentions imaginary friends he had when he was younger. Norm Hexter. Norm and Hex are both math-related terms, as well as Hexter kind of being like hacker, texter, and hacksaw all merged together for this techie character. Gerald Gruff. He has a low, gruff-sounding voice. Orban Lamp? Lamp? That took me like 9 takes to say, and that's as good as I could get. Why is Lamp like the hardest thing to say? He's got to be something, right? That name is so unique and odd that I refuse to believe there isn't a reference in there somewhere. Curly Brown has a name much like Charlie Brown, but the Peanuts cartoon wasn't especially notable for its cartoon logic and physics the way something, say, Looney Tunes would, so there might be another reference intended or layered into this one. Beans. Bees? He's just thinking about those beans. Skeeve is a seedy sneak of a character, and their name is literally just a play on the word skeevy. Jose Gonzalez is a play on a generic fake name used to refer to new players in Team Fortress 2, which, as the bio refers to, is a free-to-play game, and if they're new to the game, they obviously would have the default hat. Variants on this name that players have used over the years are Pablo Gonzalez and Jose Gonzalez, usually stylized with a year at the end to indicate the player is young. Like they would have typed 2007 or 2008 at the end, like their birth year. I'm not sure if people still make this joke online. If they do, I I guess you'd have to update it a bit. Jose Gonzalez _2012, things like that. Ogre Crip is in reference to the Boulder Fist Ogre from Hearthstone, which players commonly intentionally misspell their name as Boulder Fist Ogre, playing on the seemingly dumb nature of that character. His flavor text is, "Me have good stats for the cost." The improper grammar of Ogre's bio plays on that as well, and the last name Crip is likely lifted from Hearthstone streamer Criparian. Mac Dandy is simply a play on the phrase Mac Daddy. Dr. Glass could be a reference to Mr. Glass from Unbreakable, with the joke being that if he isn't actually a doctor, then this character's name would literally be Mr. Glass as well. It's a fun roundabout way of getting there. Barbershop Bill apparently only has the look to go with the name, as he can neither cut hair nor can he sing a cappella like a barbershop quartet. Frankie Pizza is a reference to Frank Pizza, who played on the Boston Celtics and was featured in Germa Rumble 3. Howard Lipton feels completely useless if he doesn't have his morning tea. Lipton is a very common tea brand. Billy Brown, for 7 years he's never washed behind his ears, is a reference to a line from a 1932 animated short, Santa's Workshop, made by Disney.
But Billy Brown for 7 years hasn't washed behind his ears.
Dan D. Lyons found a perfect combo of detergents. I would suspect that the resulting smell is that of a gorgeous field of daisies. June July being born in August is just simple and hilarious. Teemu Suomi is from Finland. Teemu is a common Finnish name, and Suomi is literally Finnish for Finland. Geriatrics is getting up there in age, and his name is a direct play on geriatric. Merle Goldenfold is potentially a reference to Mr. Goldenfold from Rick and Morty. Frederick Munster's last name is named after a cheese, and he wears a top hat literally made out of cheese. Now that we've covered the full game, I can go back and finally show all the locations of the Hidden Among Us crewmates in completing the mission. There are 12 in total. I'll cover them in the order I covered the endings of this series. There are 2 in Cleaned 'Em Out. After Henry and the train arrive at the launch site, the yellow crewmate is atop this crate. Later, on the rocket, when using the leaf mode, the blue crewmate is on top of this crate. In Triple Threat, when Henry and Ellie use parasols, the brown crewmate is on the far right inside of the tower. During Valiant Hero, when choosing the different escape pods, the cyan crewmate is nested among the different Top-At members in the luxury escape pod. After Henry teleports into the vault during Jewel Baron, there is a purple crewmate. Although it can be seen slightly sooner, you can't actually collect it until the teleport is complete. In this silly scene with Ice Pick and Sal Malone arguing over trading hats early on in Stickmin Space Resort, the lime crewmate can be found in the back of the open truck. Playing off the fact that the remote fail during the free man route is already an Among Us reference, a white crewmate can be found floating in space. In Capital Gains, when Ellie and Henry are standing on the heap of gold in the wrecked train car, an orange crewmate is stashed among the loot. In Master Bounty Hunter, after sneaking the squad into the warehouse with Convert, the red crewmate is found next to a cabinet. Top-At Civil Warfare has Jeffrey's Midnight Surprise plan, during which time the pink crewmate can be found in the vent, which itself is a fun nod to the vent use in the Among Us game. During Top-At for Life, when Elias Botchin activates the Phantom, the green crewmate is located next to them. I think this is a clever little gag, and that green is commonly used for jungle camouflage, and the Ghost, or Phantom, is known for their special camouflage abilities, so there might be layers there, or it just made sense to stick the green crewmate next to some green. But finally, in the opening part of Revenged, the black crewmate is next to Henry's bed when first waking up. There is one fake-out crewmate during Valiant Hero. During the Trash Ball option, a tan crewmate is clickable. The game attempts to tally it, but it is punched away instead. This is a joke based on the fact that the tan color was eventually removed from Among Us. This gag no longer works properly. After Among Us lobbies were expanded to 15 players, they did include the tan crewmate. And finally, the secret ending that ties so much of the larger game together. After earning every fail and ending in all the games from breaking the bank through to completing the mission, you can initiate this end. In the Top-At for Life route, on that final choice screen with a panel of buttons and toggles, you can clear away the different sticky notes to uncover the multiverse imbalance. Do not reveal secret. Seriously, do not. There's nothing here. Pressing the button marked Fix then restores balance by defragmenting the many multiverse branches and correcting a supposed plot hole, teleporting the box of goods to the prison that Henry first accesses to initiate his escape. Interestingly, this sets us 1 year earlier, showing that escaping the prison through to the end of the series took about 1 year. Although based on dates of camera footage and Gadget Gabe tech reviews, we know that the total time of the series is likely a bit longer. This seems to indicate that Henry actually did some hard time in escaping the prison rather than getting away immediately. I'm throwing that out there, it's a possibility. I won't get too hung up on all that. I made an entire video specifically discussing this secret ending and some of those possibilities, so I'd recommend that as a follow-up if you're interested. This is followed by a very sweet thank you from Puff for enjoying the series for all these years. Well, thank you for making them. As if I didn't love the series enough and appreciate the work put in, Henry Stickmin will now forever have an extra special place in my heart, as being the game that really helped this channel break out and take those final steps towards potentially going full time. That is really special and something that I can forever credit to Henry Stickmin, you know, and Puffballs and the rest of the Inner Sloth crew. But there's something fun about attributing it to a fictional character as well. Assuming you forgot 1 minute after I first mentioned it, let alone hours ago, please do go check out the free prologue for Repella Fella. I genuinely think that once you play it, you'll be hooked, and then you can go and wishlist the full game. This is being published by me, so any support you can give the prologue or the full game is very directly beneficial to me and my ability to further support other indie game developers. Thank you to Puffballs for this incredible series. Thank you to all of you who watched the various videos and your patience when they took forever to put together. Thank you to patrons of the channel for their additional support. And thank you to anyone who stuck out this entire video. Maybe it filled in a cold winter day for you at the end of the year here. I'm happy that I get to close out my year with Henry Stickmin, and hopefully now you get to do the same. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.